Boom. We are live. Let's go this one. Let's go this one. Go to chat. Chat is live. Chat. Captions. Edit. What's the date? 11th, right? In America. Save. Put that on. Hey, look, we live. Where's the background? Change background.
Little babies.
Moving background's cool. That's too fast.
It's a little distracting.
You know. Let's keep it with that. That's fine.
I hear that the popular podcast sphere is really captured by affable moron hosts. I mean that in a really positive way. Yes, yes. I mean, and like, even on the women's side of that kind of equation, like call her daddy and maybe Hawk2 has fallen off a little bit, and she may have a more male audience.
I think she's on the lamb because of the meme coin sort of thing. She hasn't released an episode.
I just wrote about that today. Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's sad.
Oh, it's a Thursday episode. That's when you know it's going to be unhinged. This is where Emma will endorse Hezbollah again.
Oh, fucking hell. She's an idiot.
It was very funny because she was doing it to, like, defend Hassan.
Hello.
But Hassan clarified his take that he, like, doesn't endorse Hezbollah. He just thinks that what they're doing to fight Israel is okay and justified. Which
Very
is a
cool.
big difference, right? A major clarification on his part.
Uh-huh.
So there's a clip going around of Hassan saying, like, he doesn't really have a problem with them, and he's talking to a normie. Right? Like, he still has a problem with what they did in Syria.
Yeah.
So people circulated this around, and before even, like, listening to Hassan clarify the point, she immediately was like, yeah, Hezbollah's cool. Hassan is right. And it was on a Thursday show, and I'm like, oh my god.
That's awesome. That's a pretty big whoopsie.
No, because it wasn't a mistake. She does like them.
Oh. You should
apparently.
You should come to the Twitch. Boost the numbers.
No one has seen or heard from her ever since.
Also, Osama bin Laden emotes. Very cool.
It's that X Spaces where
I love
you can
joining
literally
other
use them
Discords and then
all
saying
over
hi
Twitter.
and my avatar being Osama.
That is funny. Although mine, I quite enjoy mine at the moment, which is the dude who got
like I just will
fucking
join
whacked.
random ones. They have no idea who I am.
Oh, that's funny. And you just go, "Hey, what's up?"
I just go hello, and it's Osama bin Laden.
Mm-hmm. We
Not
love
she
Osama.
interrupted them and said,
Osana.
"Anywho, I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed.
Okay,
Look,
I'm going to bed.
I gotta say, I feel sorry for her.
Me too.
She got completely exploited by a channel that put a camera in her face when she was having fun in Nashville, and blown up into a massive thing. That person capitalized on all that.
I don't feel sorry for her.
See, this is why you come to Twitch chat.
Why would you feel sorry for her? She deliberately was like, you know what,
She
I'm gonna
literally scammed
try and
people.
make a career out of this.
5 minutes of fame. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna cash out with a scam. Like, I don't believe that she didn't know it was a scam.
Yeah, for sure. She realized that this is a shit life, and that she can just get money, and she did.
She just cashed out.
And she's gonna disappear, and nobody's gonna give a fuck.
She
and you're not
has
gonna get a cent
disappeared.
back. It's great. I love this. This is great. If you were dumb enough to buy a cryptocurrency,
Well, that's the thing is they specifically targeted people who wouldn't be buying crypto.
okay, that's a little more ethically.
Yeah, it's pretty
issue.
fucked up.
That is a bit different to the rug pulls where people are like, oh, I'll get out before it rug pulls as they buy as it's being rug pulled. Fucking idiots. Just don't. Only buy privacy coins. Only buy coins with utility if you must. It's very simple.
That, and then she got later, like a month or a half month later, trying to do a podcast on it, and was advised by like Barstool people or something like that.
She should have had an agent that, I don't know. It feels like her ex.
Binance is dodgy. Unfortunately, they had an issue where they had to cash out a bunch of stuff and they didn't have the cash. I wonder why. Because all these crypto things are scams. They just take your money.
Exploitation was sexualized at the outset, and then a bunch of really creepy men like tried to capitalize on it, and I don't know.
It's the American story, really.
It really is. Yeah, I mean,
I don't really feel bad for her, being that she probably got more money than I've ever made in the 6 months where she's been a somebody.
Oh.
But
I guess.
but, I do.
But that's over now. Like, so it better last her the rest of her life.
I don't know. What's worse? Scamming people and making a shit ton of money, or ruining your reputation by taking down a comedy show that was being played for 50 people, that it is now going to have even more attention towards it, and you are now going to be a laughingstock instead of an icon. What's worse? If we're comparing 5 minutes of fame and their responses to it, what's worse, being a cunt or being a cunt?
People have already forgotten about this Haktua girl, but Raygun in Australia,
she's going down in history as
it's never gonna go away from Australian culture.
Nope. It's forever. It's forever. She had a chance to be an icon and she fucked it. And she is going to forever be known for the person who couldn't take a joke. For the person who, in response to a joke, sued somebody and stole money that was meant to go to a women's
My favorite part about
charity.
that is just the comedian going, "That's an Olympic level dance. How can I possibly recreate it?"
And like dead serious as well, or at least the facial expression was dead serious, hilarious.
I don't know that yet. We don't know. Listen, it would be hilarious if because they were, the people she partnered with for that token claimed they didn't sell anything, and so I was thinking, imagine she's been gone for 2 weeks because not only was it her meme coin, but she was actually the person who pumped and dumped. She's the one who sold off everything on her fans.
That wasn't the case though. The first, maybe you've heard more recent info. I heard that actually she was not the main beneficiary of the rug pull, but yeah.
No, she wasn't. I was just saying, wouldn't that be funny? Because she has no reason to disappear. She has no reason to disappear, really.
She does.
It's pretty clear that she just lent her name and her brand and a spokesperson type thing. She had no idea any of the technicalities or how the machinations of how any of this worked. But she's disappeared, I guess, because she doesn't want to deal.
Did he try and use a big word and pronounce it wrong?
No idea any of the technicalities or how the machinations of how any of this worked.
Oh my god, he fucking did. That is incredible. Just don't. I'm so fucking hungry. Hello, what's up? Welcome back. You should also migrate to Twitch. Twitch is much more fun. The chat is a lot more interactive. I agree. A fool and their money are easily parted.
you know, she's disappeared, I guess, because she doesn't want to deal. What I probably think,
There's like so much I would love to know about being a 21-year-old.
Right, like Sarah from Wallingford writes in saying, "Oh, please, she's an adult and she knew this was a scam. She's not an infant." I could have been easy. I think I did an interview when I was with TYT where we went to a conference and I learned about crypto for the first time, and I was very open to it.
Sorry,
and I'm sorry, my brain wasn't developed enough to understand that. Like,
people who listen to this show know it's a scam. When Matt Damon and Spike
Her
Lee are
brain
doing
isn't
Super Bowl
developed.
ads for it, yeah, I'm sorry, you're wrong. Most people don't know this
She
as a
needs to let
scam.
that shit
Yeah.
cook.
Also, someone wrote in and said, "Emma, go on Theo Vaughn." I would love that. I would love to be invited, myself or Sam.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls.
Shit.
You should check that
Why
out.
that didn't work? Fires.
California's famed coast.
Fucking fires. Alright, do we start with this or we start with America? Let's start with America.
Donald Trump is now weighing in on the horrific fires in Los Angeles County, and he's laying the blame on California's Democratic governor. He said on Truth Social, quote, Governor Gavin Newsom refused to sign the water restoration declaration put before him that would have allowed millions of gallons of water from excess rain and snow melt from the north to flow daily into many parts of California, including the areas that are currently burning in virtually apocalyptic way, and saying, quote, he is the blame for this. I want to bring in an exceptional group of reporters here. Tamara Keith of NPR, Leanne Caldwell of The Washington Post, and Nia Malika Henderson of Bloomberg, and of course, CNN. What a day. I want to start with you, Tamara, because you cover the White House, the outgoing and the incoming, obviously. And it's not, there's no surprise here that Donald Trump's response to these fires, which are still very out of control, is to blame the Democratic governor. We saw it when he was
It's so
in office
funny because
the
he's
first
like,
time around.
he didn't like my bill that would have exaggerated the water crisis.
There is like a billionaire couple that owns most of the
Like,
drinkable
does,
water, right?
like, seriously, do we think that the reason the fires are burning is because there's not enough water?
Yeah,
Like,
it's a stupid statement.
lake levels do not contribute to, like, the dryness.
When there were fires, he blamed him for different aspects, or the other governor for different aspects, including not raking the forest and so forth. Can you just kind of, knowing a little bit about this, put into context, never mind the sort of the politics and the questions of the timing of it, but the substance of his accusation?
Yeah, so what he's talking about is an endangered fish that
you
is at the center
Just have to
of
rake
a
the
very
forest?
long-
Why aren't they raking ahead of the fires right now to clear the leaves and shit? If that's all it takes, Donald, why isn't that the response to fire?
They are. Do you know who are? Do you know what group of people are the ones doing that work that is one of the most dangerous jobs in firefighting? Slaves. Prison labor. I posted on the 5th Gen Instagram. I went on a whole fucking rant.
That what they're actually going through with rakes?
Actual prison labor is going through and clearing forest ahead of the fires to try and stop it in areas. One of the most dangerous jobs because fires can move very fucking quickly. And these are prison
Like,
labor,
there's that one
forced
video
prison labor
where it's
doing
like,
this.
Okay, so here for Jack the fire expert, I would think that they would dedicate all the resources to like the just watering ahead of it and shit.
It's kind of,
But yeah,
it's
I guess that
it's
does make sense
multi-pronged.
that they would respond to raking.
Yeah, like it's multi-pronged. Because you can't just stop the fire.
Did you see like a lot of people responses like, why are they filming? But like they're literally waiting to be evac'd. And like sparks are hitting their windows, and there's like a fire like literally a few feet from their house.
Very cool. Is this the glass house?
Yeah, yeah, and they're filming it, but they're like waiting for an evac. You can hear them saying in the background, "It's okay, we're gonna be fine. We're gonna get out of here."
Oh, is that what it was? Because I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Why didn't you leave?
Well,
Just saying
Yeah,
to somebody.
well, they probably didn't have. Because, like, honestly, the issue with evacuations is they end up clogging up the roads and blocking
Yes.
evacuations.
Uh-huh.
So
You need to do it in sections, like street by street.
yeah,
It
so
needs to be
like
very systematic.
they may not have a car, even though I don't know why we'd have a
Mm.
car in a house that nice.
Yeah. Uber everywhere, baby. Convenience. Use my low-paid Uber slave to drive me around. I don't have to drive. It's LA.
Long water war in California about how much water can flow out of the delta in Northern California and go to Southern California. Like trying to explain water politics in California is almost impossible. It goes back generations, and this tiny smelt is part of it. I think that the larger issue here is that the future president is seemingly trying to start a feud with the governor of a state in the middle of a crisis. A crisis that is being driven by Santa Ana winds, and
the fact that it hasn't rained.
And it hasn't rained. It's been very dry in California. This is a dynamic that has existed in the state forever, and it's why it is a beautiful state, and it is also a state of tragedy repeatedly. I should say I grew up there too.
So getting to the water component, absolutely. It's not just a California thing. It's an entire Southwest
We have a
thing.
California girl
We have a
here. We have a Nevada
so
native.
Oh my God, they're
yes,
so
there are
cringe.
absolutely politics involved
I
in
hate
water
these
control
people.
and how this water is used in California and
CNN
elsewhere
is
in
fucking
these states
awful.
that are thirsty, are very thirsty. But usually what happens, as we all know, when there is a national and natural disaster, is that you reach out
wonder how many
to
golf
the
courses
leaders of the state, you offer them
there
public
are in this
support
area.
and assistance, you say good things about them. Now is usually not the time for
Not
politics,
enough.
but as we all know,
You know
we
what
have
I'm
these
saying?
ones. That is not usually how Donald Trump operates. There had been reporting, even recent reporting, that said that during past natural disasters, when Donald Trump was in office, that he would ask his team how many people supported him in that state and what else
I've also
they could
heard
do for
this.
him in
Yeah,
order
we
to
know
receive
this.
federal funds and federal assistance. So, yeah.
And I just want to say, I did reach out to Governor Newsom's office to see if he wants to respond. It would not be surprising if he didn't. He has a huge crisis on his hands. He was at a press conference last night talking about
Thanks,
the
Dana.
gratitude he has from President Biden, still the current president, who has offered federal assistance as much as he needs.
Yeah, and the
Remember when
question
she
is,
moderated
on the
one of the
campaign
worst
trail,
presidential debates of all time?
Remember when CNN was actually a usable news source?
No.
When?
well, I think it was in October of 2024, Donald Trump was saying that if he got reelected, that he could withhold federal funds from California. Obviously, he has
Give me
this sort
those
of feud,
pretzels,
with that. He's in
Granny.
a feud with almost every Democrat governor and senator and Democrat in general. And I think the question going forward is, could that happen? Is this something he's going to actually do when he assumes office? Because he does kind of see the federal government and the budget and the monies as his own, as to dole out as he wishes to his friends. And so I think that's the real question going forward. But it is sort of sad that this is the same president we're getting again, that there are no lessons learned. There's no sense that Californians are Americans, right? That they are strong.
Oh, there's plenty of lessons that have been learned. Donald Trump learned to purge the inner party of all non-loyalists. That's what he learned. Donald Trump learned how to perfect
The
the
thing is,
ignorant fascist
Think
that
about
he was.
this, though. Think about this. You know how he was like, he talks about like Xi Jinping and be like, I want the kind of love people have for him, for me.
Yeah.
He understands that it's not real love that the people have for his leaders, but you think he wasn't sitting there being like, how do you do it? What do I have to do to get these people to worship me like you?
Totally.
And
totally
then he's like, oh, easily, these are the rights you take away. This is how you deal out privileges.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's anybody. I have less and less patience for people who ignore the crimes of the Chinese Communist Party. Or just like not even the crimes, just the way that they treat people. Why do people support this? How can
You watch Bone Tomahawk?
support this? No, I haven't found it. I'm gonna have to download it.
Do it right now.
Well, we're gonna watch it on Twitch.
No.
We could
I
watch
mean,
it
you
on
could.
Twitch.
Twitch won't care.
No, Twitch doesn't give a fuck. It's great.
YouTube would flag it.
Yeah.
Struggling in these areas. 2 people have lost their lives. These
We
fires
can use
haven't
the
been
other
contained
account.
at all. It looks like they're probably going to get worse before
Yeah.
they get better.
So
and
if
if
it
he
does
doesn't
get
have
flagged,
any sort of empathy
no
and
loss,
understanding about over what these folks are going through, people have families there. Not only you might have families still there. I have family.
Wow,
there,
people have
and friends
families.
as well. So
I
it's
can't
just,
believe
it's just
it.
sad and still shocking.
I'm
Literally,
learning
as
this
we're
for the
speaking,
first
We're
time.
looking at our live pictures of neighborhoods in LA County. burning.
Wow.
I mean, the roof there is literally
Live.
on fire. And as we heard from
The roof is
local
literally
officials,
on
LA
fire.
officials in the last hour, they just can't contain it. You can see the wind there. You can see how aggressive. the
like
wind- I mean,
you
just talking to
see
people-
how the smoke go right. That is wind. Earth blow wind blow smoke, blow ember go start another fire. CNN good
Santa
journalism.
Ana.
Fucking Jesus Christ.
Santa Ana.
Yeah, Santa
Well,
Ana.
I think I heard this as DEI, and Santa wants to be called Anna now, and because Santa's trans, what is Mr. White Christmas called? Cold miser, ice miser,
Was that English?
ice miser.
What?
I'm Mr. Snow. You know the song.
No.
He's Mr. White Christmas. He's Mr. Snow.
I've never heard. What the fuck are you talking
What
about?
movie is that? What is that movie called?
I have no
My
idea.
chat's not open. Hang on.
I'm lighting a candle.
Watch out! You're gonna cause us a fire.
Candle.
It's not. Let's see if anyone is. Anna Claus. That's not what it's called. That's not the movie.
Sure. I have no.
He's Mr.
Clue
White Christmas.
what you are talking
He's
about.
Mr. Snow. You know?
I
What's that
think
movie called?
I think you're right.
Bro, you
got blasted.
you don't understand how deep this goes.
Tism just started blasting.
No, it's just probably something that is like only an American thing.
Sure. I'll take your word for it. I'm. This video's over. These people are awful.
One of the coolest uses of drones is their ability to provide eyes in places humans.
Okay, we'll sit on.
One
this
of the
story
coolest
for a
uses
little
of
bit.
drones.
Let's do this one.
The
I
FAA
disagree. The
is
coolest
investigating
use of
in-midair
drones
collision.
is when you fly them
Is Ukraine.
into things to blow up.
That happened between an aircraft, a key aircraft obviously used in fighting the Palisades fire, and a drone that shouldn't have been where it was. It was flying in restricted airspace, and as a result, one of these, it's one of 2 so-called super scooper planes, has been taken out of commission for repairs. These are planes that are so essential in this fight. They can scoop up more than 1,500 gallons of ocean water and drop it on active fires.
And they work with almost surgical accuracy. CNN's Pete Montine joins us now. Pete, what exactly happened?
I'm so glad.
What
that these
exactly happened?
pilots
What do you mean,
are
what
getting-
exactly happened? Some dickhead flew a drone, the plane hit it.
I'm so glad that
Story
these
over.
pilots are getting
He's a
the
pilot.
airtime. I'm so glad that they're getting the airtime that they deserve, because these pilots are by far the best pilots in the world.
I like the helicopter drops. They're so fucking like the super scooper is cool.
Have you
But
seen
the helicopter drops
literal...
are so sick when they do the low flying like maneuvers.
Yeah. Have you
Also,
seen
I've
the
seen these
actual,
videos where
like,
they're
Boeings?
dropping, they're trying to drop it on the fire, and the plane is like looking like it's gonna crash because the wind is throwing it around.
Interesting. Have you seen the tankers, like the actual Boeing sort of Airbus jumbo jets that do it?
The super scoopers.
No.
Isn't that what those are?
I'm talking about jumbo jets, like big jets, airliners. I'll find.
Also, what's interesting about
There
the
is the very
fires
large air tanker, and
is that they do crisis staging, right? And you know how we like that Afghanistan episode with Scott is literally about crisis staging and how it works and how it can be applied generally.
Yeah.
So just goes to show that, hey, the West is capable of crisis staging, so why don't they?
Good question.
Human beings? Ha 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 ha. How much money will they make me?
that is the big one. The mothership, the 747, doing another pass. First one was an observation. This one might be the live one.
Like, you think the Canadian planes are impressive? There's a guy, there's one that I've seen that I think was a 737, slightly smaller one. But he comes in, jumps over the hill, dips down and fucking flies away like he's flying a fighter jet. It's crazy. Literally best pilots in the world, I reckon. Interesting. You see this? So, look at what the other plane did, right?
First one was an observation. This one might be the live one.
So that plane just let out a marker. I didn't even realize that's what it was. I thought it dropped something, but no, I think it's a marker for the actual 747 to come in, and when it hits it, to drop it. Because watch.
Yeah, because you can't really see down.
Right? Drops it. Hear it powering up. It's fucking sick! Fucking sick!
Wow!
I fucking love planes. Like, that's cool. That's fucking cool. And the fact that they're using that as a firefighting plane is fucking cool. It's dropping red. This is the video that I saw.
Here's the moment I've been waiting for. It's almost.
I think someone was trying to pass this off as a California fire video. So it's kind of interesting that I found this video.
It's incredible what this guy's about to do. And it's dropping straight down. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Unloading so much.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Like you can't deny the absolute level of skill that this takes. And the fact that these guys give up, like, airline piloting, you could do courier piloting, you could do private piloting, and they choose to do this shit, I bet you it's not very well paid comparatively to, like, piloting. I bet you it's kind of shit pay.
You fly for, like, Dubai and shit.
Exactly. You could fly for China and make $500,000. You fly in Dubai, you're making that much as well, I imagine. But, like, you know, these people choose to fight fires for a living, flying planes in some of the most dangerous situations that they could be flying in. These people could die at any moment. These planes always crash. There's so many videos of firefighting planes crashing.
Nobody has been able to.
We're going to check back in with our
Fox
Fox 11 LA team. Coverage of the fires that are burning all
into there. It's cold, and I have been really kind of amazed. And, you know, I think to myself, sometimes I get more excited than those firefighters do. That's the second time we've seen that huge Colson.
Dude, this one's a Chinook? What the fuck? There's a Chinook firefighting helicopter. That's fucking cool.
Do a drop out.
We have these ones.
Well, like, the thing is they like stage the tanks, so they like they have like trucks bring in the tanks, right, full of the things for the helicopters to pick up, for lift helicopters to pick up, and then so they pre-stage all those tanks close enough to where they're useful in the fire, and so the helicopters actually. Well, the ones that lift the tanks, they're some of the most active.
Yeah.
Like, it's much smaller because we're talking about these are tanks that are being brought in on trucks, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's much smaller than, like, the super jumbo stupor stuff, but, like, they're some of the coolest ones because they'll be the lowest flying.
Yeah. So I'm surprised that America doesn't have anything like this. It's like repurposed military stuff.
Probably do.
But these are the ones in Victoria.
Also, a lot of these companies are private. The ones that are professional firefighters.
Yep.
And meanwhile, the state uses slave labor.
Yeah, cool, right? So it must not be powered suction. They must use the Bernoulli effect to suck it up. Because if you have a look, they only just touch the nozzle into the water. So it must use like some kind of physics pressure to get it up. But you see how they're not really like dropping it on the fire either. They're kind of dropping it just in front of it. It's kind of interesting. This must be such stressful piloting work, though, don't you reckon? Like, this would be insanely taxing.
Maybe it's kind of like got that zen like pressure washing.
Maybe.
Like, it's satisfying to watch them put out the fires, right?
Yeah.
It's got to be satisfying to do it, right? Just like power washing.
Just being like, fuck you, I'm more powerful than one of the most destructive forces that Earth can
it's like
conjure.
it's like soap cutting for them, you know?
Yeah.
It's more of like putting out, it's like a activity to put out all the fires, you know? It's like a game. For your brain, like that's
on that ridge
how
line.
people
I'm
will
sure
be
that's
working with the pressure washers. You know, that's how I will feel when I was like, anytime I was doing cleaning jobs. You have to make it fun for yourself. So you zen out in the pressure washing and shit.
That's right. Isn't that at the top of California, like the top of LA? Man, those houses look very expensive. It doesn't, when you have it doesn't look all that windy today, though, which seems good.
Skyfox 1,200 feet away.
But that's an aspect of this that I think is good to keep in mind, right? Because you get in this point where you have so many questions of why this, why not this? But, you know, this battle is meticulously coordinated.
Yeah.
They know what they're doing, and sometimes you may not understand it, but, you know, they have a plan to try and get this out, get this contained.
Trust the science. Trust
progress.
the science.
Okay. Anyway, we went on that little tism tangent about planes and helicopters. Let's continue.
Well, to put it simply, this was pretty brazen and could have been a whole heck of a lot worse. The restricted airspace has been in place over the LA fire since Tuesday, a safe space for aerial firefighting by effectively creating a no-fly zone for other aircraft. And now the FAA wants to know how a drone ended up in there. It was hit by one of the air tankers helping out from Canada. Canadair CL-415, better known as the Super Scooper, has been vital to this air attack.
Firefighters need safe spaces.
fly out to the Pacific Ocean, load up on about 1,500 gallons of water, then swoop back in and drop that water on their target fire. This is the exact plane in question, known as Quebec 1. And these are the photos from the Los Angeles Fire Department. You can see the hole in the leading edge of the wing there. That is where the drone apparently impacted this plane. The latest update from the Los Angeles Fire Department says the plane remains out of service right now. And I want you to listen now to police who say the search is on to find out who was operating that drone in restricted airspace.
So, like, we're going to, like, strap his legs down and beat him with reeds, right?
I think that's an appropriate punishment.
You tie their legs together and you start beating them with a reed. That's what needs to happen to this person, right?
A drone in the fire traffic area is not only dangerous, but it's illegal. We do have our federal partners behind the scenes are going to be implementing procedures to be able to follow drones in our 2 large fire areas, and they will be able to identify who the operator of that drone is. The most important thing to know is that if you fly a drone at one of these brush fires,
I'd be
the law is the least of my problems if this happened to me.
Yeah.
Aerial operations will be shut down.
Like,
and
you
we
are
certainly
going to be
don't want to
hunted
have
by
that
your
happen.
neighbors.
Here's the good.
Yeah, like you literally could kill somebody.
We're going to hunt you.
You are literally grounding a firefighting plane. Like the odds of that leading to somebody dying because that plane is now not operational because you thought it was going to be a smart idea to go and get footage of the fucking destruction. Hope it was worth it, you fuckhead.
Yeah, and
Good news, the pilots did a good job of getting that plane back on the ground safely. Nobody was hurt.
Surely it's just a really dumb person.
They weren't trying to get footage or being malicious at all. They just they literally just don't have a brain. They're like that clueless.
No, I think it probably would have been. It would have been some kind of like, I want to get footage to sell to the news, kind of thing. Trying to profit off it.
Federal Aviation Administration says this: the FAA treats these violations seriously and immediately considers swift enforcement action for these offenses. It is a federal crime to interfere with fighting of a wildfire. You can face up to 12 months in prison. And the FAA can also
hasn't come off yet. That's actually a good point. Maybe we should start that. Start the rumor. It was actually the Iranians. They took out the Canadian plane. Remember how the Iranians and who are the other guys? No, it was Sikh, wasn't it? Damn, I was gonna make a joke. Wait, no, Iran assassinates fucking dissidents in Canada, doesn't it?
Sure.
Joke's over. Joke's dead.
Yeah, he's a fighter, great!
Pose a civil fine of $75,000. The LAFD says for a time this caused the airspace over the fires to be cleared out of an abundance of caution, so all the aircraft on the wildfire had to be grounded, and the FAA says that slows the fire response and could cost lives. Drones are really this emerging hazard right now, and we have seen it interfere with commercial air travel. We've seen it interfere with NFL football games. Now we've seen it interfere with a wildfire, and the FAA really not joking around with its punishment here.
Yeah, this is so terrible to see.
You know what I say? If you the cops should
beat
be
his
like
legs with reeds.
No.
That's what you say?
Cops or the state go $200 for every drone that you shoot out of the sky. Shoot them down.
I'd prefer not to have people shooting in the air.
Birdshot only.
This happen. When can that plane get back up in the air?
It seems like it should be a relatively easy fix. It looks mostly like just sheet metal, maybe superficial to me. So hopefully they'll be able to get it back up in the air soon. More and more help is arriving all the time. And the good news is California is pretty well equipped to do this. And the crews, these Canadian crews who often help out with wildfires like this from British Columbia and Quebec, they're so experienced with the wildfires there. They really know what they're doing, and they can drop water right on the target. It's almost like watching a great sports game when they really nail it. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it is impressive work and so silly for somebody
to washing effect.
Experts
to be up there in the air when they don't need to be when these delicate operations are taking place. Pete Montine, thanks so much for the update. Let's bring in Kenichi Haskett, Section Chief of the LA County Fire Department assigned to the Palisades fire. Thank you so much for being with us, Chief. I do want to get an update from you about the Palisades fire. We know it's 8% contained. How much longer do you think before it can be fully contained?
We want to fully contain this.
About 92% longer.
Okay, the movie is called A Year Without Santa Claus.
Okay. Never heard of
where
it.
that song is from. Now, instead of showing you the song, I'm going to show you a different part of the pop culture around this song. This is how we get claimed.
I'm Mr. White Christmas. I'm Mr. Snow.
Alright, that's enough. It will get us claimed.
It's Arnie.
Oh, it's from that Batman. Okay.
Well, it's the movie. The movie is real.
Once.
Come on, sing. Louder, come on, sing, sing, sing. Come on. Yes, come on, louder.
Anyway, the song is like catchy as fuck. That's in this movie. I don't remember anything about the movie except it's like these two guys are brothers and one is like summer and one is winter. And they get in a bet where he allows snow to come to Florida. Or something.
Okay.
But I don't know what the plot about Santa Claus has to do with anything, because I only remember Heat Miser and whatever this guy's name is. Mr. Snow?
Mr. Freeze.
No. It is Snow Miser. So it's Snow Miser and Heat Miser. But the songs are super catchy. And it's not stuff that you'll hear people play with Christmas music, even though it's better than a lot of it.
That's funny. No, I just need to...
See? There you go. I sent it to you.
Yeah.
So you can look at it and not get claimed and be like, hey, I think Snow White Miser's song is better than Heat Miser's song.
Okay.
But you might like Heat Miser's song.
Fair. So I just had to...
I can't believe nobody knew what that was.
I had to shit post on the 5th Gen Instagram page because I retweeted a thing about Zuckerberg allowing people to call trans people mentally ill on meta platforms now, and I'm like, very cool, definitely won't lead to mental health crisis or suicide.
Comboed that with his Joe Rogan appearance.
Yeah, pretty fucking cool.
I love it.
So somebody messaged me from the Instagram and was like, mean words online are literally trans genocide, and I'm called, no, it's literally, I said, no, it's called not being an insufferable cunt. And then posted this. Because if people want to fucking go out of their way to message the page to be a cunt, I'm gonna fucking post it. I don't give a shit. What I did last time was I allowed a person responding to elaborate and expand on a subject, which I expanded on the 30% of firefighters fighting the California fires being slave prison labor. How many people have you heard talk about that? Nobody, probably.
A few. Hassan.
Really? Interesting.
Of course. I bet you... Oh, now you're back. I bet you would know the Snow Miser and Heat Miser song.
Hmm.
And what it was from. You could have saved us all that time if you were
That was a
here,
lot of
but you
time.
weren't.
Hello.
I really hope I save this. There's this fucking great Hassan clip. Hey, Jack.
Uh-oh, retard alert!
What?
I have an assignment for you.
Okay. Is it
I need
speaking
to-
louder into the microphone?
Well, I turned it up because I thought my nose was whistling, but I realized it was yours.
Oh, was it? That's funny.
Anyway, there's this video from Australian TV, and I need you to find the whole thing.
Is it the Shadow Man?
Nope, I will show you a minute of it. I have a minute. And it ends right when it's getting good, and I'm like, okay, I need to see more of this.
It's the Shadow Man.
Ignoring the main point here, which is... And you're a staunch critic of the rebels. Why?
Well, I think this whole debate is ignoring the main point here, which is that the rebel uprising or the democratic uprising is not that. It's a Muslim Brotherhood uprising. The Muslim Brotherhood was the main opposition group in Syria.
Go back.
Go back and rewind?
Like 3 seconds, yeah.
Rebel uprising or the democratic...
Insight. It's and then her name. I assume that's her name.
Ah, I fucking knew it.
Democratic uprising is not that. It's a Muslim Brotherhood uprising. The Muslim Brotherhood was the main opposition group in Syria for the last 40 years, and they are the ones that want to remove the secular government. And I'm not a government.
I don't
12
care.
years ago?
You know, I do not care if the Muslim Brotherhood wants to remove Assad. I do not care. I do not care how democratic the revolution is. When you drop sarin on people, I don't even care if they're fascist at that point, you know?
Yeah.
As long as they're less fascist. You know, like Erdogan, for example, is a main faction. Better than Assad. Now we can focus on Erdogan and Israel being the villains in the conflict. Now that Assad's gone. Just like with the Americans in Iraq. Right?
Yes.
Like, they united with the Americans to fight ISIS and IRGC shit. And once those threats ended, if the Americans didn't leave, guess what would have happened next?
Boom, boom, boom.
Government supporter. I am for the reform process, just like the majority of the Syrian people. But the fact is, before you interrupt me, sir, the fact is, it is the American and NATO governments and Israel that are funding these Al-Qaeda terrorists and Muslim Brotherhood extremists, and that is the point that everybody here is missing. And the fact is that, excuse me, sir, but you do have a stake in ignoring the main point here.
See?
Clowning right now.
It ends right when it gets good there.
Uh-huh.
Tonight on Insight,
Look what I
the
found.
conflict in Syria.
The government.
Now they looked at it.
With the so-called... Add this to streaming fund so I can pull it up tomorrow.
Syria and Iran,
Yes!
which is why they
Yes!
came here.
You won't
The
be able
Queen.
to because it's on SBS's streaming service.
Okay. Well...
So I'll have to be there. Which could be an issue. Or
I
could
could
watch it
just...
today.
replay this section. I figured you'd be able to only get it if you were Australian, because if I tried to search for this, it wouldn't come up in my algorithm.
Well, that's why I asked what that was, because as soon as I got the name, I was able to find it instantly. But this is actually very interesting, because, like...
I assumed you were trying to read the post. That's why I was confused about going back. Because I was trying to pull it up so you could read the text, the caption the person put.
I think this would be an interesting thing just to stream and react to by itself. As a look back, get Alan on, get a bunch of people on, just really analyze what the fuck was happening here.
Maybe we will look at the whole thing tomorrow.
Because that's actually not an awful idea. Because this looks way more interesting than anything ABC could put together. And that's because it's SBS. SBS is way fucking better. But it's
Wait, go
funny
back. I want to see Parmesan Girl.
No, I'm just showing you like the other ones because there's like a bunch of other stuff. So it's I haven't heard of this before, Insight. But it seems, I guess it started in 2014, 17 seasons. So it's been around since like 2010-ish, 2007. But I looked, and so I was actually surprised that they didn't take stuff down. But yeah, this was the first one that was there. So, and also, the streaming service is not blocking me from screen sharing it, surprisingly. So thank you SBS for not being greedy cunts. Very cool.
Regime that is killing.
The fact is,
let her
interrupt me, sir. I don't have a mood for clowning right now. The fact is, the Syrian army are jihadists from Libya and Yemen. Part of them are Al-Qaeda affiliated.
Look at everybody fucking looking at it. I'm so excited.
Al-Qaeda.
How about the defectors?
All right, there's your preview. We'll do it later.
I would like you to remove everybody that's smiling right now.
I just check out the link I just sent you. You're gonna love it.
Oh my god.
Olympics right around the corner, and you know I'm a big Olympics supporter. California, they're just not equipped to handle this. And we got the Olympics right around the corner, and you know I'm a big Olympics guy, Tim. So we can't have this happening on my watch.
I hear you.
Good to see you. Thanks for having me. California, they're just not.
What the fuck just happened?
I love that he still has this fucking hoodie and beanie on to go to the fucking national news.
It is banned.
It's
those large firefront.
Like, at least be like a meme and wear like the t-shirt that's a suit. You know, the tux t-shirt. At least do something funny.
That's fucking great. You could theoretically, but I think you actually have to have like an account and location in Australia. Like it's kind of shit. I already have.
I got another thing to show you real quick.
So we'll take advantage of that with our aircraft, and it helps eliminate.
Yeah, I mean,
we're still on the fires.
Haven't you seen his super sick demo video that he filmed with all the super famous skaters?
Who was trapped in the fire.
Whoa.
I got him on my other cell phone on speakerphone so he can describe
Jack, don't walk away.
from his perspective. He's been sending me.
Dude, imagine you're a fish and you're chilling. All of a sudden, this big ass plane comes in and just picks you up and then dumps you on top of a fire. All of a sudden, you're charred tuna. You know, it's crazy.
That's the best take I've heard.
I fucking loved that video. And people are like using that to clown on him. Like he doesn't understand he's
that's great.
There.
No, that's great.
Like my favorite I can't. By the way, I cannot wait for H3's doing a content nuke on him.
Oh no!
And like his promotion of it been so cringe, it's getting me more excited about it. Because like, what possibly could Ethan pull up about Hassan that
We
I
have
don't
new live
already
pictures
know,
coming in from
and we'll know that it's in extreme bad faith when he's doing it?
I don't know, but I'm excited.
High showing you the fire
look at
line
that.
in the
You
Palisade.
know, the border with North Korea there. You see all the lights around in the south, and then it's completely
that's
dark.
literally the thought that I had. I'm like, hey, look, North Korea.
It's fire. So this is a new perspective. Live pictures again coming in. Palisades. This has been the largest fire.
Just put water on it.
Not just this time, but in Los Angeles history. And this is where we're talking about 9,000 homes and other structures destroyed. And that's really just an early count. This is just a sweeping disaster. Homes and buildings reduced to ash, lives upended for sure. Now, in responding to this incredible crisis in the United States.
My favorite part about the news coverage of the fires was the initial coverage was only celebrities. That's it. That's all it was. Just celebrities.
Yeah, well, that's because nobody would care.
Yeah, and that's why I now have this meme.
H3 was crying that Hassan would be happy as hell. No, I don't think he was crying. I think he was literally memeing and like
James Woods.
feeding trolls. And it was his idea to be like, "Hey, I'm releasing this video. Don't forget."
Who? What are you talking about?
So fucking Ethan posted an Instagram story to promote this video he's gonna release on Hassan. He said, "I bet Hassan hopes my computer is lost in the fire," and people are just like, "How do I make this about me?" Blah 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 blah. Like, y'all need to calm the fuck down.
Yeah, people need to chill.
Yeah.
Other states, not just California, have responded. So have neighbors. So has Canada. And there's been, in fact, a very significant Canadian contribution offered. Trisha is here with some of the details as to how, well...
No.
And I think Ethan knows that.
Friends helping friends is how some have characterized it. Allies helping allies. What's the latest?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Heather, we want to tell you about a bit of an incident that happened yesterday. We're just starting to learn some details about it. There was an aircraft that's known as Quebec 1 that was struck by a drone. Now, that happened yesterday afternoon around 1 o'clock. Now, we do have some visuals here. It's according to LA Fire.
Sorry, what
it happened.
Why the fuck does it say CBCNN? Jump out of a plane.
Early yesterday, as I mentioned there, they did specify now that it was a civilian drone, not a piece of equipment that was being used by crews battling those flames.
Nobody in the world
did post to social media.
knows the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation as CBCNN. What the fuck are you doing?
Well, this is their news site. It's like PBS NewsHour, you know? Because CBC is more than news.
Sure, that's why it's CBC News. Just like ABC is ABC News.
I agree with
ABC,
you, but like, I agree with you. It's just funny that they put the NN. To,
like ABC.
I mean, look, if you think about it, they're saving space. NN is
they could take the live away.
News.
They could take the live away.
Well, you have
and
to
just
know
put
that it's
CBC
live,
News.
right? Look, you put live on your thing.
Only because we have the restream bullshit.
Yeah, but people are accustomed to news being rebroadcasted.
No, I know, and that's what. But that's why.
Then it's funny because they'll say we're live, and they'll show you footage from earlier, and still have the live ticket on it. But normally it'll say live in the corner, and then it will say from earlier on the footage to make it extra confusing.
Yes.
It's
right,
the
so
new
take
news.
the live.
Is that really what it is? Noon News is the name of the show.
You're fucking kidding me. I wanna fucking end myself.
That's funny.
That's even worse.
About about the incident, saying they would like to remind everyone that flying drones in the midst of firefighting efforts is a federal crime, punishable by up to 12 months in prison or even a fine. Now, you can see the damage that was left behind by that drone strike on the wing of the plane there. The plane has since been grounded. Obviously not the news anyone wants at this time when all of those crews are just essential as they continue to battle those flames. The incident is also under investigation, Heather, I should say, by the Federal Aviation Administration.
Cool. So that's one of the water bombers that's come in to help, obviously, in this crisis, extending its time in California and other provinces and federally. What kind of a response have you seen?
Yeah, that's right, Heather. Like you said, neighbors helping neighbors. So it's very much an all-hands-on-deck response as they are coordinating things across the country right now. We've seen a number of provinces jumping in. Alberta's premier has said that province would deploy teams, including up to a couple hundred firefighters. We've also...
Does Mexico have fires often? I wouldn't imagine so.
Well, only one section of Mexico is populated, so I assume it doesn't matter if they do.
Yeah, okay.
Also heard from BC and Ontario and obviously Quebec that they'll be sending teams as well. Now, we also heard from...
Okay. So we've covered the actual fires, plus lots of tangents, so let's see some actual reporting.
California's famed coastline, flattened and charred. The scale of this disaster hard to comprehend.
Pretty devastating. I don't think LA's seen anything like this before.
I hope in the future we can find a way to maybe even better prepare or...
surprisingly, the rapist dude, the alleged one, or whatever.
Andrew Tate?
No, the 5 News guy. I think his name is Andrew anyway, but...
I don't know what you're talking about.
The dude that does the on the street interviews and shit. He's got the fluffy hair. Like sexually assaulted someone.
Oh, Andrew. Callahan.
Yes, I said his name was Andrew.
Yes, okay.
He did a short video on the fires, and it was exactly how you should be doing it, which is talking to the fucking people who don't have the money to rebuild and recuperate. You watch, and this is going to be my biggest criticism, you watch how fucking fast these communities get rebuilt while the fucking Appalachia, Western North Carolina, all these places devastated by the hurricanes, still in ruin. Did you know that their housing...
Maybe they should have thought about that before.
Did you know their housing vouchers?
Maybe if they were Protestant and worked harder.
Did you know their housing vouchers for hotels expired yesterday? That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Well, maybe if they had a better work ethic and read the gospel, they would have prosperity.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they should have respected our Protestant work culture before they came to this country.
What are you talking about?
You don't know what this is?
I know what you're referencing.
This is literally what they believe.
About the fact that the entire area is still devastated.
And I'm talking about how these people think that it's their fault because they don't work hard enough. That's why they're poor.
This is completely irrelevant. I'm talking about how fast...
It's called a joke.
I don't care.
It's a joke.
I'm trying to make a point. A point that this fucking area is going to be rebuilt.
I'm moving on.
Infernos sweep through suburban Los Angeles in the middle of winter. The LA Fire Department says the blaze started here in this residential neighborhood on the edge of a mountain ridgeline. It quickly spread to this expansive area and eventually new fires broke out in other parts of the city. The fires were fueled by a dangerous wind event which brought hot hurricane-force gales. Here, a satellite image shows the Santa Ana winds created by the mountainous landscape in California and surrounding states. Air pressure builds in the high grounds of the desert. The wind warms up as it descends the mountains and then speeds up as it passes through narrow canyons. Those gusts fanned flames that firefighters couldn't control.
The fires will not stop while those winds are blowing. Santa Ana means devil wind for good reason.
Another factor, extra dry conditions this year, an excess fuel load in the area.
There's been very little rain at typically the time of the year when there is helpful rain. This is when Southern California gets its needed rain for the entire year during the winter months. It just hasn't happened.
The parched grounds in densely populated areas, a recipe for disaster.
The last 2 winters have been very prolific in terms of rain and mountain snow, and that caused vegetation to green up. And then when it's been dry in the last several months, it all dried out and created a tinderbox.
It's an almost impossible task to contain fires in these conditions. Now emergency services in some parts of the city are running low on an essential resource.
100 fire engines, flowing water. We are gonna stretch our water system.
These fires forcing residents and authorities to redefine disaster season.
Unfortunately, we're seeing climate change in action. We're seeing worldwide lengthening fire seasons.
The global impacts of these fires still unfolding.
fucking kidding
Isabella
me?
Higgins.
Can anybody tell me how these fucking fires started? Please tell me how they fucking started. This isn't an
Heat Miser did them.
This isn't an extension of the fucking fire season.
Mr. What's Heat Miser's song?
I don't know. You only
It's
showed
not.
me
Look,
the winter
I
one.
wasn't trying to fight. Jack's just anti-comedy. It's not my fault. He hates jokes.
Because I was trying to make a proper point.
Okay, and comedy's illegal. Got it.
Like this, I don't know if anybody else has not noticed this, but nobody can actually say how the fire started, and that's because we don't fucking know, and we won't know until it's over.
I was talking about this with Alan. So, the whole like focusing on water levels and stuff with like climate change, I think is very bad, and it just invites these fucking like wacky, like crackpotty things, because
Space
like in
lasers.
so many places the sea levels don't rise. Like Australia doesn't have rising sea levels, right? You don't have anything like that, right? Isn't that a thing in Australia?
I don't think so. I don't know.
So, and then they'll be like measuring tides and being like, the tide is higher this year, the sea levels are rising. And I think this helps discredit climate change. And I was talking to him about how like the dead zones from nitrogen is like so much more important, and it's a pollution factor. It's not like, hey, water levels are rising. That's so irrelevant to people.
Yeah.
You know, like your brain doesn't like process it. It's like how you can't process how far away the moon is. But you can understand nitrogen runoff in the Gulf of Mexico hurting the environment and being like, hey, we should stop that. And focusing on things like that is so much better. But of course, you have to have some guy, anytime it's a natural disaster, you have to have some guy say that it's climate change that did it. This is the same thing with the sea levels. It like climate change just being accepted invites this junk science in, where these people just talk and just say, yep, climate change exists, climate change happening, climate change, and it's not doing anything. Like, you're not like accomplishing anything by saying, hey, climate change aggravated this fire. No shit.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
it doesn't need to be said. And that's basically what I said when I posted about this yesterday. I said on the actual 5th gen page, I was like, this is the only person I've seen talk about the fires correctly. Climate change exacerbated the Santa Ana winds, likely human-lit fires, and American houses.
But here's the thing:
lots of fire and completely uncontrollable due to the
if climate change hasn't happened, and because like sometimes winds will just be hot this year, right?
Yeah,
that's the largest factor. He said it earlier. Like there was a lot of green that sprung up because of a different season, and then it dried out, leading to more fuel for the fire.
Yeah,
stuff like that. Okay, so if climate change wasn't a factor, how much less fire would exist right now? Can you tell me that? No, because that's like an impossible thing to fucking measure with science.
Yeah.
Would it be
and
significant? I don't know.
Yes, we did. We had really big, really bad fires during COVID. I don't think they were arson, but a lot of fires in California are arson.
California at this point, like I've actually, so like in New Hampshire, we had a really dry day and I threw a cigarette into mulch and I had to go get a bucket of water to start dumping it on the mulch.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So like it could have been something like that. Somebody could have just thrown a cigarette down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it literally could be that. And for you to claim that this is started unable to be stopped and exacerbated by climate change is just it's the same. It's the same as the sixth-gen
The
plane.
fires would exist regardless.
Yes.
If climate change or not, it would be burning right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like climate change isn't that drastic that wildfires wouldn't exist in a wildfire season.
Yeah, it's crazy to contemplate. Like, how do you think the wildfires were when the oxygen levels were fucking insane?
Well, that's
They
a
would have
good
been
question
globally
because I imagine like oxygen is just a small factor because the litter of the leaves and stuff. So it would depend on how abundant dry plant life was, I would think.
Well, vegetation has been around longer than most creatures.
Well, I know some of the first vegetation was not vegetation. It was the megafungus.
Yes.
Do you know about the megafunguses?
And yeah.
They're like
they're
tree-sized.
trees. Yeah, I think they were the first trees were spore trees. So they release spores and
well,
that's
like
how they spread.
ferns are like older than other
yeah.
plants.
Fern is the oldest plant, I think, and they're a spore plant. No.
They do spore, yeah.
Yes. Okay. So like that stuff is all through the Dandenongs in Australia. I'm not sure if it burns well or not. I know eucalyptus doesn't really burn that well. A lot of eucalypt trees don't burn, which is interesting because California is like the only other place that eucalypt trees are. So I'm actually curious how the eucalyptus trees are withstanding because they're massive, really thick trunks, and they are really good at withstanding fire.
ABC News.
What the fuck?
Back home now, and there are calls for Australia to be more self-sufficient when it comes to fighting fires. During the Black Summer fires, more than 1,000 people from North America helped out, bringing with them vital resources. But as fire seasons merge, there are doubts now over whether we'd be able to share resources with the US in future.
I think that the foresight of the outgoing RFS Fire Chief Rob Rogers was the right one, and that is to invest in infrastructure owned by taxpayers in the state so that if we need it, even in periods when we're not expecting it, it's ready to go.
Craig Lapsley is an expert in emergency fire management here in Australia. Craig, how does it work at the moment when we talk about firefighting resources that we share with other countries? What are we talking about exactly?
Hi, Rove. Well, there is agreements in place for firefighters that can be deployed from Australia across to other countries, in particular Canada, and that's occurred only in the last number of months. So there's those resources. I think the challenge, though, Rove, is the big aircraft. So we have got big aircraft that operate in the Northern Hemisphere in their summer, and then they come south to the Southern Hemisphere to Australia in our summer. That's a challenge because now we've got longer fire seasons, we've got more frequent, more intense extreme weather events, which means we have more bushfires that need this sort of resourcing. So those shared resources or the shared agreements, they certainly would need to be reviewed as a result of this to make sure that if you're relying on something from the Northern Hemisphere, will it come? Because you can see California's not going to change now. Like they're going to have a 365-day fire season ongoing if they haven't already done that. So the big challenge is, I think, about aircraft, and particularly that's contracted. The majority of it is contracted and comes from the Northern Hemisphere into the Southern Hemisphere. So that's got to be one issue. However, when you say that, Rob Rogers, who's the Commissioner of New South Wales Rural Fire Service, has led the way and made sure that New South Wales purchased a large air tanker, so a 737 that lives in Australia, and also a very large helicopter that lives in Australia. So it's not as if we haven't thought it through, it's just is two enough for Australia, and you'd suggest it's not, because all the rest is contracted. So well done, New South Wales Rural Fire Service, but the other states, I think, need to get on the back of it. And the other one, Rove, that's there is the federal government this year, for the first time, funded a large air tanker and a large helicopter that's in country for about 6 months. And that's the first time the feds have stumped up money to give that capability. So it's not as if we're in the worst position, it's a matter of learning and being better than we are today, and there's still some opportunities for improvement.
Now, seeing how things have happened in LA, the devastation there, is there anything we should be taking from that about fire conditions here?
Look, I think one of the key things is to understand that it's not just a summer event. We're going to see, and with the climate that we're having, the climate change, the issues around weather events, more frequent and more intense fires will occur, and they're going to be out of season. They're going to be out of that traditional season. So they'll be earlier, they'll be later, the seasons will be longer, and we need to accept that as Australia, that these things are going to challenge us. And I think it's too easy to fall back in that it's a summertime problem. LA is a little different. LA is a city that's built in a desert, and their winter is still 28 degrees.
Why the fuck does it take an Australian to say fucking Los Angeles is at the edge of 2 fucking deserts? You actual morons. Why is there no water in LA? I wonder why. Like,
he's Mr. Heat Miser.
Like, also, to what you were saying is like, the water, who gives a shit? It doesn't matter. The water levels are irrelevant to the firefighting. But
I mean, they are low on water.
No, of course they are. They've been low on water for decades.
The whole Trump thing where he thinks that if they just had more water, it would be okay.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
They need more than water.
Why does it take an Australian to acknowledge the fact that California lives south of of Death Valley and west of the Sonoran Desert? It's like the shittest place for a city you could possibly want.
They wake up to it. So it's not as if they have freezing cold weather in the LA environment. It's still very much a beach resort across LA and San Diego, that part of California. The interesting thing that California has really had, and it's been there for years, is these Santa Ana winds. And the Santa Ana winds come late. So the normal summer in LA is hot, dry, but not as windy. And then the winds come November, December, January. So the Santa Ana winds are well known in LA, and people that live there know all about them. And the other day they did put out red flag warnings. I think where they may have, if I've been watching it, the updated warnings where the fires are, what people need to do. And it's one thing to say evacuate, but where do you go? I think those are the challenges. So there's some learnings that we can learn from there. But on the same token, I think LA might still learn a little bit from Australia as well, because there's some things that have been well and truly developed here because of Victoria and New South Wales, reviews of recent years. So we shouldn't be scared to offer up our knowledge and our advice in the nicest way possible to help LA and the Southern California people understand what we've done, and we've done some things different.
Sobering stuff, but thanks for your insight, Craig.
Thank you.
Joining me live now is Emergency Management Minister Jenny McAllister. Minister, thanks so much for coming on the program. We heard there from the President that Canada is sending assistance to Los Angeles. Is Australia going to be doing the same in terms of aid or personnel or firefighting assets?
We are yet to receive any response for assistance, but of course, as always, we stand ready to assist our friends in the United States. We'll do everything we responsibly can should a request come before us. And there's a long history of cooperation between our countries on firefighting. We actually had personnel in the US over the course of 2024. And of course, we've had received great benefit from US personnel coming to Australia in years previous as well.
They helped us a lot in the Black Summer bushfires. Have we offered to send assistance over there?
Yes, we've reached out through diplomatic channels and made it clear that we're ready to assist. But of course, it's for the US authorities to define what they require, and we'll do everything we responsibly can to support them should they make a request of us.
Yeah, we are in our peak bushfire season right now. Do we have the assets to spare?
Look, it would depend on the nature of the request, and it's difficult to speculate about it in the absence of a specific request. We'd assess it. We'd assess, of course, our own needs, but we'll do everything we, as I say, responsibly can to help our colleagues in the United States if they ask us.
These fires are unprecedented. Are these LA fires raising concerns for you that the US and Canada may not be able to spare firefighters in their winter months in the future as these fire seasons change or extend?
Oh my God, it's not a
Look, I think all
fucking
Australians will
fire
see that.
season, you fucking idiots. Jesus Christ. It's literally winter. Just use your brains and ask the question, is it more likely that it was started by a person or naturally in winter? Like, oh my God.
The scenes coming out of Los Angeles and be just as heartbroken as I am to see the impact on these communities. They are devastating, and we know that right across the world we are seeing longer fire seasons and more intense fire weather. That's true in the United States, and it's true for us. Cooperation will continue to be a feature of how we manage our fire seasons here in Australia and right across the world. But we do know we've got to step up. We've received advice from the scientists very clearly for years that these kinds of circumstances are going to arise more frequently, and we are going to confront fire seasons that in some instances will be unprecedented. It's why we've made the investments we have as a government. In our last budget, we significantly increased the resources available for aerial firefighting. We're now putting in $48 million a year. That's allowed us to secure not only the large air tanker, but also the 3 heavy lift helicopters. And we can use those assets for firefighting, but also in other emergencies like floods and cyclones. We've also made some really other significant investments in preparedness so that Australia can actually be confident that our government can step in and support the states and territories when emergencies like this arise.
Okay, accept that, Minister, but during a bad fire season, we need about 7 large air tankers, but we only own 1. We lease the rest from North America. Is our access to those aircraft becoming affected as fire seasons extend in both hemispheres? And do we need to buy a full fleet of large air tankers and be more self-sufficient? Is this a wake-up call?
You're right that we need to step up the volume and the availability of aircraft, and that's why we've made the investments we have. We did so on the advice of the fire chiefs, and we constantly work with them to ensure that we're securing the kind of assets that are appropriate for the conditions that present at the time. To date, the advice has been that the leasing arrangements we've had are the best way to secure a sufficiently flexible fleet to meet a changing fire environment. But we do need to assess and review that. We've commissioned a review, it's underway, and we expect to receive the results from that this year.
Time is pressing. Jenny McAllister, appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Donald Trump is now weighing in on the horrific fires in Los Angeles County, and he's laying the blame on California's Democratic governor. He said on Truth Social, quote, Governor Gavin Newsom refused to sign.
Heard it. I can't believe.
Well, we want to turn to another.
Oh God.
Important story, as I said at the outset of the show here. A lot of people wondering what's going to be happening with the new incoming Trump administration. U.S.-Mexico relations right at the heart of that. A number of different sort of war of words things have already happened, but could be leading up to some more serious moves by the U.S. government aimed against Mexico. As always, we are honored to be joined here as we continue the show by Kurt Hackbarth, who's a writer, journalist for Jacobin Magazine, and also the host of the Sobriana Mexican Politics podcast. Kurt, thank you as always for being with us.
Thanks very much, guys. Happy New Year.
Well, Happy New Year to you. Great to be joining you, Kurt, by the way, from America Mexicana. This is right. Our new country here. But, you know, it's, I guess I kind of want to start there in a way, right? Because it almost feels like, you know, the bellicosity of Trump.
The term Jacobin was around long before the French Revolution. But why would you want to name your fucking press after terrorists?
And shit terrorists at that. Very strange.
Against any country in the world, that a lot of what he tries to do is just bully people in American politics as well into submission by having this sort of outsized thing. But I have to say, Claudia Sheinbaum has given as good as she's gotten, if not more. And from the very first sort of ridiculous set of taunting is not just throwing back haymakers, but laying out serious arguments in response. And to me, that just says something about the Fourth Transformation and the Fourth Transformation Project, that she is not rolling over. Mexico is not rolling over. They're saying, you want to come for us, we're going to stand up for our own people and what's right.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And we saw this, first of all, when Trump initially threatened tariffs against Mexico, and President Sheinbaum came out with a very firm letter that actually got a lot of traction in the United States, which was great to see, right? Where she laid out that, if you do tariffs, we'll have to do tariffs in response. We'll all lose. But remember, the drug consumption problem is on your side, and we have to, suffer from the weapons that come in from the U.S. to Mexico, and the dead bodies are ours, right? So, Americans can be putting everything they want down their throats or up their nose, but it's the Mexicans that put the dead bodies in this, right? So I think that was a really good kind of opening salvo in a good way, because as you saw, Trump shifted away from talking about Mexico after that letter and started attacking Canada in his really, the classic bullying way. Trudeau had his ridiculous moment of going down to Mar-a-Lago, to try to, plead his case, and a few weeks later, he's gone. He's out of office. And I think that was a really interesting contrast between, the Canadian response, acting like a vassal state, basically, which is actually what López Obrador called them at one point, former Mexican President López Obrador, and the very firm response by Claudia Sheinbaum. Now, a few weeks later, Trump is back at it again with this whole idea that Mexico is run by the cartels, and he's going to change the name of the Gulf of Mexico to, just stupid stuff, Gulf of America, just to try to grab headlines and blah, blah, blah. So how do you respond to something like that? Do you get angry? Do you respond kind of, viscerally, which is exactly what he wants? Or do you do what President Sheinbaum did again, yesterday? Break out the map. This is where Mexico was before. America Mexicana's got a great ring to it. Why not go back?
I mean, I laughed out loud for real when I saw that clip. I mean,
I laughed out loud for real.
Did you, Rania? Did you laugh? Oh my God.
Even CNN enjoyed it, by the way. You know how the mainstream media is not huge fans of the Morena party in Mexico, but even they were like, "Oh, watch her, take a dig at Trump." All that's to say, we do have this incoming Trump administration, Kurt, and there are apparently plans to invade Mexico. We've heard in recent years the right-wing, the Republican Party, very important members in the Republican Party advocate for even bombing Mexico. Of course, they use the drug cartels as a reason for doing that. They throw in China and fentanyl factories, and other mainstream liberal outlets have played into these fantasies as well, like the New York Times. So I'm just curious, as we await the Trump administration to enter office, what are the expectations here of what could take place? Because it kind of seems like they're pretty set on some sort of U.S. aggression towards Mexico, invoking the drug cartels as the reason, but we know there's actual reasons behind it that have nothing to do with that.
Sure. So, I think we have to always work to separate the rhetoric from the reality with Trump, right? Because Trump tries to intimidate with this whole kind of constant verborea, like they say in Spanish, the constant verbiage, right? So it's all, Canada and then Greenland and then the Panama Canal and then this and that, let's remember, this is not the United States that it was even in Trump's first term. This is the United States. It's in a much more multilateral world. This is the United States, which is, within its proxy wars in Ukraine, its genocide in Gaza. It's trying to provoke a war with China, within the next couple of years. It's loaded its government with China hawks, right?
Wrong one. Hold on.
Uh-oh, retard alert.
That's better. That's the correct one.
Come on, you. You're going to have to sit in the dunce chair.
It's a government that's it's a country that's much more indebted, and a whole series of things. Obviously, the small reputation...
Literally none of that matters. Literally none of that matters. America could big dick every country on Earth, and there's nothing that they can fucking do about it.
And you definitely have a really, really huge dick.
Literally.
Your pee-pee is giganto.
The US could slap their dick on Greenland's face, and Denmark would be like, "Oh, please stop it." What are they going to do?
Yummy penis.
States had left in the world scale.
You can oppose the American imperial posturing as much as you want, but you can't deny the fact that the American military would shit all over even NATO. If it was NATO versus America, America would dumpster them. Just absolutely dumpster them. You have to be one of the dumbest cunts to deny that reality. But what are you going to point to? China has a 6th-gen plane? Show me the proof.
Gone because of Gaza, right? So, this idea that they can just, in such cavalier fashion, go in and invade Mexico doesn't really correspond to the reality, despite the wet dreams of some of the Trumpers, right? And, I think they'll realize that they're dealing in Mexico now with a very unified society against any kind of U.S. aggression. Claudia Sheinbaum has a 78% approval rating in the latest polls, compared to, the U.S., where half of the country hates Trump, or Canada, which just, ejected Trudeau.
Should I bring up the percentage of the population that actually voted? Because I tell you what, buddy, it ain't half. And for a journalist to not know this, it's kind of sad.
Don't call these people journalists.
It's roughly 27% of the U.S. population voted for Donald Trump. Not sure if you're aware of this, but that's not a very high number, Buster.
Mexico's in a very different situation now. Now, that's not to say that the U.S. may very well not try something. And it's very worrying that the new ambassador, the new U.S. ambassador in Mexico, who's going to be replacing Ken Salazar, is Ron Johnson, a former Green...
I mean, we're not surprised by this.
Johnson!
We aren't surprised by this. What's going to be funny is Japan dumpstering China's planes with F-15s. That's going to be pretty funny. Trump will be forced to act, by the way. The Philippines has a mutual defense pact with America, and if China acts on their imperialism in the South China Sea, America is promised to defend, at minimum, the Philippines. You also have to take into account that Japan is an American asset with lots of American bases and soldiers in it. China invading Taiwan, whether you like it or not, is a direct threat to the United States military. They will respond. Trump won't stop that. The Pacific Fleet will respond. If they invade Taiwan, the Pacific Fleet will 100% respond. There's far more likely for a conflict to break out into a wider war in China over Taiwan than there is anywhere else, except for Turkey. I think Syria, potentially Turkey, depending on how that goes, could maybe lead to an interesting conflict. But, well, it's not too likely, I don't think. Yeah, we're probably not going to see America go too hard against Turkey, right? Like, that's pretty unlikely as compared to, like, against China.
You'll have to turn in tomorrow to find out.
But yeah, so it's like, I don't know. I could be grossly underestimating China, so keep that in mind. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't see a conscript army, no matter how enthusiastic they are. A conscript army, once the going gets tough, is gonna crumble. I mean, look at Russia. Look how many people they had to bring in to just reinforce their lines, and they're denying that their conscripts are getting fucked. Like, yeah, there might be more people, and that's why they're winning, but they're losing so many more. So it's like, I don't know. I just don't see how China, after all this blowhard nationalist posturing, can invade Taiwan, have resistance, and be held up like Russia is in Ukraine, and that having positive domestic effects. From what I can tell, the Chinese people seem pretty loud when everybody gets loud. So if somebody starts speaking up and people get loud, it's going to be an interesting time in China. It's definitely something to watch, but it could also just be posturing. We don't really know.
Beret, and we know the Green Berets, they specialize in covert ops, right?
Imagine if China just goes January 21st. Fuck it, let's go. We ball in.
Also, a former CIA spook, right? So Ron Johnson was very active in El Salvador.
Yeah, well, this is the other thing, right? All of the Chinese training, like, look at all the soy facing that people do over there. Their highly drilled marching. Highly drilled marching and performative martial arts is not going to win you wars. Right? I can't remember what I saw, but somebody said the 34 IQ Marine that eats crayons is going to have a field day. I'm like, yeah, they will. I mean, look at North Korea. North Korea's troops are all prim and proper and march all nice and in time and shit. And they send a whole battalion to Ukraine and it's gone. How did that marching go when the plan went to shit? Did it go well? Did all that following orders and marching all nice and pretty? Did that work out when the plan went to shit? No. It's not actually training, it's just performative? Cool. Okay. It's so crazy to me that this is an actual talking point that convinces people that China is like this strong thing. Look at how they march. It's always confused me.
Salvador civil war back in the late 70s and early 80s, when the U.S. was arming, financing, and training death squads in El Salvador to terrorize, torture, mutilate, and disappear the Salvadorian population. And all those people were trained up at Fort Benning at the School of the Americas, right? And then he went on, he went on to Panama in the Noriega years. In the CIA, he was over helping to break up Yugoslavia. So, Ron Johnson is a very clear...
Not Yugoslavia! Alright, boring.
One of the things, though, that we have to keep in mind, Donald Trump's going to be saying some crazy-ass stuff. I think occasionally we will play some of that stuff.
Oh my god, I missed my secret video. How could you do this?
I've been called out by everybody for the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge. Homer Simpson, Mike Tyson, Vince McMahon, like everybody's going crazy over this thing. I guess they want to see whether or not it's my real hair, which it is. So here's what I'm going to do. Miss Universe and Miss USA, I own it. They're here. They're going to really do a number on me. I'm challenging President Obama, my son Donald, my son Eric. Let's go, ladies. What a mess.
What a mess, he said. It's water.
Well, we want to turn to another.
It's water, bro. It's not a mess.
Did we
think by default, water is not a mess. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh no. Maybe do it earlier in the day so the sun will dry it off.
You want to see my favorite part? Not the fact that they're on top of the building, right? That's the first part. This is my favorite part right here. The subtle this is my water.
Oh yeah. Of course.
And then the
Trump, you were also
Homer
supposed
Simpson.
to donate money with your ice bucket challenge. You want it? I'll see if I can find my favorite ice bucket challenge. Real quick.
That's awesome. And of course the comments are off. Let's see what else the Trump organization has on their YouTube though while we're here. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck? Awful. Don't yell at me. Back to the programming.
President Claudia Sheinbaum of Mexico strikes back again at Donald Trump. President Claudia Sheinbaum of Mexico.
One of the things, though, that we have to keep in mind, Donald Trump's going to be saying some crazy-ass stuff. I think occasionally we will play some of that stuff because it's crazy. But I think we're also going to try and just watch what is done as opposed to talked about. Because for so much time during the first 4 years, the press spent a lot of time, and we did too, chasing what he was saying and trying to divine what was going to happen from that. And, we hear his advisors coming out and saying, well, the tariff stuff is going to be a little bit more selective than we thought. And then he comes out and says, no, it's not.
I found a literal news story about this ice
through?
bucket challenge I was going to send you.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So here's a whole story on it. Shut up, cat!
Meow! Meow! He be yelling at me.
The success of the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge, which has seen everyone from Bill Gates to Hafa Webe taking part in the drenching experience, Palestinians have launched their own version of the ice bucket in a moving attempt to raise awareness on the genocide Israel is committing against the people of Gaza. The bucket comes with a twist. It is not ice, it's rubble. After all, water is a precious resource in the Gaza Strip, and considering the lack of electricity, it will be near to impossible to use ice buckets. In the Rubble Challenge, participants swap ice for debris in solidarity with those who lost their homes during the ongoing war on Gaza.
The first guy to do it here.
It was Ayman Al-Alou, the Palestinian journalist who first posted the Rubble Bucket Challenge. He told NBC,
طبعا ما فيش عندنا ميه فهذا اللي موجود هذه الامكانيات اللي عندنا في فلسطين واحتمال اروح على البيت ما الاقيش ميه اتحمم يعني لو شفتوني في تقرير بعد هيك وانا مغبر ومعفر حاولوا تسامحوني
And look, Gaza looks exactly the same.
شكرا كثير لكم.
Tell me, did they rebuild between that
his
time?
initiative received wide appeal and got many on the web starting their own Rubble Bucket Challenge events, videos and pages. Palestinian singer Mohammed Asaf joined the challenge in support of his hometown Gaza. He said,
حسيت انه انا لازم انه فعلا انه اشارك اخي ايمن العلول من غزه واشارك اهلي في غزه هذه المعاناه من خلال دلو وركام.
The aim of the Rubble Challenge is not to raise money, since money cannot compensate for the loss of life. The Rubble Bucket Challenge internet craze aims at raising awareness of the appalling living conditions of Palestinians who survived the Israeli attacks and are currently living under rubble. The challenge comes as the Palestinian death toll reached
Please stop
2,200.
Israel bombing us. That's all they want. They're not raising money. It's not a charity thing. Just, can you tell them not to bomb us? Pretty
That's
cool.
all I want. Pretty cool. Yeah, this one.
Or another. I mean, you know, I guess if we had an import business, we would be a little bit more concerned with trying to read the tea leaves. But in many respects, that's a fool's errand. We will do it on occasion. The Greenland stuff is, you know, about acquiring mineral rights. It's about acquiring perhaps a potential route to sell liquid natural gas.
And also, it's our top military. It's now I think officially the largest military base that the United States has in the world. It's the shortest route for a nuclear weapon to go across the North Pole to Russia. So there's some jockeying there for strategic positions. And it has a fourth of those rare earth minerals that are necessary for electric vehicles and batteries and things like that, which, you know, parts of South America are subjected to U.S. Extraction there. So when Donald Trump talks about literally owning it, he's not just coming up with a funny little country off the top of his head. He's putting together little pieces of what he's heard about its strategic importance and just like making it a real estate thing.
And I'm not convinced that Trump's, you know, broad strategy isn't to, you know, I'm gonna basically say we're gonna buy Canada and buy Mexico and Greenland, and then in the end we just got Greenland. But here is Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum responding to Donald Trump, saying he wants to rename the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America.
Hell yeah!
I mean,
that's populism for you.
Well, but here is, I mean, this is she as a good politician will. You know, regardless of what their sort of like domestic politics are, she's going to use this to enhance her popularity as well by basically saying, you know, pulling on nationalistic heartstrings in her country. Here she is.
There's subtitles here if you want to read it.
Obviously, the name of the Gulf of Mexico is recognized by the United Nations. Why don't we call this Mexican America?
We do.
That's a nice ring, right?
We literally do, though.
It was called that since 1607. That passing in Constitution was, I couldn't.
That's honestly pretty funny.
Yeah.
Then let's call it Mexican America.
We do.
Sounds nice, right? And the Gulf of Mexico, because it's been called that since 1607, and it's internationally recognized.
But
so there it is.
Can you contrast that with this photo I just sent from November, like 2 or 3 weeks after Donald Trump got reelected? So this guy now having to resign, Justin Trudeau.
Because of Trump. Chrystia Freeland, his finance minister, left his government because she said Trudeau wasn't taking Trump's incoming tariff threats seriously.
Because he went to kiss the ring, and Sheinbaum from the beginning has been thumbing her nose at Donald Trump in an adversarial way. And this isn't just to say that I agree with her approach more than Trudeau's on the tactics, because I do. It's also to show that her, AMLO, and then her as his successor, within the Mexican political context, they have so much more credibility among the population. AMLO left office after actually being much more leftist. You could say the liberals in Canada are much more analogous to the Democrats here, delivering for people in Mexico, Morena, and Sheinbaum had that credibility where he left office with a 60% approval rating, and she won that election easily because she was his successor. So she has the political capital to be more adversarial with Donald Trump, both the proclivity to do it because she's more of a leftist than a guy like Trudeau, and the ability to do so. And so, like, this is a good lesson.
Because the working class is not unaware of what the Morena Party did for them, as Chuck Schumer.
Well, I mean, this is a very tried and true way to troll people who do this. I mean, look at what we call China, West Taiwan, baby.
Says about Democrats. It's very clear that they massively raised the minimum wage, and they got medical in-house visits for poor people. Like, it's obvious, and it's not a messaging problem. It's just the policy
I like
that they
turtles.
pursue.
Hey, folks, once again, Trump's personnel picks are all about loyalty over expertise. He named election denier Carrie Lake to lead the Voice of America. That's the U.S.-funded broadcaster meant to provide unbiased news to global audiences. Well, Ground News found hundreds of articles covering this.
We actually have 40% off the Vantage plan now on our affiliate link.
Nice. Isn't that what everyone else has, though?
I don't know, but we also have our affiliate link also has the other one as well, the 15%
Oh,
off
so we
everything.
get both. Now there's no reason not to use the affiliate link.
Yeah, exactly.
Over anyone's sponsors. And I really like affiliate marketing as compared to sponsors, because with affiliate marketing, it really depends on you actually using the product.
Yeah.
And sponsors, it's like my favorite one is like Raycons, dog shit earbuds.
Awful.
They're just bassy as fuck.
Awful. Yep.
And they even advertise the bass as being like a perk when it's not. It sounds they sound like shit.
They're really bad. Yep.
And another one, Magic Spoon, the cereal.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it tastes like shit.
Does it? That's funny.
Yeah, it's awful. There's a peanut butter one, which is fine, but like, I don't think most countries have a peanut butter culture like America does.
No, they really don't. It's very North American. Peanut butter is.
Have you ever had peanut butter cereal? It doesn't taste like peanut butter.
No,
but
I've tried Reese's peanut butter cups and they're dog shit.
The cereal or the candy?
The actual lollies, yeah, they're dog shit.
So I like the really small ones. So like the
Peanut
smaller the better.
Yeah.
The thing is that the large ones, they're so dry.
Yeah.
The peanut butter is just not amazing in them.
Yeah.
But when you get the really small ones, there's like the minis, and then there's even super minis. The super minis are the best. But you put them in the freezer so the chocolate gets really hard on them.
Yeah.
And they have a really satisfying crunch when you bite into them.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't like big Reese's. That would be one of the last ones I would grab. But the small Reese's, love them. Completely different candy. It's so funny that, like, normally fun size is no different, you know?
Yes. Yeah, so the email, they said, we're thrilled to share that your audience can now redeem a 40% off the Vantage subscription through our affiliate link after receiving positive feedback in December. Which we haven't been pushing that at all, so I don't know what the fuck is going on.
What do you mean? We push our Ground News affiliate link all the time.
Kind of. Like, it's always there. We don't really...
I normally I'll sign up the Sirius stream and say that it's there.
Okay. You've been pushing it more than I have. I always
forget. I mean, no, well, somebody inevitably, when they sponsor them, it will inevitably have us say, no, ours is better. So yeah, no, like, we talk about it pretty frequently.
I mean, I think...
And like,
the good
one of my goals is to like
your pitch
get
is
more
great.
Affiliate marketing. So we always have something
related, yeah. But like your pitch on the Ground News thing is great. Telling that, like, informing people that our one is better for overall if you want a subscription, unless you're going for the bigger one. And now we get the bigger one anyway. So if you want the bigger one, just use our affiliate link now. You can get the 40% off sponsorship discount anyway. So, stop wasting your money, Ground News. Just give it to
anyway,
us.
You should see. Did you have the Reese's cereal by chance?
No, I haven't.
It's that's pretty interesting as well. But you should see if you can order peanut butter crunch. Yeah, I think
sure
it's
I
one
can
of those.
find it.
You know how there's certain cereals that are like really good with no milk or anything, and you can just eat them as a snack.
Mhm.
I think peanut butter crunch is one of them. I don't think it really tastes like peanut butter though.
Interesting.
But you should order it, and then we can make a thing about it. Because I know that America is like, it's seen as weird how there's peanut butter in everything here.
It is. I will look into it because there are a few American food stores around my area, so I might even be able to find
The
one.
Reese's Puff cereal is very similar.
Mm.
So like the Reese's Puff, it's basically Cocoa Puffs and peanut butter crunch, but I shit you not, both the chocolate and the peanut butter pieces in Reese's Puff is inferior to Cocoa Puffs and peanut butter crunch. So if you can make elite Reese's cereal by buying Cocoa Puffs and peanut butter crunch and mixing them together.
Interesting.
But I think it's actually a pretty good cereal.
Fair enough. I'm not a big cereal person. Like
Neither am I.
I have a cereal.
I
that
do
eat
like
if I do.
Captain Crunch though with milk is pretty goated.
Yeah.
Captain Crunch is fucking great. All of the versions of it. Another one that's really good is Blueberry cereal.
Blueberry.
But that's just sugar, you know. Well, all the cereals are really sugar, but when you start putting the tiny marshmallows in, get the fuck out of here. That's way too much sugar. You know, like if I'm gonna eat Blueberry, I might as well just eat candy instead because it's better.
Why are you saying boo?
That's what it's called, Blueberry.
That's retarded.
It's so you know Count Chocula.
Mm-hmm.
So they did, in the Halloween season, they did runoffs of Count Chocula, and one of them is Blueberry, which is a ghost, right? And it's just blueberry Count Chocula. There's no chocolate; it's blueberry flavored. And the other one is Frankenberry, and that one's strawberry flavored. But the blueberry one is better.
Interesting. Interesting. So they lied.
What? The link isn't there?
No. $0 we've made, so nobody has clicked.
Well, they probably meant feedback on their
Ground News
from their other affiliates.
Yeah, maybe.
Plus, it's easier to get those affiliate links when you get large enough in size. Like, I wouldn't be opposed to a Ground News sponsorship, of course. But I just think funding through affiliate marketing is better. It feels more honest to me.
News affiliate commission. That might just be a campaign that they're running. You guys want the QR code? You guys gonna sign up?
You can embed the QR codes right into Restream.
Okay, let's see if we can do that. How does one do this? QR codes. Add a QR code. And news Let's see if that works. Hey, it did work. Hell yeah.
It let you set it as an affiliate link too, right?
What do you mean?
You were reading something out loud, and you said affiliate.
Yeah, no, I was writing the title.
Oh, okay. I was curious if it had a specific setting for affiliate links, that's all.
Wish it was bigger. QR code and image. Interesting. Alright, we'll fuck with that a little bit later. There's the link. Cool. Hell yeah, QR codes and shit.
All concerned about VOA's editorial independence.
Which is going to be great for, especially when we're larger and can actually do better
welcome back to
fundraising
J-Blogs.
for Ukraine and stuff.
Yes. No, that'll be really good.
Like, it'll be great when we're large enough that, like, in different conflicts, we'll be able to secure ways to fundraise, and we can do, you know, like our serious show right now. Like, imagine if that was also being ran as a fundraiser.
Oh, yeah. Even if it was just a fundraiser for, like, us and our funds to start.
Well, I just mean in general, when issues
Just, yeah.
happen, when we cover them, we
to-
can
yeah,
do news
raise-
and
yes.
fundraising
And
directly
for
for the
actual
people
thing.
affected.
Yes, that would be great. That would be really cool to do.
I want to
In
do
today's episode,
homesteading
I want to
shit,
provide you with an update.
Chicken and bees. Okay, well, I have a beehive, I think, if you want. And then I'm zoned for chickens as well. You can just buy them. You don't have to get
So
a permit
what's happening
here or
in the-
anything.
Economy in Cuba. Now, if you're a regular viewer
Which
of the
is
channel,
funny
you'll know that
because
we've been talking about Cuba.
I'm literally on protected land. You can't even hunt here.
What the fuck?
It's literally a nature preserve. I'm next to the water table for the village. That's why. Like my front yard is like the river that runs through the entire
Yeah.
village. Well, it's a creek. I don't know what the difference really is.
Between a river and a creek?
Yeah.
I think creeks start and stop from limited positions.
But
They don't flow.
it's called 9 Mile Creek.
I'm gonna look up.
And it supplies the Erie Canal as well. Which isn't used anymore, but there is like a section of it that's still maintained
Rivers
for
flow into
Historical
the ocean.
Society.
Yep.
You know about the Erie Canal?
Rivers. The Erie Canal? No. Rivers flow into the ocean.
Yeah, I'm not near the ocean. But yeah, it's like the lowest elevation. Like it's cutting, because I live in like some hills, and it cuts right through. There's also a train line that's decently far away, but I'm far enough away from the village that the trains haul ass, so so you can hear them, even though they're pretty far away. Like you can see them, but it's because you can see down into the valley and then up to the next hill.
Sorry, I'm not sure if you can hear the thunder or not. But it's about to start pissing down rain, so I just had to make sure the house was locked up.
For the
Oh,
last
yeah,
3
type
years,
in-
and there have been
type
some
in-
serious problems.
On Google Images, just type in Erie Canal and see if like a map or anything comes up for it. So Erie Canal map or pictures, something like that, you know?
What do you want? You want this?
Yeah, so you see that? So like all of New York's main cities develop on this line.
Ah, interesting.
Right? So it's super important to, like, there would be no Midwest without this canal.
Really?
Like, the reason why the Midwest was able to be populated was because these trade networks were built. And this was already being used as a trade route. Like it's, it's the main highway through the Iroquois, right? Yeah. So like when I talk about how they didn't suffer as much as like people in the Trail of Tears, this is where they got fucked over. Because we've basically stole their main highway from them.
Right, because they would have traded between each other through this canal.
Well, the Beaver Wars extended into the Midwest. Like it was part of their territory at one point, even. But they traded amongst themselves.
The Finger Lakes?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
But see, to this day, all our cities have developed along this canal line here.
Syracuse, Albany, Rochester, Buffalo. They're all there.
Like, Pennsylvania doesn't have the same thing. It has a city on each end, They're not connected.
Such a stupid shape for a state. Who the fuck thought this was a good idea?
Well, it's actually like there is natural borders there for a lot of it.
Oh, really? That's very interesting. This, especially because it's so straight.
Yeah, well, that's where it's not.
Jersey.
Some of it has natural borders, and then some of it is arbitrary lines being drawn.
Few months, those problems have accelerated. And recently, we have seen nationwide blackouts. And those blackouts are partly as a result of the fact that the electricity generation infrastructure in Cuba is now very old and decrepit.
For our fucking,
Many of those plants were built around 50 years.
Like recitals and stuff as a kid? Yes, yeah. There's an Erie Canal song called 15 Miles on the Erie Canal, so we all know the song.
Is it 15 miles long?
I'm not sure. Not anymore.
No, definitely not.
I just know that the song is like about his mule or something.
The fuck?
Years ago, and they had an expected life of around 25 to 30 years, and unfortunately they haven't been well maintained. So we're starting to see failure of some of that infrastructure, but we're also seeing a problem with regards to Cuba not receiving as much crude oil as it did historically. It was recently reported that in the period between January and November, the imports from Venezuela, which is a fellow communist country, fell by more than 44%. And the problem that Cuba has is that it simply doesn't have enough money to be able to buy that replacement oil in the international markets. Cuba is currently reliant upon friendly gestures from countries like Venezuela, Russia, and Mexico, whereby they're given large amounts of oil that they can have on credit or basically just given it for free. And on top of the recent problems that have been reported with regards to electricity, it's now been reported that Cuba is running short at the fuel pumps. And fuel shortages are going to make the situation in Cuba worse because the people of Cuba rely upon fuel in order to get around the country. The public transportation system is based on buses or taxis. So if they don't have fuel, obviously they can't run. And this is now causing a major problem for one of Cuba's biggest industries, tourism. As you're probably aware, Cuba is located in the Caribbean Sea and therefore has a really attractive climate. It's nice and warm and attracts in lots of tourists. This chart shows the annual total of international visitors to Cuba between 2000 and 2023. And what this chart shows is that in the 18 years between 2000 and 2018, there was a gradual increase in total visitor numbers from around 1.8 million to more than 4.7 million. However, unfortunately for Cuba, the COVID-19 pandemic, which affected international travel all around the globe, had a devastating impact on the tourist industry. And in 2021, the total number of international visitors had fallen to less than 500,000. That figure increased to around 1.5 million in 2022, and in 2023, there were around 2.5 million international visitors, which was a similar level that had been achieved in 2010. So basically, the COVID-19 pandemic has put the tourism industry in Cuba back by around 13 years. Now, as I said at the start of today's video, tourism is really important to the Cuban economy. In 2023, it was estimated to contribute around 8% of total GDP, and in 2024, it was forecast that that figure would increase to closer to 9%. However, the recent problems have damaged the tourism industry in Cuba. This table shows the monthly breakdown of the total number of tourists arriving in Cuba in 2024 and 2023 in the period through to October, which is the latest data that's been made available. And what you can see here is that in the first 3 months of 2024, the total number of tourists increased. In January, there was a 4.3% increase. In February, the total numbers were up by just under 12%, and in March, they were up by 6.7%. However, in the 7 months between April and October, the total number of tourists arriving reduced. In April and May, tourist numbers were down by 7% and 6%. However, the fall increased to almost 13% in June, almost 20% in July and August. The fall increased to almost 25% in September, and just under 21% in October. And if we look at the breakdown of where those tourists are coming from, you can see that the country that sends the most tourists by far is Canada, representing over 39% of all tourists. The second largest percentage come from Russia, representing 8.5%, followed by the USA, Spain, Germany, Mexico, and France. So as you've just seen, Cuba is dependent upon Canadian tourists. And there is now a major problem from Cuba's point of view, because as a result of the problems with regards to the infrastructure and electricity in Cuba, the Canadian government have now changed its advice on travel to Cuba and told all Canadian citizens that they need to exercise a high degree of caution when traveling.
Look, why the fuck is there still an embargo on Cuba?
The fact that my town used to be vastly more important in New York economics than NYC is so funny because it's dog shit now. Exactly. Like, the Erie Canal isn't just fundamental to New York, it's fundamental to America. Like, all the imports and stuff come in through New York, right? So the trade and network leaving out of New York. So, like, the Erie Canals, all those furs that we did ecological genocide for in the Midwest. I mean, this is the Iroquois fought over the beaver territory too, right? This was prime real estate for resource exploitation. And by resource exploitation, I mean beavers.
We love beavers.
You know, like, and this is, but like, we didn't have to have a slave economy here because of this shit, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's largely important because we invested on infrastructure instead of human labor.
Yes. That's true.
And still,
Traveling
like,
on
now
holiday.
the highway system runs through the same line. Connecting the states here.
Yeah.
To
Train
Cuba.
lines,
And to
too.
make matters worse, one of Canada's prominent travel
the ones
agents
that exist.
promotes holidays to Cuba
No, I mean,
recently removed 26
we do a lot
Cuban
of freight
hotels from its
train.
list and is now promoting alternative destinations to tourists such as the Dominican Republic, the Bahamas, Honduras, and Colombia. So what's the summary and conclusion today? Well, I wanted to post this video because I know a lot of you are really interested in what's going on in Cuba, and it's really difficult to be able to find any information. So I'm constantly looking around for information to share with you, to pull together as much data as I can to keep you posted on what's happening. Now, clearly, the situation hasn't been improved in terms of the infrastructure because Cuba doesn't have hundreds of millions of dollars to be able to repair all of its
And an
electricity
embargo.
generation. It's struggling in terms of the sanctions that have been applied by the USA. The Cuban authorities are claiming that they can't actually source the parts that they need to repair their power stations because many of them are coming from the USA and therefore are embargoed. But also the Cuban authorities don't have the money to be able to pay for all of that repair. And they're saying that the reason for that is because of the sanctions that have been put in place by the USA. But whatever the situation is, they're not going to be able to fix the problems. So we're still seeing issues with regards to electricity generation. And that, of course, has huge implications for industry in Cuba because if you don't have power, you can't produce all of the things that you need to. Therefore, you're not going to be able to sell as many things. And so your income will be down. Therefore, you might not be able to hire as many people. And this becomes a really vicious circle. But also Cuba has suffered over the past few months as a result of two major hurricanes that hit the island, Oscar and Rafael. And also the second largest city, Santiago, was hit by an earthquake. So it is the classic situation of when it rains, it pours from Cuba's point of view. And tourism has been one of the strongest parts of the Cuban economy historically. Now, we saw from the graph earlier that the COVID-19 pandemic had a devastating impact on that level of tourism. It dropped from almost 5 million visitors per year to around 500,000. And of course, the infrastructure that was in place to service all of those tourists was still there. So we still had all of the hotels and all of the people. So that meant lots of people were put out of work and the repair and maintenance of those hotels wasn't kept up. So we have seen a deterioration in the quality of some of the accommodation. But what we've seen over the past few months is that the electricity blackouts have been having a further negative impact on tourism on the island. And the recent fuel shortages have also made things worse because everybody relies on taxis, those old American cars from the 1950s that are still being used on the roads in Havana that everybody loves to see. They haven't been actually able to get enough fuel to move all the tourists
look how
around.
cute it is in Havana that they all drive old American cars because they literally can't get parts or new cars into the country because of the United States. Isn't that cute? pretty cool.
What we've now seen is
no.
that the largest destination for tourism for Cuba, Canada, has issued a warning. The Canadian authorities have now said that anyone thinking of going on holiday to Cuba needs to exercise extreme caution. And of course, that's going to put a lot of people off. If your government is saying be careful of thinking about going to Cuba, you might just think of going somewhere else. And one of the biggest travel agents that's been promoting Cuban travel is now saying, why don't you think about going to other places that are also very similar to Cuba? So this is going to have a negative impact on the future trade for Cuba. And the next 6 months are the busiest period. The winter period is when a lot of Canadians actually go down to Cuba because they want to get away from all of the snow and the cold weather in Canada, and they want to go and have a bit of winter sun. Now that is unlikely to happen this year, and so we could see...
What?
Pokemon Go?
Yes.
So the Erie Canal section we have that's maintained by the Historical Society, it's like just like maybe, it's like a quarter mile or something, right?
Okay.
Well, because there's historical plaques throughout it, there's several Pokestops there.
Yeah.
And there's a shitload of water Pokemon that would spawn there.
Yes.
So you could literally go there and walk back and forth and just be getting so much shit. Like the Pokestops were just spaced apart enough that you could basically continuously walk and get them.
Oh, that's great. That's very convenient.
Another vicious circle forming here, because if those hotels and the taxi drivers and all of the people who are dependent on tourist trade don't get the business, then they're going to struggle to be able to maintain their own infrastructure, and so we'll see a continued deterioration in quality. And what we've seen over the past few years is that the biggest increase in tourism is coming from Russia, and obviously that has its own issues, which I won't go into in this video. So the overall summary of today's video is that the problems that we've seen in Cuba over the past few years are continuing. They're actually getting worse because Cuba is struggling to be able to source enough fuel to be able to keep the electricity on, and also fuel to keep the pumps full, so people are now struggling to be able to fill their vehicles. Those problems have been accentuated over the past couple of months by hurricanes and earthquakes, and we have now heard that the largest destination for tourists, Canada, has issued a warning to all of its people saying be careful, think twice about going on holiday to Cuba, and one of the biggest travel agents has cut 26 hotels in Cuba from its list and is now promoting alternative destinations, and that is going to have a...
The microphone catch that one?
Are you saying hell yeah?
No, the thunder.
Oh, yeah, a little. Now that I know it was thunder, yes.
Yeah. Because all I saw, I'm not sure whether it came through on camera, but there was a massive flash of lightning. I'm like, oh, that was close, so I turned the gain up. So I'm like, because I knew the thunder was coming. It's up. What are you talking about? The dial is going up.
No, but it turned gain down to hear more. I think. Maybe it is called gain. It would make sense to turn it up to hear more.
Further detrimental impact on the Cuban economy. So hopefully you've enjoyed today's video. You found it useful,
just so you know,
informative.
when I say turn your gain up, I mean the opposite of what you think I am saying.
What is gain on a microphone?
Because you know why? Because I'm associating it with noise gates, because I use it as a noise gate.
Ah, okay. That makes sense. Alright, so let's see. Are you struggling to get tonal clarity while using your microphone? The key may lie in properly adjusting gain microphone dynamics. Gain knob. Adjusting during audio recording, one tool stands out. The gain knob. The compact component regulates the sensitivity of your microphone to sound input, and is a crucial element to high-quality voice acting. This component picks up, translates every nuanced tone of your performance. Turning the gain knob adjusts the pre-amplification and amplification of signals from low-input devices such as microphones before they're processed. You turn up the gain on your microphone. It increases the signal strength of the microphone to the line level. The mic level is a low level signal to a high level suitable for processing or output. controlling this, you can create a distortion-free recording with crystal clear sound. Okay. Role in adjusting the gain knob on your microphone isn't just a volume control. Magic. It's your first.
It's
step
also
in
a noise
capturing-
gate. That's how I view it. There's all
turn
these
up-
technical things.
Yeah.
Like f-stop and all this stuff with cameras. Look, I just make the shot look good.
Yeah, I just make it look good through the screen. If it looks good, it looks
I make
good.
it sound good. I make it look good.
Turn up gain, and even the quietest whisper or delicate breath can offer an expansive canvas for painting with the sound in your recording. Yes, so turning it up makes it more open.
Which would make sense because it's called gain.
Yes.
But because I use it as a noise gate, when I say up, I mean more noise gating.
This sensitivity adjustment allows you to control sounds and their intensity and depth, essentially shaping the character of your audio input. So it's more... So what controls volume? So, hold on. So...
And volume isn't loudness.
No. So I'm going to turn the fan off, because with the gain open, that's going to sound like shit.
Sounds fine.
So, so this is very, very low. Right? This is... The knob is very, very, very low. This is normal. And this is sort of where the mic sits and where I would normally be talking. That is just above half. And I'm sure that you can hear loud. See, that is interesting. Because if I was to keep
I think it has more to do with loudness than volume.
Yeah, I really feel like... Am I clipping
Because,
here?
What I'll do, instead of... Like, I'll adjust in the app to turn the volume up for the mic. A lot of times.
Okay.
Because sometimes it's just like, oh, it sounds fine. It just needs to be a little louder. Which loudness and saying I need it to be louder is different things.
Yeah. You can hear like the creaks in my chair and shit though, can't you?
Not really. Yeah, I can hear that. I heard that one. I mean, if you point it out, sounds
you
fine.
Can really, really hear it. And like that is totally basically open. See, even it's like I would have to move the microphone really far away. Oh my god, thunder's coming.
Yeah, I can hear it. It just sounds like ruffling on the microphone. Like
no, that's me moving it. Here it comes.
That's what the thunder sounds like. It just sounds like background rubbing on the microphone.
Okay, I mean, I could literally adjust it here, because it has a light sensitivity, and it goes yellow if it kind of clips. So I could almost use the device to adjust myself. Like that should sound pretty balanced at this point right
Sounds
here.
fine.
Like I'm assuming that at this distance, where I am now, at this gain, should be about the right level. Theoretically. Just based on what I read there.
More men and armor for the Haiti mission, which has so far struggled to restore security. The new arrivals include 75 Guatemalans and 8 Salvadorans. Together, they will reinforce the about 400 Kenyan police officers tasked with ending gang violence in the Caribbean country. The group was greeted at the airport by Haiti's interim president. Thank you very much and welcome to the Vanguard from El Salvador for coming and seeing the logistics here so that its troops follow later. And thank you also to our brothers from Guatemala for coming to support the fight against insecurity.
Gracias a nuestros hermanos de Guatemala para venir soportar a la lucha contra la inseguridad.
The mission faces critical manpower issues. Fewer than 700 troops out of over 3,000 pledged have arrived.
Damn.
They don't have... That's the thing.
Swearing
you
in
know
for
how,
a
like,
third consecutive term.
That Iraq video I showed, that,
Yeah.
like, the troop numbers they needed for minimum security wasn't going to ever be close?
For occupation?
Yeah, to provide
Yeah.
security though.
Yeah,
For people, not for violence purposes.
No,
That's the
yeah,
thing.
for like as
So
a
it would
police
cause-
force.
you would
yeah.
have to deploy a lot of people. It would be seen as you being violent, even though it's about ending violence by providing security. There is no number of people that they're going to be able to realistically bring into this program to actually
To
provide
secure Haiti?
security.
No,
Yeah,
it would be extremely difficult.
like they need so much more than is
40,000.
reasonably going to be offered politically by other countries.
Yeah, that's politically feasible. Yeah, that's exactly right. It's
well,
just not
yeah,
politically
feasible.
viable.
Yeah, literally, it's a political capital issue.
Yeah, exactly. It's how much political sway does these people have in their country? Not enough. How much can they get away with sending? Not enough.
Like so let's just say like if America had like a coup or something, like a French Revolution style thing, where the king is deposed.
Yeah.
And so like the French Revolution, all the other monarchies immediately invaded when the king was overthrown to maintain monarchy. Like if America's government fell, they would be able to pressure other countries still to then deploy into this country.
To fight
like
it
how
off,
Haiti,
yeah.
you know, so like, and we would be able to get the pledges needed to take security back. Haiti is not a country that will ever be able to. They just don't have enough to fucking offer these countries.
No. Even the Dominican Republic is like, we're not going to help them. You guys do it.
Yeah, but they
And
don't
they're
like each
fucking
other. That's
next
it's
door.
different. Dominican Republic is much different. There's a lot of history behind that one.
Maduro lashed out at critics at home and abroad who say there's credible evidence that he stole last July's presidential elections.
Say what you want, do what you must, but this constitutional investiture
You
could
can't
not be
steal
stopped,
it if
and
it's
is a
not
great
an
victory
election.
Yeah, exactly. Loopholes.
for democracy in Venezuela.
At issue is precisely the legitimacy of his election, which the opposition claims to have won by a landslide. Maduro's refusal to present tally sheets to prove that he won, as the law demands, unleashed an uproar in the region and beyond. Half a dozen countries, including the United States, have formally recognized exiled opposition candidate Edmundo Gonzalez as Venezuela's rightful president. Washington offered $25 million for information leading to his arrest and conviction on charges of alleged narco-terrorism. The same applies to his closest aides. The EU has also slapped sanctions on Venezuelan officials accused of human rights violations. And, as never before, Maduro is isolated in his own region. This is where Venezuela's embassy in Santiago, Chile, used to operate until after the elections, when both countries virtually severed ties. In fact, all but two Latin American countries, Nicaragua and Cuba, have either cut their diplomatic relations altogether or distanced themselves from Maduro. However, Venezuela's government has other, more
Ortega
powerful
is
allies.
so slept on.
Russia and China sent top-tier leaders of the Duma
Like
and the People's
Ortega.
Congress to the inauguration
Yeah,
to underscore
like he
their
should
support.
have the attention that Maduro has, but he doesn't.
No. Why do you reckon that is?
Nicaragua's not as important. They don't have the oil, maybe? I don't know.
As well as Iran, India, and OPEC.
Maybe he kind of keeps to
Meanwhile,
himself.
Edmundo Gonzalez
I
failed to
couldn't
make good on
tell
his
you.
vow to return to Venezuela to
I'm
claim
not
the
a,
presidential sash.
I don't
in the
know
face
enough
of
about
certain
Nicaragua to tell you why it is, you know?
Well, there you go.
I've been trying to get someone who specializes in, you know, South America. I bet I can get somebody from Colombia to work with us.
Probably.
Rest.
Edmundo will come to Venezuela to be sworn in as constitutional president of Venezuela at the right time when the conditions are right.
Tensions remain very high, as evidenced by
When the
Maduro's
when
decision
the
to close
conditions are
Venezuela's
right.
airspace and border
A day of
crossings with neighboring
reckoning
Brazil
will
and
come.
Colombia to keep out those whom he says are enemies of the government. Lucia Newman, Al Jazeera, Santiago.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Thanks.
Opposition leader Maria Corina Machado is vowing to make her first public appearance in many months. Speaking from an undisclosed location, she's urging her supporters to take to the streets on Thursday ahead of President Nicolás Maduro's controversial third inauguration.
So
and
cool.
assured them she would also be there.
I wouldn't miss this day for the world.
French
It's a
Revolution in
historic day.
America
It's a day
could
in which
never
all
happen. I
Venezuelans
know.
want to be part.
I'm just saying that political capital-wise, even if America's government was made unstable, the government would be able to like immediately pull resources from all over the world.
Imagine guillotining politicians.
Well, you know, America, we were never about that for politicians. Only the Native Americans with hangings.
Part of. It's a day that we will tell our grandchildren about. I received a mandate in the primaries and a commitment to never ever abandon the Venezuelans.
Machado has been in hiding since August, a month after the disputed presidential elections, which the opposition candidate Edmundo González says he overwhelmingly won. But the race was called in favor of incumbent President Nicolás Maduro without presenting any verifiable voting tallies. The elections were followed by a heavy government crackdown and a wave of political detentions. González, who fled to Spain, has been on a tour to garner international support for a democratic transition in Venezuela and promises he will return to be sworn in. After meeting with President Joe Biden and other U.S. officials in Washington, on Tuesday he left for Panama, revealing that his son-in-law was kidnapped by masked men in Caracas.
9/11.
Venezuelan Interior Minister says González will be arrested if he attempts to re-enter the country.
If Edmundo González Urrutia sets foot in Venezuela, he will be arrested and tried by the Venezuelan justice system. And those who come with him will also be arrested.
Meanwhile, the government has increased military presence in Caracas and called for a counter-protest on Thursday. Venezuelans say the situation is unpredictable.
Joe
If it's
Biden.
Maduro, I don't really care because it's something we already expected, of course. But if Edmundo is sworn in, well, that would be nice. But really, both options don't really matter to me because we need to be neutral given the situation.
Despite the rising tensions and international pressure, many Venezuelans remain skeptical that González will return anytime soon and are preparing for another 6 years under a defiant Nicolás Maduro. Alessandro Ampietti, Al Jazeera.
Look how open he is. You could literally just JFK him.
I mean, they tried to. A drone exploded above him at one time.
Damn.
It might have been a political stunt. I don't know how to feel about it because there was never anyone arrested over it.
It is very strange.
Make sure to now to Venezuela. Nicolás Maduro was sworn in for a third president.
Right now, protests across the country and in South America in a last-ditch attempt to block Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro from clinging to power there. This all ahead of his inauguration tomorrow for a third term.
The major opposition leader in that country, Maria Corina Machado, making her first public appearance in months at the demonstration in Caracas, only to be detained by government officials.
In the last hour, we have learned she has been released. CBS News Miami's Yvonne Taylor joins us live from Doral, where the Venezuelan community is out in full force. Yvonne?
Yeah, I would not.
And it is no doubt it's been a very complicated day.
I do not think it's a smart idea
at this
to
moment, a sense of relief for this.
For Maduro. For his own stability, I think it would be worse to arrest her than to just let her exist.
Yeah.
Big crowd of Venezuelans that have gathered here in downtown Doral, the eve of the swearing ceremony of the new president of Venezuela. So we're going to take you to some footage so that you can understand a little bit more of what happened. And we're going to start with opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, which you will see her now. This was hours before when she appeared at one of the many rallies in Caracas, the capital, after more than 130 days in hiding. She urged Venezuelans to come out today and wear the colors of the flag of the South American nation in protest for the fact that the current president, Nicolás Maduro, will have himself sworn in as president on Friday, after blatantly declaring himself winner of the presidential elections on July 28. Now, meanwhile, here in Doral, supporters of Machado gathered before the news of her arrest. Many of them found out she had been arrested by Maduro's military forces. That triggered frustration, fear, and pain among Venezuelans in South Florida. Let's take a listen.
Sorry, Scott. I don't have words to describe what I'm feeling right now. We're supporting her. We're supporting the freedom. She said it yesterday. It's not only about her. It's about the country.
And right now you're looking at a video of Maria Corina Machado that has been circulating. She says, I am fine, I am safe, we were chased, I lost my belongings, but I am fine, and Venezuela will be free again. Back out live, her command post in South Florida is telling me they are waiting for confirmation that she will address her supporters in the next few hours. The international community, including the Biden administration, and this is based on the number of votes obtained in the polls, only recognize Edmundo Gonzalez, the opposition candidate, as the winner. This is the man that we've seen with Maria Corina Machado on several videos. One of the things that made the whole thing confused is the fact that Maria Corina reappeared, she was arrested, she was forced to record videos, and then she was released. What videos were recorded? We do not know. Her command is telling me that the video that we just showed you is authentic, that is her. However, we are still awaiting for more information. So coming up at 6 p.m. we're going to have additional reaction. Plus, Edmundo Gonzalez, the opposition candidate, is expected to arrive in Caracas tomorrow. Right now he's in Dominican Republic. Will that happen? We'll have that information for you in less than an hour. We are live in Doral. Ivan Taylor, CBS News, Miami.
Thanks. This video is brought to you by Ground News. For 3 weeks now, mass protests have been spreading across Georgia, a country of 4 million people in the Caucasus, sandwiched between Russia, Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Turkey. This comes off the back of months, if not years, of political upheaval, culminating in a rigged parliamentary election in late October, which saw the incumbent pro-Russian Georgian Dream Party consolidate its rule with an apparent 54% of the vote. Then, on Saturday, Georgian Dream announced that former footballer turned politician Mikhail Kavalashvili had been elected as president, winning 224 out of 225 electoral college votes. However, Kavalashvili was the only contender, as Georgia's 4 main opposition groups all decided to boycott parliament to protest the election results. Now, Georgia's outgoing Western-aligned president, Paris-born Salom Zarabichvili, is refusing to leave office, calling the result of the October election a parody and saying, I'm not going anywhere, I won't leave anyone, I'm here because this country at this moment needs legitimate institutions. So in this video, we'll explain the political chaos currently engulfing Georgia, where it's all come from, and how the mass protests we're seeing at the moment might end.
Clowning right now.
Before we start, if you haven't already, please consider...
Ooh, hot rock. Oh, put it in mouth. Sorry, I'm getting volume back up.
I don't have a mood for clowning right now.
Clowning. Anyone
How could
that
you have done
smiles.
this? How could you have committed suicide? I cannot believe you committed suicide.
Hi, do you want to know how to fix this? Stop.
Poggers! The stop one is so funny because it's like, I don't remember what your original point was. Because you have a whole sentence. You said, you like, stop giving or stop doing something, you know?
I can't remember either.
Because it's irrelevant, because it was just a one-off video, and I made that, and it was just funny, because to cut it off and stop. Welcome to a Red Letter Media's Haunted Museum.
In the loop and be notified when we release new videos.
From around the
But
globby.
first, let's recap Georgia's recent political turbulence. The main background you need to know is that the Georgian Dream, or GD, has been in power for over a decade, since it won the 2012 election as a coalition of 6 parties,
from
promising a
around
more
the
pragmatic
world.
approach to Russia while maintaining a pro-West.
Around the globby.
He says world, too, at the end. Woohoo!
Nuke goes.
And foreign policy stance.
We got a good selection of sound bites now.
I need my own little thing.
I like my suitcase.
Fill my fart box up with some of your monster cum.
I forgot I sent that.
Or whatever it is that comes out of your demon dick.
That one's pretty low.
Maybe revamp that one.
Because we have so clean assholes.
Nice. However, as time's gone on, the party has taken on a steadily more authoritarian and pro-Russia bent. In June 2019, a series of mass protests were triggered after the GD invited a Russian MP, Sergei Gavrilov, to open a parliamentary session on Christian orthodoxy, in which he made statements supporting the independence of
Al-Qaeda. There we go. I love how he says Al-Qaeda.
I mean, there's mosquitoes down there that are bigger terrorists than Boko Haram.
Abkhazia and South Ossetia, two regions of northern Georgia which have been occupied by Russia since Russia invaded in 2008, and which together make up about 20% of Georgia's territory. This sparked fury both inside the chamber and outside the parliament building, where protests turned violent, with hundreds of people injured or arrested. Wrapped in a Georgian flag, one MP, Elena Kostaria of the Liberal European Georgia Party, said the GD had brought
one
the
of my
Russian
favorite
occupiers
intros. Because he just runs in and he's going, go for it, go for it, go for it, and pulls out a huge bag of Coke.
That's fucking
And they're like,
great.
you're doing cocaine now, Frank? And he's just like, yeah. And then they ask him, how's Wolf Cola doing? And he said, I'm selling it to the Jews in Boca Raton.
is in and let them sit in the Speaker's chair, calling the invitation a slap in the face of recent Georgian history. The protests continued for months, with the public calling for GD resignations and electoral
him
reform.
running in and
However,
pulling out
even
the bag
after
of
several
Coke
concessions
so
were
quick.
granted, such as the resignation of Prime Minister Mamuka Batkadze and an increase in the number of seats elected by proportional representation. The results of the 2020 parliamentary election then sparked another lot of violent protests, which lasted for another 6 months, after the opposition parties accused Georgian Dream of vote rigging and election fraud. This ultimately led to the EU getting involved to end the crisis, with European Council President Charles Michel visiting Georgia in March 2021 to mediate talks between then Prime Minister Irakli Garibashvili and the opposition. Anyway, now that we've brought you up to speed, let's explain what's happening right now. As we mentioned in the intro, Georgia has now entered its third week of nationwide protests, with reports of police tear gassing and using water cannons on people protesting against
Isn't
three
that
things.
podcast
First,
great?
the results of the
It's
October
fucking
parliamentary
great.
election.
It's so good.
Second,
I've been
the
watching so many episodes recently.
His New Year's special, at one point he brings in himself without makeup.
That's fucking hilarious.
And it's like, who is this guy? Get him out of here. Like the
That's
New Year's
very
special,
funny.
they brought in a bunch of different people.
That's
It's like a rotating guest
that's
star.
incredibly funny.
But my favorite one is the one. It's not even a funny episode. It's the goth couple, and it's there's so many great moments in it. I'd have to show you.
But I've also been listening to the podcast Redneck Rising.
I also,
Really
what's funny
interesting.
is like with Vermin Supreme, you know where the jokes are going before he gets there. So
Yeah.
like, whenever he does you want to hear my Fred Durst impression, we already know the joke.
ensuing decision to suspend EU accession talks until at least 2028, and third, the appointment of footballer turned politician Gavilashvili as president. So, the first thing that sparked the protests was the October 2024 election, which is widely considered to have been rigged in favour of GD. Results published by Georgia's Central Election Commission showed GD winning 53.9% of the vote, the Pro-Western Coalition for Change coming second with 11%, and the Pro-Western United National Movement coming third with 10.2%. While in the capital Tbilisi and other big cities, GD lost by a significant margin, accounts of election fraud in rural...
Like, there's no fucking way that the Georgian Dream Party got 40% more votes. That only 40% of the other of the votes went to the other
I was
party.
just clicking
That's
through
insane.
to find this, and I immediately started laughing.
By bringing on a potentially possessed young girl one night, and
That's kind of our story right now. That's what I'm trying to do.
yeah, I get it.
That's why I brought on Leah.
And it's a Halloween episode just like this.
Wait a minute.
Things go awry just like this.
What?
People start to die just like this.
No.
Sorry.
It's happening.
Hold on.
Gosh, you can't see
boy.
this, but
Oh,
he
geez.
is covered in cobweb.
No one can
It's
see this,
naturally
right?
happening.
This
This
is all
is
audio?
This is all audio. He's gonna, yep. It's okay, John.
Do you need a hand?
Yeah, the spiders. No,
You
he's
need
got
help?
it. He's got it.
Okay.
He's
Wow.
Oh, they're big claws, so I don't blame you for getting those
Look at
webs in.
that.
All right.
Whoops.
Yep.
You got it. You're good.
He was legitimately stuck to it.
What were you saying?
That's very funny.
Late night with the devil.
A goblin.
Not up to
You.
this one yet.
You.
That's
Okay,
funny
so-
though.
But can also be a compliment, like for you.
You
creepy
Okay.
Yeah.
guy.
Joe, how did you know how to do that?
Did it go well? Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Am I happy with how it turned out?
So
Or am I crying.
I want to know about you two working together. You're writing together, and you're not just writing anything. You're writing comic books, which I would say is pretty good, given that 99% of my TV and movies are comic books now. So, how did you decide you were going to do a comic together?
Spooky season, Halloween, spooky things, funny things was always a connection of ours. I always appreciated Leah's stuff that she created because it was very funny, and she erred on the side of irreverence and the darker things
They're
in
just a
life,
goth
which I always
couple.
appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
Thought that was cool. So we started being creative together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we bonded 100% over monsters was kind of a big thing, and what that definition of monsters is.
Mm-hmm.
What is that definition?
I'll get
Because a lot of people sometimes are like, that's also a word that's, kind of makes my hair stand up.
Right here, this section is forever stuck in my head.
People are always like, oh, you're a monster.
Sure.
It hurts my feelings.
I bet.
It can be seen as an insult, but it can also be a compliment. Like for you, there's good monsters, there's bad monsters. Just like there's good humans, there's bad humans. And I think a monster is a being that has exceptional qualities about it that can easily be seen as destructive or scary or threatening or deadly. But often those are also conditions that could be embraced, make something special, unique, different. And I think monsters of all different shapes and sizes fascinate me.
See,
From the
this
big
one's
giant
interesting because they're not comedians that he brought on.
That seems like a poor fit, but this is a very interesting.
But
thing.
this episode is fucking hysterical.
kaijus like
dynamic is
Godzilla
very strange.
to a beautiful goblin such as yourself. So it doesn't have to. You could look in the mirror when we can afford one to give you that, and say to the mirror, "I'm a monster, and I'm proud. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, John. I want you to. We're gonna get there. Maybe not by the end of this interview, but we'll get there. So yeah,
let's get there right now, David.
Okay.
You've inspired me.
Oh.
I'm gonna look right in this
now.
camera,
Do it.
and you walk me through.
He missed it.
You walk me through what to say, because I want to. What do they call it? Reclaim
You're doing
the word.
it. Yeah.
Yes.
Ready?
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
Stare. Take a breath through the nose, out the mouth. Very good, relaxing. Good. Feel it in your diaphragm. Now you're gonna look.
What's that?
Look
Is that
into
back
yourself.
here?
You got it
Okay.
exactly. And you're gonna say, "Hi.
Hi.
It's good to see you."
It's good to see you too, David.
No, to yourself.
sorry,
To yourself.
right.
It's good to see you.
Hi.
Hi.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you. You
You
are
are
a goblin.
a goblin.
You
You
are
are.
a good monster.
I,
You can do it.
I feel like I'm afraid to say it.
I know
David.
you are. I know you are. That's
I
why.
feel like I've just been conditioned for so many
Of course you
years
have.
not
Of course
to
you-
say it.
Stay in the space.
Okay,
Stay
sorry,
here.
sorry,
Stay
sorry,
present.
sorry.
Take that breath.
Sorry.
There it is. Very calming. Very calming. You
Dude,
are
I can't
are
imagine
a
good
just listening to this.
boy.
boy.
There it is. You are a good
You are
a
a
good
good boy.
boy. You are a
You're a
good.
good boy, John.
You're a good boy,
Okay?
John.
I don't care what Brad or anyone at the office says about you, or when you were in school, everyone just used to bully you and shove you in a locker and be like, oh, look at the green monster. Oh, look at his big ears and his teeth and his claws. And then even when you ripped that kid's face right off, and then the cops came and they're like, "You're under arrest, John." I was like, no, they're getting no squad car, monster. Everyone just looked and took pictures and bullied me, and they were like, "Oh, John, yeah, you're a monster. I'm not a monster."
Do you need a minute?
I feel great, David.
I feel
That
like
was
we got somewhere.
fantastic.
I think we did.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Jeez Louise. David, that was... Are you a therapist?
I should bill by the hour.
I'm good. You're my new therapist.
Thanks.
Leah, he's my new therapist.
Got it.
Wow.
Amazing.
You're a good boy, John. That's the line that's stuck in my head.
Areas sent the Georgian public into a frenzy. Eyewitnesses reported voters being given ballots already marked for GD, GD voters being offered multiple ballot papers, and even ballot stuffing. President Zorovichvili said the election was fraudulent and claimed that the country had fallen victim to a Russian special operation. What then made things worse, though, was the ensuing decision by the GD government to suspend EU accession talks until at least 2028. For context, Georgia has experienced a series of colour revolutions, i.e. movements to change governments and society in post-Soviet states, since at least 2003, and since then, the share of the population in favour of EU membership has grown. Recent polls suggest around 80% of Georgians now want to join the EU, and in November 2023, Georgia was granted EU candidate status. However, a controversial foreign agents law, which we did a video on last year, which requires any NGO or media organisation receiving more than 20% of its funding from abroad to register with the state as foreign agents, has received foreign agent number 2023. Georgia was granted EU candidate.
Interesting. If they got Turkey...
They don't. They can't. Turkey's population is too high. It would fuck up the EU.
No, I know. But if they could claim the Black Sea as a European sea.
I mean, is it not?
No. Maybe? Don't know.
Its status. However, a controversial foreign agents law, which we did a video on last year, which requires any NGO or media organisation receiving more than 20% of its funding from abroad to register with the state as foreign agents, has strained EU-Georgia relations, as it mimics a similar law passed in Russia back in 2012, and is seen by the EU as inconsistent with the bloc's aims.
If it's European, why didn't they physically challenge Russia annexing Crimea? It's not.
Because Russia's European.
No, they're not.
I mean, that would be the argument that they would be like, if it's, well, we're a European country, they would say.
Mm-hmm. Well, they certainly don't act like it.
Anyway, this has only intensified the protests, and last week a delegation of 6 MEPs from across Europe travelled to Georgia to join them. The EU urged Georgian Dream to, quote, de-escalate and put an end to this environment that comes with severe costs for the Georgian people. And earlier this month, Ukraine and 3 EU countries, Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania, even put sanctions on Georgia amid rising violence. Finally, the third reason for the ongoing protests is the election of footballer turned populist Mikhail Kavralashvili, a former Manchester City player, as president, in a vote where he was the only candidate. This was because all of Georgia's opposition parties boycotted it, arguing that the process was rigged from the start. To mock Kavralashvili after his election, protesters ran around the government square in Tbilisi kicking footballs, with some even carrying diplomas to ridicule his lack of a university degree. But humour aside, critics have described Kavralashvili's appointment as the final stage in a process of state capture.
They're making fun of him for not going to college. That's
Bidzina
fucking...
Ivanishvili. The protests are
Talk
seemingly
about first
escalating
world
day
protest,
by day.
am I right?
Reports suggest that at least 400 protesters, including opposition leaders and
Your mom
activists,
goes
have
to
been
college.
arrested so far, with more than 100 treated for injuries, plus at least 50 journalists reportedly injured in clashes. The question many people are now wondering is, how does this all end? We have a couple of ideas, although, as ever, nobody can be sure. The first potential solution could be holding new elections under the old Central Election Commission or under international supervision, as recommended by the EU Parliament in a resolution following the October election. However, given that Georgia's Constitutional Court has rejected all appeals to hold new elections, validating the results on the 3rd of December, holding free and fair elections safely looks difficult. So, unless outgoing President Zurabishvili can find a way to intervene, possibly with the help of a couple of European foreign ministers, before she gets removed and replaced with Kavalashvili on 29th of December, the protests are likely to radicalise even further, go underground, or end by state violence. That's certainly going to be worth paying attention to, and keeping up with the news is made easier by Ground News, a website and app developed by a former NASA engineer on a mission to give readers an easy, data-driven...
Use ours. QR code.
I love this former NASA engineer. Like, okay, what does that have to do with news? It's like when they say it's like, it's like, you know, space age material.
What does that
It's
meant to me?
Tupperware, Linda.
A civil war is raging in Sudan.
Sure is.
War crimes proliferate, and rape, torture, massacre are a regular part of the struggle for power in one of Africa's largest countries. War began here in April 2023, and since then, more than 150,000 people have been killed, 11 million people have been internally displaced, and more than 26 million people are in need of urgent food assistance. Despite the size of those figures, the conflict in Sudan has become known as the world's forgotten war.
Everything here in our life has been destroyed.
We travel to the front lines in an area of the country that only a handful of international journalists have been able to visit to discover what is really happening behind the scenes of one of the world's deadliest conflicts. Look, there's handprints on the wall. Sudan's capital is now a battlefield in a war that has triggered the world's worst displacement crisis. We're in North Khartoum now, which was liberated by the Sudanese armed forces in September, and the front lines are now behind us to the south, and just over in the east. This is the legacy of the battle to liberate this area. Shattered streets, burned vehicles, wrecked lives. Scenes that sit in sharp contrast to those seen here in 2019, when people took to the streets to celebrate the downfall of President Omar al-Bashir and nearly 3 decades of military dictatorship.
For the protesters, though, it isn't enough. They want nothing short of a full civil transition of rule, and they're coming in their thousands.
We want to say that our revolution is ongoing until the demands of the Sudanese people are met.
Dreams of democracy quickly faded. In the wake of the coup, 2 generals rose to power. General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, commander of the Sudanese armed forces, and General Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo, commander of a paramilitary formation known as the Rapid Support Forces. Tensions between the 2 generals grew, and in April 2023, those tensions flared into fighting.
العدو بيكون منضبط ومعلم الخطا واساليب القتال المعروفه وكده هي يدير بالاحترام، اما الاسلوب اللي بيقاتلوا به او القوات المتمرده دي هو عباره عن اسلوب عشوائي وانتهاكي، سواء كان لحقوق المواطنين او سواء كان اسلوب القتال ذاته او سواء كان
We're moving up to the front with the Sudanese Armed Forces captain here, whose unit was involved in recapturing this section of North Khartoum from the RSF last September.
You know what's crazy?
He's taking us to one of his forward positions.
I mean, especially now that it's been declared a genocide by the U.S., the UAE is responsible for 2 genocides. Countries right next to each other. Nobody gives a shit.
Yep. And the U.S.
Unless it's America doing it, you can do whatever you want. The only criticism that ever comes is if America is supplying your genocide.
Yep. It's because people don't actually give a fuck. It's only teams. It's only team sports. If your team is involved, then you care. It's why you only hear people talking about Palestine, Congo, and
they don't
Sudan
talk about Congo. They just tokenize it.
That's what I was.
They bring it up.
getting to.
They bring up Sudan and Congo when they talk about imperialism or something.
No,
and it's like, okay, who's
they
doing the
literally
imperialism in the Congo? And they won't be able to tell you Rwanda.
They say Palestine, Sudan, and the Congo, And every time I see it, I'm like, hey, what's going on in the Congo? Nobody says a thing.
I've asked a few times, and I've seen some people able to say about Sudan that both forces are bad, and
That's a bare
which is
minimum.
fine. And then I'm not sure how familiar people are with the M23. I'm not sure if that's come up before.
Yeah.
It might have, but I'm not positive.
عندك من القياده هتلقى هناك ترس لو ظاهر لك كويس دي اللي هي اخر نقطه لنا من الترس ده ولقدام في الحواجز القوات بتاعت الار اس اف متواجده في المنطقه دي وبتقاطعوا هناك.
Human rights organisations say that both sides have committed war crimes, but it is the RSF that stands accused of orchestrating a deliberate campaign of sexual violence, ethnic cleansing and torture. So we're going into the TV and radio centre, which was held by the RSF until March when they were driven out by the South. During the time the RSF were here, they used it as a torture centre. There's stained mattresses, old clothes. There's women's clothes here, there's a bra here. Look, there's handprints on the wall. You can see where the fingers have trailed down. The RSF originally grew out of the Janjaweed, the Arabic term for devils on horseback, and it gained notoriety during the genocide in Darfur in an earlier chapter of war. In areas of Omdurman recently liberated from RSF control, residents were regularly exposed to torture and beatings at the hands of the paramilitaries. Mudathir Abbas was arrested by the RSF on a false charge of spying.
ساقونا ودونا الإذاعة بعربية قتالية. الشيء المؤسف إنه بيضربونا نحن، يعني جابوا لنا أولاد صغار ويدقونا نحن أولاد قدر أولاد يعني عمر 15 سنة. ف قام جاب جزازة بتاعت زي لتر كده ومسكها من فوق وعمل لها كده، قال الداري يقعد فيها مني. واحد مات. ده أنا.
The RSF is also using a widespread campaign of sexual violence as a weapon of war. Rahav's daughter was raped by fighters from the group.
If you can spare the guns, give every woman a gun. Anyone that tries it, kill them.
I mean, they have been enlisting women. A lot of that was a whole, we've covered that before.
Yes, we have.
Is that there is women militia coming up because of this, because they
I
know
mean, it's
the same. This is
exactly
the same
what
thing. What really got the YPG cooking, right? It wasn't necessarily they were attracted to the ideals. The women knew that if their city was taken by ISIS, what would happen to them. So there is that kind of effect with women's militia in Sudan as well.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's good. That's good to hear that that's actually coming to fruition. I'm so surprised that there aren't Kurdish agents around the world in conflicts like this, dropping seeds of these ideas and just being like, hey.
I mean, resources,
what about
you
this?
know?
Yeah, it's a resource game, obviously.
The Apoists, are, you know, they basically live in Syria and Iraq, in the poorest regions of the world, you know? It's hard to export ideas when you have no exports.
Yeah. Maybe we can set up a part of the non-profit to do that.
هم لما يجوا البيت بغرض السرقة أنا ما أعرف، لكن اللي حصل إنه لما فتحوا الباب طوالي أول ما قامت كده اتخلعت راح يسكرها عملها كده، جيبي تليفون جيبي قروش جيبي قاعدة عملها كده، ما عندك أي حاجة. قالت 3 وقالت واحد خد لها الخنجر هنا وواحد وجه لها السلاح. نحن الكلام ده من أول يوم أنا بقيت بالنسبة لها الطبيب الأول. ما تخافي ده حادث، ما تخجلي وما تعديها وصمة ضعضعة. بقيت أتكلم معاها، لكن الحادث في حد ذاته أنا لغاية هسه ما أعرف التفاصيل ولا داير أعرف.
In urban areas. A school hospital in Omdurman at the edge of Khartoum, which has been the focus for much of the war since hostilities broke out in April last year. The director of the hospital
I think anybody see RSF, kill RSF. You should treat them like ISIS.
Yeah, they're not good.
I think that's a definite appropriate response to the Janjaweed. Is a bullet on sight. Scum, true scum, to the level of ISIS scum. Death, infinite death.
99% of the patients here are civilian.
I try here to help everybody, everyone. Even if we have no beds, I don't see the patient. We don't have bed go home. We accept him anyway. Sometimes we treat him on the floor, yes. I prefer to treat him on the floor than to set him back.
Do you have international partners helping MSF or SAFA helping?
MSF helping us directly to the hospital, making a direct support to the hospital.
It's always Doctors Without Borders. If you are going to give money,
yeah, they're so great,
to any non-profit, Doctors Without Borders, without hesitation, I would recommend donating to Doctors Without Borders. As much as you can give them. They need every single fucking cent.
WHO, Red Cross, nobody here. Come in, please. This is our Red Cross.
World Health, Red Cross, nobody. Only Doctors Without Borders. The only one in there helping them is Doctors Without Borders. Every other one doesn't give a
Not
fuck.
directly to the hospital, making a direct support to the hospital.
It's too risky. Doctors Without Borders have doctors dying in Gaza. Right? Nobody else gives a fuck. Like every time that I got one of the donation magazines, I would open it up to have a read through what they were talking about. Every single time. Sudan, Congo, Palestine, Balochistan, Pakistan, China, like all hits everything that we're fucking talking about, and these guys are already there in operation. I cannot endorse them enough. And yes, World Kitchen is cool as well. They do good stuff as well. But yeah, I cannot endorse Doctors Without Borders enough.
WHO.
And it's mostly because I can't really afford to support them at the moment. Is that I'm like, you should do it. Like, genuinely, if you don't donate to something, this is a good first one to do so.
Red Cross. Nobody
After
here.
us.
Come in, please. This is our pharmacy, hospital, the main hospital pharmacy. It is free. Nobody here paying money.
Dr. Jamal, before the war, most of your drugs were manufactured in Sudan, or it depends?
Up to 70-40% manufactured in Sudan. Now, zero. There is a child here, victim of shelling yesterday. And she is injured in the left leg, left arm, by shrapnel. Her older brother, 9 years old, died.
هما الاثنين بيسوقوا في جنب البراميل طوال يلا بقطع كده الراس كده فوق ما في واليد يعني كم جزء من اطراف القطع اسف انا اسف انا حروق لا حصلت لنا ولا حاجه بس وجناحي عينه كده بتقطع حته حته فكنت اعمل شنو زعل مكان.
That was the children's grandmother speaking. Their mother was at home.
طبعا لما كنا طالعين من جوا يعني شفنا بس منظرا. البيت انا لقيته بيكوري كانوا هم يوم الجو نمبر حيط. لا اسف اللحظه دي ما عندي
The more I find out, the more I watch about this stuff, the more I dislike the fake activists. Like it really makes me hate them, because it truly is just a team thing for them. It's a popularity thing. It's an online clout thing. They don't actually give a fuck. and this is what's happening, and nobody cares.
The war has displaced more than 11 million people internally, and over 2 million more have fled across the borders as refugees. We're at a place called Bir Hamad, just west of Omdurman, at a reception centre. This is where people escaping from the RSF come to start their new lives. They've got to go through at least 14 RSF checkpoints to get to this point, meet Sudanese armed forces. And along those checkpoints, along that route, many are robbed, a lot of their possessions looted, and some of the women exposed to assault.
ملصوها جوا في غرفة وربوها مسكة بالخمار هنا ده لما ظهر الضربة هنا فيها هنا
قعدات يلا بيقولوا 4 جوا وانا طلع بايتي في استاني تحت قام قال لي اقفل الباب لما قال لي اقفل الباب انا قلت احسن يموت ما يعملوا لي حاجه قمت جريت عملت الاسلحه بتاعتهم دي كده وطلعت راسي وجسمي كله ماسكني بيقول لي تعالي هنا اقعدي قمت الطرحه مسكت هنا شديد لما خنقت بقت جارينا فكت لون الطرحه والطرحه دي جوا طلعتها.
The loss of life is perhaps most evident here at the Ahmed Shafi cemetery in Omdurman, which has been extended 3 times since the war began, just to cope with the volume of the dead in one area of this city. This is the funeral of Mohammed Abdul Salam, a 37-year-old builder nicknamed Bundug, who was starved and tortured by the RSF in prison and died 10 days after his family got him home. He is being buried alongside an infant boy who died of sickness, a common practice in wartime that the Sudanese believe will grant the dead companionship and mercy. Strangers in life, companions in death.
العدد دي يكون محظوظ الليلة 25 جثمان ما أقل من 25 30 جثمان يعني كميات كبيرة من التدوين في الوفيات.
The war has no end in sight. Yet despite the immensity of Sudan's suffering, the conflict still remains at the periphery of international attention. As the civilian death toll rises, and with all hope of democracy shattered, Sudan's generals are once more at the forefront of their country's future.
نصر للجيش إن شاء الله. نصر للجيش إن شاء الله.
Now, what do you think led the United States to impose sanctions on RSF now after several years of this war?
Well, when you look at the record of the RSF and the atrocities that were happening on the ground, it necessitated this action to be taken. Increasingly, we've seen atrocities against civilians going up on a scale that's unprecedented, and that led to policy wonks across the world, activists and Sudanese citizens themselves asking for some form of accountability.
Brian, how effective would these sanctions be, and can they force Hemeti to stop the war?
Sanctions in and of themselves can not actually force any stoppage to any conflict. They have to be accompanied by other actions. Specifically, they have to be accompanied by a political strategy, a diplomatic and political strategy that would lead to the end of the conflict. And sanctions is just one of the items in the toolkit. If you impose sanctions, then you also have to be articulating a strategy of how to bring people to the negotiating table and then reach a political settlement. And I believe this is just one part of it. And those that have the United States is actually right now involved in a political strategy to address the conflict in Sudan. And I think as we go forward in the coming months, we will begin hopefully to see some negotiations picking up because of this.
Brian, some people may wonder why these sanctions were imposed on the RSF and not also on the Sudan army led by Abdel Fattah al-Burhan. What are the possible answers here?
Well, this is not a question of who is more or less evil than the other in comparing the RSF and the Sudan armed forces. This is a question of who is actually committing the genocide, who is committing the mass atrocities right now. And the evidence suggests overwhelmingly that the RSF is at the forefront of these atrocities, and that's why it was sanctioned.
And how would you characterize this war in terms of how it has impacted civilians in Sudan and even having a little hope about having some normalcy in the near future?
It's a good question. The war has been very devastating. Nearly 30% of Sudan's population has been displaced. The UNHCR
30%.
says that at least 11 million people in the country have been displaced. Another 3 million have been forced to refuge in neighboring countries. The infrastructure in the country has been devastated and brought to the ground. And there's a famine looming in Sudan. So all of these factors indicate that this is really
I'm
a
so
very
glad nobody gives a fuck about this. This is going to turn out really well. Nobody's going to die from this lack of people giving a fuck. Yeah, very, very cool. Very, very cool. Let's go with this one.
The head of the Sudanese army has praised Turkey's offer to resolve the 20-month-long conflict between his forces and their paramilitary rivals. During a meeting in Port Sudan on Saturday, Abdel Fattah al-Burhan asked Turkey's deputy foreign minister to convey to Turkish leaders that they welcome President Erdogan's initiative. In a statement last week, the UAE praised Turkey's diplomatic efforts aimed at resolving the ongoing crisis in Sudan. The war in Sudan has killed tens of thousands of people and displaced 12 million others. It has also pushed the country to the brink of famine, with analysts warning that the involvement of other countries would only prolong the suffering.
Is this the UAE guys or are these Turkish guys? I'm assuming they're UAE.
Yeah. Looks like
they
it.
look ridiculous.
Turks
But-
don't wear Arab clothes like that.
Yeah. The Turkish should bring back their big hats though. That's a vibe they should bring back.
The big onion hats.
Yeah, the mushroom hats. They can
Well,
be
I like the
mushroom
fez
people.
as well.
What is that?
A fez?
Ah, the little
F-E-Z?
circle hat, the one that Grandpa Simpson gets.
Sure.
Wait, you don't know what I'm talking about?
No, I didn't watch The Simpsons. It was never in my culture.
Fair enough. Hold on. Here it is. I'm so glad that Google search gave me results.
Yep.
One of these?
Yep.
He buys it from the Surplus Army store. Uncle Stan hat. Wait, what? I've watched that show many times. What are you talking about? Am I misremembering? Was it just not that significant? Hold on. And please, it's Grunkle Stan. If you're gonna get it right, get it right.
Gravity Falls had to censor it? The hat? Why?
You know what? You might be right. What do you reckon?
What?
His hat.
What about it?
Do you reckon it is one?
Sure.
I never even thought about it. It had an Islam... Really?
Interesting.
That's so interesting. I didn't realize. No wonder it's a clam with a thing in the middle. Interesting.
Oh, I thought it was a fish eating a pellet. It's a Turkic. It's supposed to be an Ottoman sun, I assume.
Oh my god. Look at
Or
this.
the star.
That's what it was originally. So because it was too crescent moony, I guess they had to change it, maybe?
Alcoholic.
How interesting.
He's an alcoholic.
Yes, it is a fez. All right. There you go. I didn't even realize. Cool. Interesting. Also, top character. Great show. Highly recommend.
The Biden administration has determined that the Rapid Support Forces rebel group in Sudan is committing genocide, and the Treasury has announced new sanctions for the group's leader and affiliated companies. It's the latest escalation for Sudan, which aid groups say is facing the worst humanitarian crisis in the world right now.
I don't have a mood for clowning right now.
She can no longer hold her son, so Zaytona Yaqub clings to the clothes he left behind.
I found his body stiffened. I carried him and ran to my neighbor, and I asked her to have a look at him. She told me, "Your son is gone."
7.5-year-old Zaki died of starvation. His family, like millions, displaced by years of fighting in Sudan. Zaytona is now among the masses mourning a loved one in this war. Today, Secretary of State Antony Blinken declared that a genocide took place in Sudan, singling out the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, as fueling some of the worst.
That would result in people actually acknowledging the war, and then they would start complaining about America bombing black people instead of the fact that they're rapist, genociding fuckwits. That would be a really bad decision, in my opinion. You would have to get the Nigerians to bomb them.
Violence. In a statement, Blinken said the RSF.
No fucking way. What is it called?
RSF and allied militias have systematically murdered men and boys.
Although, that being said, Sudan is right over the Mediterranean. Europe could just hop over there and destroy their shit and go back.
Yeah,
that's a fair
now
point.
It's bad if Europe stops genocides in Africa because it's imperialism thanks to Russian information warfare.
That's interesting. Complicated times.
Even infants on an ethnic basis, and deliberately targeted women and girls from certain
That's because the people who are on the Save Sudan crowd are just pro-Palestinian people who are bandwagoning on the people who try to get the collective sympathy from Sudan and Congo to Palestine to pull away from it. They're literally suffocating those conflicts to prop up Palestine like we don't know. Like nobody is talking about Palestine. No. Nobody is talking about Sudan. Nobody is talking about the Congo, right? Nobody is talking about Armenia and Azerbaijan. Nobody's talking about Georgia, right? All of this shit is happening, and all we hear about is Palestine. Like yes, obviously Palestine is an issue. There are bigger things, and you can care about more than one thing. You don't need to pigeonhole yourself. Please, for the love of God, fucking just actually care. Fuck your team. They don't care. They don't care about you. They don't care about the cause. They just want money. It's like the Black Lives Matter organization that raised money for Black Lives Matter, but they really just pocketed the money and fucked off. It's that. They only want that. They just want money. They don't give a fuck about you or the cause. It's all about capitalism. They're capitalists. They're scamming you. If you actually care, find the people who care. That's the only way you can actually do something.
Ethnic groups for rape and other forms of brutal sexual violence. Blinken accused those same militias of targeting and murdering innocent people escaping conflict and preventing civilians from accessing life-saving supplies. Ahmed Mohammed helped to dig the graves and bury the dead near Khartoum.
Most of those people died because of disease and starvation. RSF fighters deprived us of everything.
The U.S. Treasury Department levied sanctions on RSF leader Mohammed Hamdan, also known as Hemedti, plus 7 RSF-owned companies based in the United Arab Emirates. The RSF stems from the government-backed Janjaweed militias, a largely Arab force that brutally crushed an uprising.
What country did America just recently raise the partnership of? The UAE, that's right. Cool.
Of non-Arabs in the 2000s, killing hundreds of thousands of people. In 2004, the U.S. declared that
not sanctioning the United Arab Emirates for funding the genocide and putting up the people, all of that. Is it still relevant and current 2 years later? A year and a half later? What, the conflict is 20 months old? We did one 15 months ago? I'd say that's pretty fucking good. I say we were pretty on it for this one. I don't know.
You think?
Do you reckon the Janjaweed special that we did is still up to date, still relevant?
Yeah. Yeah, nothing has changed.
I'd say that's pretty good work then. Pretty good damn, mate.
At war in Darfur,
also,
a
like,
genocide.
the fact that
Years later, a 20.
Literally, like, we rolled it out within a day of the conflict starting. Because Ace and I already knew so much about Sudan because we had covered it in the.
That's right. It was when it started.
Literally. That's why it did so well too, because nobody else had videos on it at the time. It's that fast turnaround that we lucked out on.
Yeah.
And like Ace did it from the hookah lounge too, you know.
He did.
20 peace agreement was quickly undone by a coup and subsequent fighting the following year. And by 2023, a full-blown civil war as the RSF fight the Sudanese military for control of the country. The war has accelerated an already dire humanitarian crisis. Millions of Sudanese are short on food, water, and electricity, and the medical system is on the verge of collapse. The U.S. envoy for Sudan, Tom Perriello, says some estimates suggest close to 150,000 people have been killed as a result of the conflict.
For more, we turn to Beth Van Schok, U.S. Ambassador at Large for Global Criminal Justice. Welcome to the NewsHour.
Thank you for having me.
So Secretary Blinken noted that back in December of 2023, he'd concluded both the RSF paramilitary forces and the Sudanese armed forces had committed war crimes. He also said it was based on new information. This designation of a genocide was made that the RSF militias had committed genocide, and just the RSF militias. What new information came your way today that you didn't have back in December of 2023?
This war has been catastrophic on Sudanese civilians across Darfur and across the entire country. And what we're seeing in Darfur in particular now at the hands of the RSF are targeted killings based upon ethnicity. Statements in perpetrators' own words saying they want to eradicate particular ethnic groups from the region and entirely. We see sexual violence rampant. We see men and boys being killed, including infant boys. So these are all
Okay, so hold on. So when did the Sudanese civil war start? 15th of April 2023. Our video, the Sudan special, came out on the 17th of April 2023. Two days. One day, because I'm a day ahead, and but it's stagnated. It stayed at 700 views since we dropped it.
I mean, it popped off right away.
Yeah. We need to somehow reintroduce...
Hang on, send it to me. I want to see if the upload date's different.
I am going to download and re-upload this. And see if we can't get it to pop again.
Yeah, it's 16th of April for me. So literally within 24 hours. That we were able to put that out. And what's funny is like we previously had just talked about the Janjaweed. We had James on, and Ace and him were talking about how they renamed themselves to the RSF.
Yes.
And I was like not listening at the time.
I think you guys were just chatting it up. I was mostly listening. And research. I think I was Googling shit as well. Because I'm like, what the fuck? Crazy.
And then also the only part that's not relevant here anymore is the Egyptian pilots being held.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, just like this run of LTEX is fucking great. After we came back and we had that one filler, we had the Balkans episode. And then we had the Afghanistan episode.
Yeah, that guy was great.
Project Leaflet. Militant Wire. I think that was the elections, right? Which I think if we go back and watch that, we were probably correct on most of those. Then we had the Modern Mercenaries, Janjaweed, Tortuguita, and Stop Cop City, which we need to do more Stop Cop City stuff. And then we
This
had
one
Mac
is
Mil-
okay
Mac
because
on it, and then
we kept saying Order of Nine Angels in this one, so I think it's cringe.
well, I think we
Even
should
though it's-
redo this one and re-examine the Nazi terror network. We
Mhm.
should revisit that, and then we have the cringe one with Drew, and then Force X.
Well, that one's also good too.
Mm.
The Drew one.
Yeah, and then like Force X, the Kosovo special, and then we had Emma, and then Tactical Girlfriend, 9/11, Modern Insurgent, Jake, and then Kaffa here. And it's like, that's a fucking solid run of episodes.
Yeah, the Kirk
Like-
Cook special is good too.
Yeah, which I don't think I was there for that one. I think that was just you.
It was just me and Heavy talking.
Yeah.
That one's great. History of Militant Extremism.
Mhm.
That one is,
Fantastic.
if you want to learn about why, like, Al Qaeda exists. Boom.
Mm. Yeah, exactly. And then we have the Gaza ones, which I'm not in there at all. Iran, which I think is with Pega.
Venezuela's good too. They're all
Venezuela
they're all really
is
good.
great. Like Venezuela is such a good one as well. He tells us about how he was
A slave.
Yeah, escaped Venezuela to become a slave in Sweden.
Yes, I think so.
Something like that. One of those ones. He
And then he
messaged me
disappeared before we dropped it. And like a few
Yeah.
months ago, he reappeared, and I sent it to him, and he said, "Wow, this was so good." Like I didn't get his approval on it or anything beforehand, you know.
But yeah, he disappeared. We didn't know where he fucking went. He popped back up, and now I've got an actual solid contact with him now. So if he disappears, it doesn't matter. I still have contact with him. But that, if you haven't seen the Venezuela episode, really, really good episode. And then we got into the newer format, and we started changing stuff and testing stuff. And these ones are really good as well. This one's good, the one with the two girls from Singapore.
Well, I wanted to expand the news side of things, so I started doing the intro shows.
Yeah. And then we haven't dropped anything for a while, and now we're figuring shit out. I will do like a 2025, 2024 thing.
Well, I think the thing is, these they're really good, but the effort put into them is so not worth it.
But you've also got to realize that we're not doing it for the views that we're getting now. We're doing it for the portfolio that we can then point to these and go, hey, you can go look at these to see what we're about, right? That's why we need to keep doing them and why the editing. But I understand where the editing drain is coming from because we're not getting much return.
It's not the editing drain. It's lining up, booking, and planning.
Yeah, okay.
Because, like, I'm not sure if you saw, but I responded to some idiot to the Anarch re-upload on his channel.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, go look at my response to him. We have Turkmenistan. We mentioned Turkmenistan in chat, and now there's a whole thing here.
Yeah, I don't know. Scythian wolves? That's a great name.
Yeah, Scythians rule.
Okay.
Science rules.
I'm gonna play the video.
I showed you the Chinese Bill Nye, right? Oh, we're still in the wrong category right now. Silly us.
What are we in?
Fucking Mass Effect.
Oh my god. It's been such a good episode and we've been in Mass Effect.
We've been doing great numbers.
I know.
So just goes to show you.
It literally doesn't matter. What was I doing? Our videos. Hold on. Your videos. And this one, I was going back to the playlist. Hold on.
You ever see Maniac with Kid Cudi?
I have not.
It's directed by Shia LaBeouf. I wonder if it would get claimed.
Probably.
I don't know.
I carried him and ran to my neighbor and
killing.
Did we finish this one? I think we finished that one.
I'm gonna download and upload it, see if it gets a claim.
Yeah, fair. What was I checking? I got distracted.
See, you saying I got distracted is what made me think of this little video.
What was I checking?
Something about her videos.
Comment.
Oh, yeah, on the Anarch video. Because somebody was like, you're deliberately lying, and he's talking about bonobos. You know that comment?
I replied to that. No, I replied to that. You must have gotten a notification.
No, but I saw that you replied. I also wrote directly to him. You replied to Anarch. I wrote out an extensive comment directly to this person. And it's just, you should pull it up and read it out loud, because it's very funny.
I don't know how to find where your comments are. How do I do that?
Just go to the one person there. Hang on.
I don't even know how you found that.
Yeah, it's in the notifications.
Yeah, I can't see the notifications because
Hang
it's your
on.
account.
If you go to the video,
I'm just going. I'm going to the video because that's all I can do. Because I did see that.
I love that he has the little books on display behind him too.
I don't think you even know. Okay. I don't think you know what lying is. Biological science and studies can be easily debated among people who specialize in the field. This is presenting limited, cherry-picked cases to inspire people to think about their condition and decide if they are going to let conditions dictate how they behave.
Put it on screen so people can read along. Because my grammar's shit.
Presenting something like wolves having completely different structures in captivity might be a no-brainer, but it's not something people give any thought to, especially when it comes to political science. Another factor is abundance. The only reason we can even have these intro discussions is because we have more abundance and suffer less than others. At the end of the day, we are not bonobos, so it really doesn't matter because nothing on Earth will compare to our complex systems and societies throughout human existence. I open the conversation essentially with a disclaimer done in a way that feels fluid and natural and states that nothing is going to be a deep dive. The objective was to introduce basic concepts and ideas in a variety of ways so all different kinds of people could take something something to begin their own journey instead of a guidebook on what and how to think. We didn't intend to prove anything to anyone. We intended to make them think, which is the exact opposite of what our brand normally does with deep dives and explainers on systems, information, and politics. There's a very specific reason this was our last episode of the season before putting Altec on hold to develop other projects to target other audiences. It easily also fits Anarch's channel because because I deliberately structured it to be seamless anywhere. If there's one general point you don't like, there's dozens of others within the video you can vibe with. To laser focus on the general soft idea that acts as a part of an introduction to a larger point is just very silly. To also say that someone is lying, which means there is malice intent to deceive, is just ignorant and short-sighted. There is nothing to be pushed or proven here. It doesn't propose any system is really superior. You shouldn't need to convict... Sorry, my fucking eyes are going nuts because there's so much text and there's no space between the text.
Like line spacing.
Oh yeah, it's a nightmare. I completely understand double spacing now. You
Mhm.
shouldn't need to convince. That's why I'm highlighting it, because I'm tracing it as
Mhm.
I'm reading. You
Well,
shouldn't
it's better
need to
because
be
then people follow wrong.
convinced to question things, but maybe there are things somebody never thought to question about structures, and that's the point. It's birdshot for maximum spread, but will only kill the weakest ideas someone holds. That's that's great.
Because like I saw all these people like debating
Mm.
this thing be like if you Google it, right? So like this whole thing about if you do Google it, it's contradicting. I'm like, who the fuck cares? Like the bonobo structure thing. I even pull up a thing and the paper I'm referencing is theoretical.
Yes.
Like, bro, get a life.
Yeah, all
He's
the ones that I
lying here. Like, what do you mean lying?
Like all the ones that I saw. 'cause
literally pulled up a paper, my dude.
Like even here, right? I'm like, it is in fact as easy as a Google search to find out that it is, because I'd been meaning to Google this shit for a while. I'm like, now's the time, right? I Googled it, so and that's why I left the comment. I'm like, a higher ratio of nonlinear dominance hierarchies appear in bonobos as opposed to other chimpanzee species. But like everything, rules have exceptions. If other evidence is around, a link ain't hard to post.
But
And this
like,
is
you know, like
the same
like,
argument
even if
I make
what
with
I
the sixth gen
what I
puzzle.
said about bonobos was wrong, it was just like a minor throwaway point.
It's funny because this is the exact criticism I have about this fucking guy who piped up about Galileo when it wasn't fucking about him. Like, fuck off. This isn't relevant. You're derailing a point and giving the fucking idiots more ammunition right now. You, in an attempt to clear up 17th century bad information or misinformed opinions or whatever, you are now empowering modern disinformation. You fucking idiot. Like, this is literally all this is.
The
It's
fucking
crazy.
Maniac did not get claimed.
Oh.
So.
Hell yeah.
You want to watch a cool short movie after
How long
the
is it?
topic we finish with? As a transition?
How long is it?
It's 10 minutes.
Sure.
So you can go get your food if you haven't eaten yet.
I haven't, but I kind of want to get through M23 before we move on.
Well, that's what I'm saying. After this topic,
Yeah.
we can put it on as a little transition.
Because I got...
Because I got
M23.
distracted. You kept saying I got distracted, and I kept thinking about a specific line in this movie.
Okay. Yes, I want to get through M23.
It's so base that Kid Cudi didn't claim it.
Rebel forces backed by Rwanda have seized control of the town of Masisi in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo.
Sissy.
This marks the second town captured by the M23 group in just 2 days in the North Kivu province.
They're doing an FSA push.
Since 2021, the M23 rebels have taken control of large parts of eastern DR Congo, displacing hundreds of thousands of people in the process. Efforts to mediate the ongoing conflict have been led by Angola, with talks between Congolese President Felix Tshisekedi and Rwandan President Paul Kagame. However, those negotiations collapsed last month, leaving the region in a continued state of instability. The Congolese authorities have not yet commented on the loss of the town. Masisi, which has a population of about 40,000, is about 80 kilometers north of the North Kivu provincial capital Goma, which the M23 briefly occupied in 2012.
In Bukavu, the capital of South Kivu province, a significant citizen march took place on Wednesday, orchestrated by the civil society organization Force Vive. Thousands of locals took to the streets to express their concerns about the troubling advance of M23 rebels moving into South Kivu through the border town of Minova. The Congolese are being killed like flies. with millions of internally displaced people accompanied by numerous humanitarian crises and their consequences. The Kigali regime has clearly turned its back on the Luanda process,
It's a great
boycotting the
channel
meeting
too,
on
the
December
Africa
15,
News channel.
2024, which you attended alone. Brandishing placards and chanting slogans, demonstrators also condemned the unlawful extraction of minerals, a persistent problem in the area. South Kivu, abundant in natural resources, has suffered for years from organized plundering by Chinese capital funds, which support both local and
Mostly
global.
considering that there is no news about Africa. It's a consistent
Yeah, well,
source
hopefully
that covers a lot.
using this channel more will make our algorithm like it.
Yes. Yes. Well, actually, what we should work on, because we have such a focus on Africa, we should probably work to try and get some correspondence in Africa to try and get direct news out of there. Get direct reports. Start there. I think that would be the best place to start.
Yeah,
we
it's
could
difficult.
maybe get some contacts in Kenya and then expand from there.
That would be the way to do it.
Yeah, I think so.
Hey,
this is the year to do it.
It's not like I ain't trying.
Yeah, that's fair.
Networks. In our area in Mwenga territory, there is illegal exploitation of our minerals by Chinese subjects. Today I left everything to be in the street. We are so tired because our minerals are being looted, but so far there are no roads, no construction. In our area, people die of hunger every day, and all of this we must denounce. In the midst of ongoing tensions in eastern DRC, this protest highlights the determination of South Kivu population to take a stand against insecurity and unlawful exploitation of their resources. The spotlight is now on the authorities, urging them to deliver tangible solutions to these pressing challenges that threatens the region's peace and development.
Fucking creepo music.
Faut dire que nos revendications se résument.
Oh, this is the actual M23 talking to Al Jazeera, that's why.
Yeah, but it's just funny, the music.
Yeah.
C'est un refus. Ni le litigation. Mais une guerre existentielle. Parce que le gouvernement congolais soumet la mort à une partie de sa population. Les Tutsis sont servis ou servent de boucs émissaires au gouvernement congolais pour distraire la population par rapport au raté de la gouvernance. Ils ont rangé plus de 22 000 hommes réunis autour de 15 régions. Et nous avons compris les manœuvres et nous sommes préparés suffisamment à nous défendre. Et voilà ce qu'il y a eu, par exemple. Ils nous ont attaqués. Et la logique de la guerre veut que lorsqu'on a une suprématie sur l'autre, on lui prend l'espace à partir duquel il tire sur nous. Qu'elles soient tranquilles. Ce que nous voulons, c'est de parler avec eux pour régler des questions qui sont liées à la gouvernance du pays, une gouvernance qui nous tue. une gouvernance qui nous envoie en exil, une gouvernance qui ne nous permet pas de faire vivre nos enfants demain et après-demain. Il faut que nos enfants puissent vivre. Il faut que nous puissions créer un environnement qui permette au fait à des générations futures de ne pas hériter les problèmes que nous n'avons pas réussi à résoudre. Le refus du dialogue du gouvernement congolais, c'est un refus de la résolution civilisée des conflits. Parce que le monde civilisé aujourd'hui ne sait le refus du dialogue du gouvernement congolais, c'est un refus
Oh my God.
De la résolution civilisée des conflits. Parce que le monde civilisé aujourd'hui ne se bat plus. Ils résolvent le problème par le dialogue et ça passe. Mais Kinshasa est dans la logique de la guerre.
You farted in my cereal. Ha ha ha, she's eating my farts.
Juma mbili zimeisha na tuko tunatembea kwa miguu. Na tuko tunalala kwa barabara, hakuna maji, hakuna chakula.
Subtitles all good? You can read them?
I'm exiting tabs right now.
That's fine.
I'm not looking at it, sorry.
I will.
Na tuko tunaromba, sasa tunavikosa. Tunalala njala, mvula inatunyeshea kwa barabara. Walikuwa wanakuya na hawataua watu, lakini leo hii viko naua watoto, wanaume, wanamke. Wanajua vyenyewe vilitutosha mwingine na kuunguza mimea ya wakaaji. Nilikuwa na maisha mazuri, nilikuwa nalima mihindi, mimi nalima muhogo, mimi nalima bijumba, na maharagi, lakini vyote walisharunguza, ndio maisha yangu yamekuwa mabaya.
I guess it's because they're rewinding back. They don't give a fuck about destroying resources. Why the fuck would
I mean,
they?
it's a lot of it's over mining and stuff. You know, like the food isn't what the RSF, the M23 cares about.
Yeah. It's the minerals.
This is one of UNHCR's 10 most underfunded operations, the DRC. So my plea to donors is not to abandon this operation, not to abandon the people who need this humanitarian assistance. Yes, we understand that this is an operation that's over 30 years old, but the needs are huge. There are new needs emerging every single day, and these people do need that help. And we do appeal to the international community, especially our donors who have followed us for so long, to continue to fund these programs.
Mukambi hata hakuna vita, hawezi kuua saa gisi tulikuwa kwetu. watoto walikuwa wanashinda na yuko wanakula, hakuna shida, tunalima, tunaishi mzuri, lakini leo hii watoto walikuwa wanalala njala. Chenye tuko tunaomba tu ni usalama, turudie uvivizini kwenye tulitokaka.
It's a strange choice. I was kind of interested how the UNHCR would make a video like that. It's about what I expected. 500 views. Beautiful. Just fucking just what we want.
Yeah, great, huh?
Excellent.
Subscribe.
I did.
Oh, I'm looking at the Twitch feed. So I probably said it after you already clicked it. Because I was looking 46 behinds.
Yenye ilituma tunakimbia Kongo ilikuwa ni juu ya insecurity, balikuwa bametuingilia munyumba, bakaacha naua mama, baba wamemubeba, afu walikuwa wangu walikuwa wamepitia kudirisha wakakimbia. Tulikuwa mabusiku hivi, tuko nakia natembea, tukafika kukanisa mwa tukale bakatupokea, bakatusaidia, pale bakatusikia matatizo yetu gisi tuko batoto bayatima na njoo bakaanza tusaidia na bingine. Nahitaji sana msaada wenu zaidi, kama ungenisaidia na uchuruzi na baloko yangu pia basome.
Fuck's sake. If I can get some capital to start a small business. I guess, I mean...
Kama ungenisaidia na uchuruzi na baloko yangu pia basome. Bajisikie kama familia, baona tagisi.
Wait, there are siblings? Jesus Christ.
Nisaidie na kitu kinaweza vafaa basaulike vitu vyetu tulipitia hapo.
Share this video. How many views do you reckon that has?
Under 100. Or under
265. None of these videos have over 1,000 views.
Some of them do. That one had like 2K. Through my eyes. More of like an artistic film.
Yeah. 1,000. It's a white dude. That's fucking funny.
Well, it's probably in English.
Oh, true. They have to actually read subtitles. Maybe we'll go through this channel every now and again. We'll watch some of these videos. That's why it has 2.
Oh, it's the channel trailer.
Son of a bitch. That's hilarious. Alrighty. Let's do this one.
The Democratic Republic of the Congo, or DRC, or Congo, not the Republic of the Congo. That's a completely different country. Let's be honest, today, it's an awful country to live in. The average Congolese holds about $500 US, and over 75% live in poverty in a country of 90 million. But wait, the DRC is abundantly resource rich. They have so many minerals and so much space to become an agricultural beast.
I didn't realize there was that many people.
Yeah, it's a huge country.
And that percentage of poverty, wild.
Yeah.
Wow. With some of the most expensive and rare minerals in the world. Incredible. Wow.
A lot of slave exports.
Why are they so poor?
That's
It's
also
exploitation.
what happens.
The people of the Congo...
You know, it's not just the mineral that is a resource.
It's
the
the people,
people
too.
are also being trafficked and exported.
Yeah.
have been exploited ever since, well, ever.
But
as we'll see, the Congo has had one of the
they
most
do
miserable
have to give the Congo government one compliment. They do have a pretty good repatriation program.
Okay.
So the thing is that it's nowhere near Ghana's, which is probably the best that's ever existed.
Okay.
But they basically, if you are a Westerner with money, they basically set you up with like walled compounds to bring money into the region. So it's only like people who have like upper middle class. You can go get a fucking compound in Congo because, but it's not like anyone can do it. You know, you have to be, you know, sub-Saharan African.
Oh, interesting.
Just like Ghana. Like Ghana, you don't necessarily have to be from Ghana, but that's
area.
where America took the slaves from, is West, you know, the West African.
Ah, okay.
So that's why Ghana,
Interesting.
basically, as long as you're black, you can repatriate to Ghana and become a citizen.
That's neat.
Because, like, a lot of people have Nigerian roots, but, like, Nigeria has always been a very powerful
Yeah.
place. I mean, they're the ones who sold these people to begin with, you know.
Yes. Yeah. I didn't realize it was the Nigerians specifically. Was it?
Well, there's a lot of people, like, if you do, like, the DNA tests and you're black in the West, you'd probably come up with Nigerian.
I know that
more
there's
than
a
you
lot of
would with,
Nigerian
like,
in the
Eastern.
UK.
Because the eastern side is more dominated by the Indian Ocean trade.
Yeah.
But Congo has a rainforest, so I don't know how much of the Congo affected the triangle trade. You obviously have the Belgian genocide, but
yes,
that was still internal. I don't know how much Congolese were exported.
True.
Compared to
Not sure.
now, when it's a very popular slave export.
Is not my expertise.
It's like Rwanda Scott talks about it, like at the since they've since found gold, but Rwanda's one of their main exports is gold, but they don't have any gold there. How?
That's weird. Congo. Gotcha. Took me a minute.
Histories on this planet. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know whether to name this video The Miserable History, Life, or Economy of the Congo, but it doesn't matter because all
Heart
of
of
those
Darkness.
are true and they're all related. How were these people exploited and why is the DRC so poor nowadays? Let's start off in the jungles of Central Africa on the rivers of the Congo. There is a pre-colonial kingdom called the Kingdom of Congo with a K. It lasted from around 1392 until 1862, almost 500 years of rule. If you think it was just the colonization of Africa that killed the Congo's chance of prosperity, you need to see this kingdom. The kings essentially made their fortunes out of taxing the ever-living souls out of their subjects. Any extra product the farmers or miners or builders or whatever made would be taxed for the king. The king upheld this by making a strong military force to fight neighboring tribes, but mainly to keep their population in check. The people of the Congo, like most others would, absolutely
Orwellian.
hated this, and moved out of the larger cities where the king had the most power. This made a massive rural population too decentralized to become any larger power than it was. The farmers now were mostly working for subsistence rather than trade, but wait, me as the king cannot make an absolute golden fortune if I do not have rich subjects to extract the wealth from. Luckily, there's two solutions to this problem. The first is neighboring tribes, which the Congo had plenty of. The Luba, Lunda, Kuba, Kasai, and Kazembe people all lived here. You don't want to be taken over by them, do you? The king will protect you and save you from those barbarians, so people still had to be loyal to the king. The competition perhaps made the king slightly less exploitative than he would have liked to have been, since there was such a huge incentive to take over the kingdom and extract the wealth for yourself. The second solution to the extraction problem is via, slavery. Prisoners of war and bad subjects to the king would be made slaves and sold mainly to the Arabs through the caravan trade, part of the larger Indian Ocean
See?
slave
What
trade.
did I just say?
If you're the king of Congo and
What
your
did I
subjects...
just say about the Indian Ocean?
So sold to the Arabs.
Yep.
And taken
Look at
to the Indian Ocean.
Trade, part of the large...
Interesting. So they went out.
I just
through
put a
Kenya
video on
and
there.
Mozambique.
It's kind of boring, but it's why didn't Africans develop the wheel? I put it in Streaming Fun, maybe.
Okay. Camel. That's my answer.
Yeah, no, that's what the
Lock it
video is
in.
about. But
interesting.
then he also says, you know, Europeans also didn't use the wheel.
No, they didn't.
So, and that's the thing is like in a lot of ancient times, Because like for a while, Civ, one of the first upgrades you get is the wheel, and I'm like, eh. But it turns out in ancient times, a lot of people used wheels, including Africans.
Yeah. I mean, a lathe is a wheel. Fucking
ancient
hydropower.
times, you know.
Hydropower is a wheel. Like, what the fuck? What are they called? The water wheels.
Yeah,
What
but
are they
we're
called?
talking about wheel as a mode of transportation.
Sure. But what are they called? Those fucking water wheels?
Mill.
The power ones?
Water mill.
Watermill. Yeah. Weird word. Very obsolete now, right?
What, mill? You know why it's called a mill, right? Do you know what
I'm
mills do?
assuming they did something with wheat?
Yeah, they grind it.
Mm.
So that's what the wheel does, is it turns the grinder. So you can also, like, you'd see this is where mules would be used.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
And they would force the mule to walk in a circle all day.
Very cool.
Yeah, a mill is a wheel. Also, millstones. People now use them as like decorations, like as in your garden they'll put a millstone in, right?
Yeah.
Fucking insanely expensive. If you can get your hands on like, you know, an ancient mill and there's a millstone in there, you're about to fucking make bank off of that millstone from some rich lady
that just wants to put it in her garden.
Yeah, yeah.
So what happens if I had a business of thieving these stones from people's gardens?
Well, I mean, they're very heavy, so that it would be I would think there would be a more practical way to steal and make a profit than millstones. But they're
Larger
cool.
Indian
Millstones
Ocean
are really
slave trade.
cool if you look if you look what they look like.
I will. Oh, one of those.
But they're cool as hell.
And rich people just put these in their yard?
Yeah. I mean, look right here. Hang on. See, this picture right here is clearly somebody's garden. Right? And they just have it. This is what they do. They'll lean it up against stuff.
I hate rich people.
But like, look, this is so cool. Like, it's showing like what the grooves mean, and like how they actually function.
Like why they're there.
Yeah, because like I mean, see, there's all these different designs.
Yeah. What's
like
the actual
it's actually
stone?
quite impressive technology.
What's the actual stone?
It's probably
Please tell me
lime.
it's just concrete. Oh, like it's an actual physical
come on,
stone?
no, they mined these.
Oh.
You have to fucking literally chisel them out of rock. But limestone is pretty hard. Granite is pretty hard as well.
There's no way they're granite.
I don't know. There can be granite millstones. This looks pretty granity. That's totally a granite millstone.
Look up granite millstone.
The barrel and garden old millstone feature. They turned it into a fountain. Isn't that cute?
I fucking hate these people.
Typically made of sandstone or granite.
Ah, interesting. Composite or a composite stone. Interesting. Sandstone. Aren't they super like brittle? Like they wear down easily?
I mean, pyramids are built out of sandstone. I think all of those types of stones are really solid. I think they're sedimentary.
Sediment. Yeah, sediment rocks.
What type of rock is granite? Igneous, that's what I was going to say. I was like, I think it's the other one, but I don't remember its name. Igneous. Oh, they're made out of
rock.
They're quartz. That's why they're so
Crystallized
solid.
from magma that cooled far below the Earth's surface. Interesting. Rocks are cool.
When it's under intense heat, it turns into metamorphic rock. Interesting.
Ooh, hot rock. Oh, put in mouth.
One possibility is teeth went bad as rock dust and bread. Well, Egypt had such bad dentistry and teeth. Well, they'd find dentistry. Their teeth
like
were really bad
trains.
because they literally put sand in their bread.
Amazing.
Literal sandwich, right? So they would fucking get abscesses all the time
Yeah.
in their mouth from the fucking sand and shit.
Well, so their dental would have been pretty up there then, I imagine.
Well, ancient Egypt's medicine is like the best in the ancient world.
Really?
Yeah, that's why RX is Eye of Ra. That's the symbol for
Oh.
RX. So like
Interesting.
Egyptians were the ones that invented pharmacies.
Is that why there's so many Egyptian doctors?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's stayed in their culture.
Makes sense.
So, but yeah, so like these rich European kings, they all had a Egyptian pharmacist on hand.
That's
Like
great.
so, like if you became an Egyptian doctor, you would be able to like travel the world. Well, not really.
Cool.
You would be basically bought by a king and work for the king, but it was a decent living back then.
Yeah.
Because like
Would have been.
back then, it's like doctor is a lot of effort, even though you won't be making a lot of money, because it's just how the
Yes.
world was back then. But like, they actually had a more rational approach, Like, I wonder when the four humor pseudoscience shit started. Because like the Egyptians understood like sailing
Yes.
and stuff like that. And they understood different medicines and how
Well,
they affected things.
It had to come and go across cultures, right?
Well, that's what I don't know where the four humor nonsense started. And when I know it was around when cholera was discovered. And that's one of the reasons why they didn't fix it, because the guy was like, "Hey, this is cholera," and they're like, "No, it's my asthma." They smelt stinky air, and that's why they're dying. It's not because there's shit and dead bodies in this fucking water source that the pump is supplying. Like, imagine being the guy to trace the cholera outbreak to a specific water tap, and saying to the government, "Oh, if you stop dumping in this location, then the cholera will stop." And then they're like, "Which?"
Screech. Screeching. Yeah, that would be disappointing. But that's exactly what happens. It's the Inquisition too, right?
There's also one of my favorite parts of this whole saga of discovering cholera is a thing called the Big Stink. Want to guess what it was about?
Woohoo! Bucagars!
Correct. So, you know how British Parliament is literally on the river?
Yes.
Okay, so one year the river dried up, and all the shit and decomposition shit that they were dumping into the river got right open to the air.
Yes. Amazing.
And it was very stinky.
London smelt like the way it looked. It finally matched.
Uh-oh, retard alert!
Hey,
Uh-oh.
did France ever solve the
You by selling them.
poopy water problem
River
for the
Thames?
Olympics?
No, what's their river called? England is Thames. What's Paris's?
But remember that? The water was too poopy for the Olympics?
Yes. I think they had to cancel it, didn't they?
I don't
The
know.
poopy water. I'm pretty sure.
King of Congo and your subjects stopped bringing you wealth, they still had value to you by selling them. Ding dong, it's 1482 and that's the Portuguese at the door.
There you go.
And they want to trade. But if you adopt all of these new, more productive technologies, the people might
So the
become richer
Portuguese did
and
reach
get some
them.
certain ideas. There's one technology the king gladly adopted though, guns. They only adopted the technologies that would let them stay in power longer and extract more of the Congo's wealth. The king, Nzinga and Nkuwu, changed his name to João I, and the Congo was becoming Christianized to work with the Portuguese better. In exchange, they gave the Portuguese their specialty, some slaves. That's a really healthy society, right? A massive, now much more powerful military force using its power to take all of your extra work for an already rich king, and if you don't comply, you would be sold off to the Arabs or Europeans. Surprise, from losing significant amounts of their population to slavery and fighting with other tribal powers, the kingdom of the Congo was weakened significantly and taken over by the Portuguese, who didn't change
You
much.
know what this looks like?
A chicken.
It looks like this.
The Congo?
Yep.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Portuguese chicken.
No, like the literal country.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Much about how the nation was structured. Really, the only thing they changed was instead of the king taking everyone's wealth, it was them instead. It's the late 1800s now, and the Europeans are starting to get a little cocky. They started a massive rooster measuring contest to see who could build the biggest armies, navies, and empires. But there is one continent they left mainly untouched, Africa. They started scrambling for Africa not because of its abundant resources, but mainly out of pride. They held a conference of a couple dozen guys to split up the continent of millions of people. What did they do with this chunk in the middle though? The British, French, Portuguese, and Germans all wanted it, but they already had enough and getting it would have made one of them too powerful, so they just gave it to tiny Belgium. Oops, did I say Belgium? No, they didn't. They gave it as personal property to the Belgian king, Leopold II. If his rule had to be summed up in one picture, it would probably be this. Leopold restructured the entire Congolese system to fit his agenda of extracting as much wealth as possible out of the Congo, like copper, gold, ivory, and especially rubber. But
What's
unlike the old
crazy
kings and
about
Portuguese who lived there
Leopold
and had to keep their
is they had to keep what they were doing here secret because the Europeans, it was so atrocious, even the Europeans would have had a problem with it. And they did when they
That's
found out
pretty
what was
impressive.
happening.
It's pretty impressive.
And they're like, Jesus Christ, bro, what are you doing?
people at least somewhat well off, Leopold had no incentive for that. His system was specifically designed to suck as many resources and labor as possible. His force publique loyalists from the Congo would roam around the country killing rebels or burning their villages down
They tried to
make
build-
the people terrorized into submission.
They literally tried
Some
to
of their atrocities
terraform the rainforest and thought just by planting trees and stuff that they had in Belgium, it would become Belgium. And then they fucking built houses in the rainforest that were Western houses, like made out of wood and shit and
That's
stuff like
amazing.
that.
And they just
and some of them
degraded
still
in a year?
some of them still exist.
Wow.
So like if you look up like old Belgian Congo house, you can see some. It's like one of those like classic spooky houses, you know, because it's all rotted. But it's just so funny. They tried to build
Like
houses.
that?
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's the circular one there. Yes, this one's a classic.
Okay.
Isn't that fucking cool?
It was a pretty cool building.
So some of them still lasted, but like most of them, you can only see pictures of. Like, come on, you thought that was gonna last in this climate? Isn't that funny?
Yeah. Well, fucking.
So some of them might be upkept as museum pieces, but they built a lot of these houses. See, like that one, the Belgian imperialism photo, that one still looks nice.
This one?
Yeah. See, that one's probably a museum.
Yeah.
That one's the classic one, the flat house. I can't believe these didn't last. They literally just thought they could just plant different plants and it would be totally fine.
They
like they fucking did deforestation to build
I mean,
these
look
houses.
look at what these fucking idiots were wearing.
I know, right?
Morons. Fucking give them swirlies.
See, look, there's
Stupid
inside
nerds.
right there.
Fucking nerds. Hmm. Crazy. There you go.
The one on top of that looks very rotted. Next to that one.
Yeah.
Is that of the Congo?
Chateau
Says so.
Congo, Belgium.
Spooky.
Oh. Interesting.
So ignorant.
Congo is definitely one of the most seriously decayed and collapsing locations. Yes, so this is in the Congo. Crazy. Fucking
Metal
massive
ceilings.
hole in the ceiling. Crazy. It looks like a cod map.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking time travel and punch these cunts in the head. Purely just to punch these cunts in the head. Fucking morons.
They sucked.
These are kidnapping families, killing those who didn't meet quotas, and most famously, cutting off their hands if they did not produce enough. The people
Very
under this
cool.
regime suffered, and even though it lasted only 23 years, it has
know why they
defined
cut
the
off their
Congo
hands?
ever since Leopold's rule.
Theft, right?
No. They literally were so obsessed with efficiency that if you used a bullet to kill a slave,
Oh my god.
you would have to show that you killed that slave, but you can't drag the body all the way back from the jungle. So they would just
So
take
they
the
sent
hand.
the hand?
So
Wow.
then it created the system where people would use bullets, more than one, to kill somebody, so they'd have to go get hands or else they'd get in trouble. It wasn't the Belgians doing it. It was the actually Congolese who were the enforcers of the Belgians.
Wow. I have no words.
Eventually, other European powers said something like, I mean, we're doing that too, but holy, you took it too far, man,
Yeah,
to Belgium
see?
and pressured the Parliament of Belgium to annex the colony
Like,
from
bro,
Leopold,
what
which
are
they
you
did
doing?
in 1908. Now it was a Belgian colony, but they continued more or less the same thing. The main difference is under Leopold, he had to pay for the Congo to function like a business, but Belgium did not want to subsidize the colony, and now the Congo is responsible for financing itself. With what wealth, though? That's right, not much. As a result, most infrastructure and social services were not provided by the state, but by foreign companies trying to get some minerals and by Christian missionaries. Some remnants from Leopold's days stayed, like focusing on cash crops rather than food production for foreign investors, and forcing everyone to work at least 60 days on the farm a year. Most of the work was done through mining monopolies set up in different provinces of the Congo, like the SGB and UMHK. These companies were there for their own profit rather than the prosperity of the nation. At least they're the main builders
yeah,
of
they're
roads and
companies.
rail for the nation, as they needed them to ship their metals off for processing.
Yep.
The Belgians ran the country with the thought that Africans were children, stopping initiatives like schooling to let locals in the
Wow.
decision-making processes. As a result, the locals who eventually gained power were obviously pretty resentful of the Belgians and Western values in general, but there was still no political reform to get them into more authority. That didn't come until World War II, when after the Belgians were taken over by Germany, they realized that being conquered and subjugated was not that fun and liberalized the Congo a little bit. A middle class was formed called the Evalves, who weren't rich by our standards, but by 1950s Congolese standards were much better off than average. The Belgians also tried and failed to make the Congo more industrialized through cutting off imports they needed so that they would force a domestic industry. Yet the Congo was
Belgian
still a very raw material export-based economy run by Belgian experts. But when will they get independent? hold on in a bit. The rise of the Alliance de Bakongo, or ABACO for short, led to a much more nationalistic movement, particularly among the Evolves. ABACO called for a much more centralized state run by the Congolese and the Belgians out. After some riots led by the Evolves in the late 50s, Belgium realized that they could not hold down the Congo anymore and let them go, with ABACO taking control of the country in June 1960 and independence was given. After all of those years of hardship under a brutal king and then a brutal colonial regime, the Congo can finally start to grow, right? Not exactly. Remember that whole thing about ABACO wanting...
Greenland is still Belgian territory, brother.
A highly centralized state? Well, the Congo was not meant for that. Its population was very rural and ethnically confused. Most regions could have acted like different countries if they wanted to. Plus, who will be the ones in charge of this new Congo? The people there have only seen how the elite use their power to get rich, and maybe they want to try a taste of that. So post-independence, there is massive instability and fighting for who gets to centralize this incredibly decentralized state. In addition, when the Belgians left, they brought their workers with them. Not a big deal, right? Well, it was, because the Belgians worked in the government. In fact, only 3 out of 5,000 government workers were Congolese. The rest were Belgian. And out of 20 million people in the Congo, the number who graduated from a university was 16? No, just 16. So when the Belgians left, they basically took the government and education with them. It's a miracle how the Congo even exists today. It almost collapsed right after independence through many coups, civil violence, and rebel groups calling for their own independence. But by 1965, power was consolidated through one man and his party, Mobutu Sese Seko. Mobutu did what all the other leaders of the Congo had done, extract the wealth. While the Congolese suffered, Mobutu was renting out private planes and buying castles on his trips to Europe. Any foreign company wanting to set up operations in the Congo had to give him, personally, a little slice of their income. He did this by nationalizing mining companies and using the import substitution industrialization the Belgians used, having massive control over the economy. Right after he took power, he radically changed the country in another way too. He started the Zaireanization of the Congo. The Congo changed its name to Zaire. In fact, everyone had to change their name to African names away from French names. Zaire was a dictatorship based off of extraction for Mobutu and his friends' personal gain. The rulers distributed their money pool to loyalists, family, or the military rather than spending it on infrastructure or institutions for the people. And this whole nationalization process just took the mines and plantations of the old colonial elite and gave it to Mobutu allies, making a new elite. Now, foreign investors were very discouraged from Zaire and took their money away, which led to a loss of business and massive shortages of food. Also, in 1974, when the price of copper, a key ingredient in the Zairean economy, collapsed, so did the economy, with purchasing power in 1979, only 4% of that in 1960. It got so bad that they had to ask some old business owners who fled the country to please come back. By the 90s, GDP was still on the decline with awful infrastructure, corruption, no openness, and property rights not protected. In fact, per capita income halved between 1990 and 2000, and hyperinflation made $1 equal to 110 million Zairean Zaires. But this was likely due to the spillover of the Rwandan genocide into Zaire, causing rebels to get some ideas, leading to the First Congo War from 1996 to 1997. The Second Congo War started a year later, this time with the entire country involved, as a result of the broken economy and society formed under Zairean rule. It involved tons of foreign African countries funding different rebel groups and was essentially just decentralized chaos throughout the entire nation. 3 million people died, with millions homeless, hungry, and the little infrastructure that now DRC had was destroyed. It was the largest war ever since World War II, ending in 2003. From 2003 onwards, the DRC has been trying to recover with democracy, zoning industries, international economic missions, and improving their extractive sectors, perhaps with the aid of China. Still though, like most of their history, unrest, rebels, and extraction plague the modern Congo, and it's likely not going to get any better. These rebel groups will only grow in power as the Congo...
Compared to history, it's an easy W. Like, you do not have to do much to be better.
Yeah, just use child hands to mine your EV battery materials and claim you're a leader in green energy and call it a day. That's all you need to do.
You know,
make money off child hands.
It could be worse. And it has
will get more people.
Yes, it has been.
194 million by 2050 and 362 million by 2100. So like the rest of their history, expect the future of the Congo to be dark. The Congo has always been a society plagued by extraction of its abundant resources. Its pre-colonial self was one where the king would take any extra production
Give
you
'em
made,
guns.
and if you didn't accept that, would literally sell you instead. Its colonial self was one where foreign powers would extract as much stuff and labor as they possibly could out of the country, not
Give everyone guns, and then they'll all be calm. Because if everybody has a gun, nobody's gonna shoot each other. Huh? Gotta use your head.
not really caring about how it would affect the future of the nation, and its post-colonial self was one where rebel groups have been fighting to take control of the only power structure they knew, with a new elite taking over. The Congo has always been curbed by its rulers, and unfortunately, there's not much you can do to undo 500 years of their miserable history.
Alright.
So,
rights groups and relatives have...
We mentioned copper, right? Here's, because, you know, yeah, I mean, you were the one who said maybe steer away from news sometimes. Anyway. See this bird?
Is that the cop bird?
So, like, you see, you know how, like, they're, like, so barrelly, right? Like, do you know why their chest is like this?
No.
Why it's such a barrel?
I'm assuming because they have wings?
No, they do not. They're closer to, like, raptors.
Oh.
Like, they don't have feathers yet, but, like, but you see, they're on their toes, just like raptors. They walk on their toes.
True.
Just like raptors. And if you look at their mouth, they have, like, you know, sharp-ass teeth. Now, as I said, copper is what made me think of this, right? So, when you do Garrus's mission and he's bleeding out, he has blue blood that's all over the place.
Oh.
You know what that means?
Copper-based blood.
Yes, but copper doesn't oxygenate as well. So you need massive lungs for a copper system. So the reason why their chests are so big is because they have these massive lungs from their copper system.
Huh, interesting.
Like, the design behind that, to go that far into biology, to just be like, oh, he's an alien, give him blue blood, you know? Like, that's what I thought they were doing. I never actually gave it any thought. I assumed they had wings, and that's why they were like that with their chest. But their whole figure is slender except for the chest. And it's because of the oxygenation in their blood, because they have a copper-based system.
Interesting. That's a really cool design. Like, that's going above and beyond. Do you see why I say the first is better? Because this is where it all came from.
Well, that's the thing is they do dial back a lot of RPG elements to appeal to more fans in the sequels. I think the first one is the best, but it has the worst gameplay.
Sure.
I'm fine at 2. Once you're good, it's not so bad.
Yeah.
Like, you can play a video now. Oh.
I'm gonna get food.
Well, I was gonna wait until you're back and eating and still, like, black screen, because it's not a video you can listen to. I am. I'm just pulling up. Just pulling up real quick this thing. Right.
It's the new, what do you reckon, hairstyle? I got hair long enough to do it now. This way, that way I can actually see. I can't hear it.
I know, it's muted. Just give me a sec.
Now, good luck with those get, Talizora. Kila Selai.
Sarai?
Ah, what happened? I was just trying to skip ahead. To get to the actual mission. Look at how much I, like, starting the mission, and the first thing you have to do is set up all your powers. Like, I literally set my hotkeys each mission, depending on who I have with me, and, like, have to change the playstyle depending on the build.
It's fucking hysterical. Kasumi, 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 Kasumi.
She's dead. This is a nightmare.
Like, that's just setting up just to do the mission. Like, every start has to be like that.
Miserable.
Guts suck, they're such pussies. But you remember this section you got super stuck on in this mission?
Hell yeah.
Not here, it's the next one. This section was harder for me than the one you got stuck on. This section, you were stuck on this one for a while.
Here's the part Jack was stuck on for an hour. Nice drone.
Then gets stuck there for the rest of the fight.
Zap. Dumbass robots. Geth sucks, bro. The Geth they're such pussies, bro. The fucking cooldown timer I was able to fucking get on Overload was just insane. I literally could have done that without guns because the cooldown time on Overload was so high. It's literally instantaneous, so there's literally no cooldown on it.
I did say that. It's pretty crazy.
Doing my best. Hold on. I got a super chat here. What does it say? You're not doing your best. You're a bad guy. $5 super chat. What? Oh. Ooh, you wretched son of a bitch. You take it back.
You do not speak to me like that.
Now, will I keep the $5? That's private. That is private.
Hey!
But anyway, guys, this is kind of serious. A video came up on YouTube. 2 million. Okay, I'm not going to do the view count on this. 2 million. Okay, that's enough.
Oh my God. Straight scenes of the apocalypse, man. That's another gas line. Jesus Christ, man. So much stuff in the air. Look at that.
Yeah, there's a lot of on-the-ground footage on YouTube like this. This is really terrible, you know? I know a few people who live over there. I called them. I was like, are you okay? Were you able to get out of there? Are you safe? They said, who is this? No, okay. No more jokes. Cut that. No more jokes. Cut that out. Put a note in Premiere. Cut this out. But no, seriously, if you're watching this and you live in this area or have family who lives in that area, I hope you're okay. I hope you're okay, and I hope to Christ, our Lord, we can figure out a way to stop this kind of thing from happening. But I do think it's kind of good that there is on-the-ground footage all over YouTube so we can actually see what's happening. The other kind of footage on YouTube is people saying dumbass shit.
Oh, wait, on YouTube? No way.
And this came up for me on YouTube, too, because I'm a fan. What's the guy's name? Ben Shapiro. You know, during a tragedy, we do need voice... What am I trying to say here? Cut that out, too. Let's take this again. You know, when there's a tragedy, we need reasonable voices to help us get through it, you know. Thank God for people like this. Let's check it out.
So let's begin.
Okay.
With DEI and firefighting.
I'm not ready.
So, California, LA in particular, has spent an awful lot of time attempting to do its firefighting staffing with intersectional characteristics in mind. Now, this is not a rip on the current firefighters in Los Angeles. It is a suggestion that the...
Wait. How is it? Hold on. How is it not? Oh, that's great. That's a great start, you know.
The firefighter, the fire department.
This is basically what he's saying. The fire department, you know, they lowered their standards because they're woke. They've really lowered their standards. What else could you be saying?
They lowered their standards, so they're a bunch of morons.
I love the fire. They're great.
But they're a bunch of morons.
No offense.
No offense.
No offense. No offense to the firefighters.
Bunch of morons, though, because they're not hiring the best and the brightest because of blah, 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 blah.
Not saying anything bad about them, but they're terrible. But that's crazy. This is 8 hours. 8 hours after a tragedy starts.
A bunch of morons. No.
I mean, I would never say that. I didn't say that. All I'm saying is they're a bunch of morons. I'm not saying anything bad about them, but except they're morons.
So all the way back in 2017, I actually testified in front of Congress.
Oh, plug in your own crap.
DEI, intersectionality, and all this sort of stuff.
Don't plug your own crap, man.
Adam Carolla.
Don't use a tragedy to plug your own crap, goddamn you to hell.
Boom. This has been a long-standing policy of the LA Fire Department going back for decades. In 2021, Robin Abkarian, one of the worst columnists in America, a columnist for the Los Angeles Times.
Hey, give her a break, man. She's doing her best.
Robin Abkarian, one of the worst columnists in America, a columnist for the Los Angeles Times, had a piece titled, quote, "The LA Fire Department's Sexism Problem." Yeah, that was the main problem, as are many of her firefighter sisters deeply unhappy about the dearth of women on the force and about the fact that women are hazed, harassed, or disrespected by some of their male colleagues.
He goes on for like the first 5 minutes in this video. He's like, man, the fire department's a real I love them, but they're a real mess. They don't know what the hell they're doing. I think they're great because they're hiring all these girls.
Women love me.
They're hiring a bunch of
women love me.
Then he plays a clip of friend of the show, best friend of the show, Adam Carolla.
And I was standing in line, and I had a young woman of color standing behind me in line, and I said,
Right.
just out of curiosity, when did you sign up to become a fireman? Because I did
Exactly.
it, or person, 7 years ago, and she said, Wednesday.
I don't know, he's doing something in Congress or something. I think he was doing Loveline live in Congress. You know, some Congress pervert was like, I saw my crush and I peed my pants. What do I do, Adam? And he gave him advice. I think. I didn't watch the full clip. But Adam Carolla was like, I wanted to be a firefighter, but a girl got my job. So just for fun, I looked up what percentage of the Los Angeles Fire Department is women. 3.3%. 3.3%. They were shooting for 5, and they got to 3.3. I mean, this is all stupid. By the way, this is all stupid what this guy is saying and being disrespectful to people involved in a tragedy. But also, the percentage of female firefighters in Los Angeles is actually lower than the national average, too. So that's...
These morons that I love. Hey, whoa. Hey, where you going? Don't unsubscribe.
LA Fire Department, NPR in 2023, covered this diversity initiative.
Okay.
The byline over there suggests, quote, firefighting is mostly white and male. A California program aims to change that. Well,
All right.
man, oh man, have you guys succeeded? You guys are amazing. Now again,
Calm
it's not
down,
the racial
man.
constituency of the fire department that is responsible for the failures of the fire department. However, where you put your focus as a government says something about your priorities. And your
Okay.
priority obviously wasn't just staffing up with the best. Here's
Okay.
NPR reporting on this in 2023.
Firefighting departments nationwide have tried to diversify their ranks for years.
And they ruined
They
it.
have made only modest progress. Today, the profession remains overwhelmingly white and male.
Okay.
Oh, no. Oh, absolutely. Wow. That's so terrible. Well, the good news is that at least...
Okay, wait a second. Wait a second. Sorry, what's the point of this 5 minutes in?
And now I'm going to play a clip that's kind of the opposite of what I've been saying. Whatever. Who cares? These morons love it.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I guess it's Meemaws and Peepaws watching this, so maybe they don't really care. Or maybe they're just having a good time watching this. They think it's funny or something, that this guy's like,
Girls are ruining firefighting. Also, there aren't any. Now here's a clip that says there aren't any. Anyway, I gotta go. Bye.
So I wanted to kind of share with you how the Santa Ana winds build. Now, if you're curious why we're even talking about this,
whoa. I'm gonna let this continue, man, but you gotta tone down that attitude. That attitude has got to go.
Bye-bye. If you're curious why we're even talking about this,
I am.
There are some terrible, terrible wildfires in the state of California. Unfortunately, there has been loss of life, significant loss of property. But
Are you back in Eden now?
No. Not yet. Couple minutes.
it's all fueled by
Hey, check this out.
Show me your genitals.
This is a double sniper with disruptor ammo from Zaid. So it's Legion and Zaid versus Geth. Also, I have a Lancer. Huh?
How? Mod?
Yeah. It just adds in other guns from the series and balances them for Mass Effect 2. Because, like, actually, Mass Effect 2's Vindicator is insane. It's one of the best rifles in the series. You know, so, like, going with a Lancer over the Vindicator is like the Vindicator would do way more damage, and it's a better gun. But, I have it because it doesn't take a mag, so I can burst my powers between it and never have to worry about reloading.
Fair enough. That's fair.
Neutralized.
Nice. Good job, Legion. Nice, Legion. Did you see that? Like, Legion is
No, I
so
missed
good.
that. Sorry, go back.
Like, watch all the shots Legion gets because he's got the Widow. Boom, death. Then I have him hack there. Kills another guy.
Nice. Nice.
Good job, Legion. Boom. Kills him before I could even do it. That was almost the guy's whole health bar that Legion was able to take out with a headshot.
That's fucking great.
You fucking rule, bro. Dropping those bitches.
Firing an impact shot.
Nice, Saeed. Y'all kicking ass.
What the fuck is that gun?
It's a Geth Plasma SMG. It's not very good. I was testing it out here. I only get 1 mag of it.
That's shit.
Interesting. It's not. I just didn't have enough ammo for it. It gets a few mags.
Target contact.
See how I'm using the drone to scout here? I'm watching where it goes.
I think my food is yelling at me.
Look at him go. Where are you going? Be on an adventure. It
Oh,
loops
there's
all the
these
way
assholes
around to
over
attack these guys in the back. It's so funny that it doesn't go up the straight path for them.
Shield performance degraded by heat.
Sit down.
Miss. Hold still.
Targeting order processed.
Fuck you, Crate. There was a thermal shield bar.
Maneuvering.
I hear him out there. Oh, they're fighting the Quarian. Okay, barrier. Close blue. I'm just testing like abilities there.
Dead quarry.
Be a pit. They gave me the. This is the section I was looking for. Don't stop using your fucking shield booth.
This'll put him down.
Ready for next target.
Nice.
Order received.
But see, Jack, this is how you gotta do it. See how my squad is being moved ahead of me, so I direct them? You know, they're just an extension of your damage and powers.
Moving to cover.
Taking cover.
Abundant and bad.
stay up there.
Order received.
Go ahead and push on him. Push on him, bros.
Switch up.
Pushing up.
Say burrito ball.
Can't see what now?
Ready for next target.
Burrito ball.
Under fire. Avant dispatch. Assuming fortified.
Moving to cover.
Order received. Close formation. Under fire.
So just turning all the geth on themselves. So they're, you know, most of the time they're not even fighting us. They're fighting themselves. AI hacking's just fucking broken.
Target process. Taking hits.
Down you go.
Alright, do your thing.
Loud and clear.
They can't do nothing. Okay. Ugh.
Why are we watching this?
I said we'll wait until you're back and eating, and we'll watch the movie.
Yeah, I know, but why were we watching this?
Oh, just because it's fucking cool as shit. It's a
Okay.
fucking nice little short film by Shia LaBeouf.
Okay.
It's like a found footage movie when it was popular. But I love how desaturated it is. Like it's almost black and white, but it's not. Like there's just a slight amount of color to it.
Love that shit.
Ah, qu'est-ce que tu veux que je fasse avec tout ça?
Je demande de boire.
Alors, on a dit ça ce soir. Oui, chacun.
Oui, chacun.
T'as entré, est-ce que c'est pas beau? Il y a une caméra qui nous suit.
Je me laisserai pas distraire. Le coupable n'est pas celui qui commet le péché, mais celui qui le provoque.
See how they cut to this? Where there's a boom guy running? Like, it never points it out, but it's showing that it's like, this is a film crew following these guys. Like, they call out that it's like, not an invisible camera. You know? Like, it's
Okay.
supposed to be like real snuff stuff. Cage is so good at it too because he's legitimately like a psychopath. His new music fell off so hard.
Who?
Cage.
I don't know who that is.
He used to, like, this is like when him and Kid Cudi used to be like really linked, and Kid Cudi like blew up, and then like Cage kind of went this like sing-songy route. But like his first albums are fucking like, they're hard as fuck, and like a lot of it is about how he was like suicidal and in mental institutions growing up and stuff.
Okay.
So it's like he's like an emo kid, but he has like the vibes in his music of like a hardcore gangster rapper. But the lyrics are actually about like how doctors are like diagnosing him with all these disorders and stuff. And he used to like write the lyrics on the walls of his like room when he was in the asylums and shit.
I know, that's pretty hardcore.
Yeah. This was back when he was making good music still. All of them. Kid Cudi, Shia LaBeouf, Cage, they were all great artists during this time. But I think Cage especially sells the I'm a crazy serial killer and has good direction from Shy here because he's legitimately crazy. You're framing out the blood. You can see the blood was melting the snow.
Yeah.
This is, if I checked it, and even this part doesn't get claimed, because if anyone is to be claimed, it would be this.
Wonderful time of the year, with the kids jingle belling and everyone telling you be a cheer. The most wonderful time of the year.
Good trigger control.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. There'll be much mistletoeing and hearts will be glowing when loved ones.
You just wanted a beer?
Well, they're each gonna kill 8 people each, is what they said.
Mass shooting, can you do it? 100%. It's also the most impersonal as well.
What?
Shooting. As opposed to going around stabbing people.
Yeah.
It's a bit more psychotic to go around stabbing people.
It's Shia LaBeouf too, doing he's doing all the camera work.
The camera? Yeah, I would imagine so.
But like, they just decided to fucking make this, you know?
Yeah.
And like, virtually like no one knows about it. Look, this is literally on Kid Cudi's channel.
Views. What the fuck?
Right? Isn't that crazy?
That's insane.
This probably might not be the original upload.
Maybe.
Either warning stating before the video. Yeah, because it's so graphic.
children. They count as 2 people if you kill a child.
Le mec, vous aimez bien le pistolet?
Ouais.
Donne-moi.
That's funny. That's a good subversion of your expectations. That's good.
There's
That's
like almost no dialogue. Pretty weak effect.
Yeah, but the act itself is pretty.
Yeah.
Pretty cold. Also, you definitely see that.
Well, especially considering there's a camera crew too, and he like circles around the other side of him.
Putain. Les tastos sur le vachette, mais dans les vides, les bouffer ailleurs.
Demande notre fourchette.
Est-ce que tu as eu tes 8?
Non, 7. J'ai été distrait. Ces semaines, j'en ai manqué dans ce bateau.
Ouais, moi aussi.
Non, non, non. Non, non! Merde, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Oh putain, putain, putain. Mais qu'est-ce que c'est? Merde, merde, putain, merde, putain.
You can still hear him running.
Qu'est-ce que c'est? Merde! Merde! Mais qu'est-ce que c'est? Merde, merde, putain, merde, putain.
That's great. That was good.
Right? And virtually, now you're in a club with virtually nobody who's seen Kid Cudi's acting career.
You showed up too late. We're not going back. You can go back though. You are on YouTube after all.
See, nobody even knows about it. Let me see if there's other. He has a song here that's probably associated because it's all caps.
Yeah.
This one has more from Couch Surfer.
Yeah.
And it's funny too because he had a song. So you'd think that if he had the song, more people would look up Maniac Kid Cudi and end up seeing this fucking short.
Even if he didn't even upload the song, it was just like a release online or something.
When I said Cage's new music suck, I'm talking about a song that was released 15 years ago when I said his new music isn't as good as his old.
Awesome. Great. I'm glad we live in the present.
Court hears arguments Friday over a federal law that would force a sale of the Chinese-owned short video app TikTok by January 19th, or face a ban on national security grounds. TikTok and its China-based parent company ByteDance have sued to block the law from taking effect, citing free speech rights. And President-elect Donald Trump is siding with TikTok in the legal fight, pitting him against many of his fellow Republicans. Driven by concerns that China could access data or spy on
Stan says you're a cunt.
Americans with the app, Congress overwhelmingly passed the measure last year with bipartisan support, and Democratic President Joe Biden signed it into law. Former Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell has compared TikTok's legal pushback to a hardened criminal seeking a stay of execution. The Republican chairman and the top Democratic member of a congressional panel focused on China jointly urged the Supreme Court to uphold the measure to protect the American people from foreign threats. But Trump has said he has a warm spot for TikTok and has vowed to save a platform on which his campaign generated billions of views. For its part, TikTok and ByteDance portray the law as running afoul of the First Amendment.
I cannot believe you committed
From
suicide.
22 states filed a brief with the court disagreeing with TikTok's arguments and asking the justices to uphold the statute. Allowing TikTok to operate in the United States without severing its ties to the Chinese Communist Party exposes Americans to the risk of the Chinese Communist Party accessing and exploiting their data. These state officials, led by Montana Attorney General Austin Knudsen, wrote in their filing. Montana tried to ban TikTok at the state level but was blocked by a federal court. Trump's support for TikTok is a reversal from 2020, when during his...
Wow, you mean he flip-flopped? When has that ever happened?
First term as president, he tried to block the app and force its sale to American companies. Trump has since said a TikTok ban would benefit Meta-owned platforms Facebook and Instagram, which he has criticized for suspending him after the attack on the U.S. Capitol by his supporters on January 6th.
Which is now irrelevant because the Zuck man has done the suck for the Orange Man. So it doesn't fucking matter anymore. Ban that shit. Who gives a fuck? Tell China to get fucked.
2021. In a filing, his lawyer John Sauer said Trump wanted the ability to resolve the issues through political means once he takes office.
And here at the Live Desk, we are monitoring rescue efforts in Tibet, China, after a powerful 7.1 magnitude earthquake hit on Tuesday near one of their holiest cities. We have some of the latest images.
Is that Michelle?
You can see them right here behind me of those rescue efforts and also that widespread damage. At least 126 people, fortunately, lost their lives. At least 130 others are also injured, and scores more trapped under the rubble. Tremors were felt as far as 250 miles away in Nepal. We're keeping an eye on the continued rescue efforts here. Updates as we get them this morning online at thenationaldesk.com and also on social media.
Thanks.
Dozens of people have been killed following a massive earthquake in China. This was near one of Tibet's holiest cities. The quake shook buildings in neighboring Nepal, Bhutan, and India. Southwestern parts of China, Nepal, and northern India are frequently hit by earthquakes caused by the collision of the Indian and Eurasian tectonic plates.
That doesn't
According
exist.
to Nepal's National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Authority, the tremors were felt in 7 hill districts bordering Tibet.
The U.S. Department of Defense.
God is mad.
So is China harvesting people's organs before they're even in a brain dead status, or they're unable to take care of them?
I'm so excited.
In this video, there's a guy that had escaped from his hospital in Jianyou County, Puqian City, Fujian Province, China, on December 26th of 2024. It's been reported that while he was unknowingly waiting to have his organs forcibly harvested, a nurse who felt sorry for him secretly informed of his fate. He then escaped by climbing out of a window and was screaming in agony, desperately pleading for help. And
You're highlighting this, but where is the source? What in the Falun Gong?
I see no sources.
That's what I want to know. Where did
anybody
he get
that was
this from?
outside walking by, if they would help him. He was screaming things like, help, they want to take my life, help, they want to take my life. Somebody help me. He was like screaming. And a bunch of passerbys and onlookers just stared at him while he was up there on the ledge, begging for his life. Organ harvesting has been a hot topic that a lot of people brought up about China, specifically in the Chinese Communist Party. And so is China harvesting people?
Attempt to invest.
Let you switch account?
Yeah. I'm going to leave a comment. So I wanted to leave it on the actual account.
And condemnation that it absolutely deserves. Almost 2 years.
Let's give this a listen.
This is one of the most persistent, horrific human rights abuses of our time, but sadly one which has not received widespread attention and scrutiny and condemnation that it absolutely deserves. Almost 2 years ago, Sir Jeffrey Neese testified before a hearing I chaired on forced organ harvesting in the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission. For those who don't know, Sir Jeffrey was the lead prosecutor of Slobodan Milosevic at the International Criminal Tribunal.
One of my favorite things to say is, "What in the Falling Gong is happening?"
Because so I'm just like, you're highlighting something. Hit us with a link. Smells like Falun Gong. Happy?
Sure, whatever.
Great. Done.
He is a serious man who engaged in a serious attempt to investigate the evidence of forced organ harvesting as the chair of the Independent People's Tribunal into forced organ harvesting from prisoners of conscience in the People's Republic of China, or simply they called it the China Tribunal.
So imagine for a moment, like, just going along your day, you get hurt, and then you're in the hospital. You're just there to get treated.
Prisoners of conscience.
Yep.
What does that mean?
Oh my god. Okay. Comment. Revision. I'm just gonna put an asterisk. Literally 10 seconds later. Falun Gong. They are a cult who complain about I can't type today. About organ harvesting.
Forced organ harvesting. Because when isn't it forced?
They're a cult who complain about forced organ harvesting due to their belief that their tantric yoga purifies their souls
and organs,
and thus the
literally, it's organs. They purifies their organs.
Yes, I meant organs.
And thus their perfect organs are being harvested by the Chinese.
Thus the super evil CCP are harvesting their pure organs to sell for high profit. Ow. Fuck. This takes away from the actual organ harvesting that exists.
Tell them if you actually look it up, China's kidney transplant rate is 3 times the donation rate. This can only be supported by organ harvesting, and it's not done by the state. It's done by criminal groups, not in hospitals. It's not done in hospitals. It's done in poor villages.
This takes away from the actual organ harvesting that exists within China from the Uyghur genocide. Which coincides with the cotton and slave labor issues that came up a few years ago. This is easily Googleable, my friend.
I typed it actually. I actually typed it Googleable.
Be nicer. He's not going to come on the show.
This is pretty easily Googleable.
I saw that. I saw this video recommended, and I said, I guarantee you this is a dog shit video.
Please be
because
more
he just like
aware.
he scrolls his TikTok and Instagram, and he's like, oh, here's a video I can make a video out of. But unlike Sniper Wolf, he at least produces an entire product around it.
Please be more aware when making content around China. There's a lot of seemingly innocent stuff and equally as grotesque
you should
evil things
If you want to do an interesting video, start reading on Falun Gong.
Start.
And Xu the
guy.
And, no, their little Communism Before China play that they do.
Oh, their
music and dance thing that they do.
Their musical, yeah. Shenyun.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay. Start reading on Falun Gong and Shenyun.
It's very interesting and would probably make a good video for you.
Really interesting video, while also covering both how bad China and the CCP. Sorry, I should write the Chinese Communist Party. And Falun Gong. Just be careful, bro. Just be careful, friend.
He's gonna be like, it's gonna sound like you're warning him about something with that beer careful.
Yeah. It's a fucking cult.
Like, they're gonna come get you.
They probably fucking would.
They decide, you know what, let's take this guy's organs. Not like, oh, this guy is brain dead and he's like, you know, let's consult with his family and ask them if like, hey, are you guys okay with, you know, pulling the plug on this guy because his brain dead anyway, and like we really need some kidneys and a liver and heart transplant for some other patients here, and we could really use this stuff to help. No. Like, I'm talking like harvesting organs for like other nefarious purposes.
That day, the final judgment of the China tribunal, and he put it this way: the tribunal found unanimously and sure beyond a reasonable doubt that in China, forced organ harvesting from prisoners of conscience has been a practice for a substantial period of time, including a substantial amount of victims.
What is a prisoner of conscience? Prisoner of conscience is someone who is imprisoned or otherwise restricted for their beliefs or identity, but who
What are these sources?
has not used or advocated violence. Amnesty International defines a prisoner of conscience as someone who is imprisoned for their political, religious, or other
If you type in prisoner of conscience.
conscientiously held beliefs, ethnic origin, sex,
comment too early.
Maybe.
color, language, national or social origin, socioeconomic status, birth, sexual orientation.
He's still on this at 10 minutes. He's still on this interview here. Looks like it's only the interview. It looks like
just let it play for a little bit.
It seems like it's only the
Gender identity or expression. So basically political prisoners, because like none of that stuff is stuff you can be persecuted for here in the United States, but that's not the same situation in China and other places like Afghanistan, for example, or Iran. Let's keep going, see what else he has to say.
Among those victims, he said they were most certainly
in Falun Gong is the leader of the cult encouraged these people to get arrested for Falun Gong. For no reason. It does not help anyone. Or it doesn't even help him. They just say it's propaganda because they're persecuted in China, when he purposely tells them to go out and do stuff to get them arrested.
And he's happily living in America in million
in
dollar
his fucking his fucking cult compound.
He's a fuck
king in the castle.
the most vulnerable
I have a chair. Very nice.
He has a few chairs.
populations in China
Ironically,
today.
none of his
Prisoners, Falun
followers
Gong
get to sit
practitioners,
down.
and
You work until those little leggies fall off.
Uyghurs. Forced organ harvesting on an industrial scale in China is an atrocity unmatched in its wickedness, one that has to go back to the horrific crimes committed in the 20th century by Hitler, Stalin, Mao, or Pol Pot to find a comparably systematic type of atrocities. The number of those executed or for their organs, some even before they were brain dead, is staggering. Thus, the China's tribunal final assessment was that state-sanctioned forced organ harvesting in China amounts to, quote, crimes against humanity.
Yeah, that's absolutely crimes against humanity. You're just executing people to take their organs. Now, who's to say where these organs are being sold? Are they being sold in the black market? Are they being sold public sector or the private sector? According to the Marcula Center for Applied Ethics at Santa Clara University, a individual wrote an article that said that Falun Gong practitioners in 2006 were being forced to undergo live organ harvesting in China, effectively being murdered in the process of organ procurement.
Hold on.
This is not real.
Marcula Center for Applied Ethics. This might be a fake source.
Look at the name. His name is Michael Negan. That's isn't Negan a Chinese name?
Michael, no, it's Vietnamese. Hold on.
At Santa Clara University, views are his own. They even wrote a disclaimer that his views are his own. It's
incredible. Dude, this was in 2024. Are you fucking kidding me? This is wow.
It says he's a fucking healthcare ethics intern. Why do we give why do we give a shit what this guy has to say?
Neuroscience, double major in neuroscience and music, minor in biology.
Views are his own.
He's an intern at the Markula
And
Center.
it starts with allegations surfaced.
Wow. Let's see if I can find anything about this guy.
He's just a student writing. This is a paper for his fucking college, bro. Who cares?
No, I wanna see
you know?
if he's a felon.
Like, it's not really. He's not really at the level where he could like dive into this and dissect it. You know? He's just trying to get a fucking grade.
No tag. Damn. Thought I had something.
No, he's just some student.
Some dude.
At Clara University, a individual wrote an article that said that Falun Gong practitioners in 2006 were being forced to undergo live organ harvesting in China, effectively being murdered in the process of organ procurement.
Hang on.
David,
Rewind. Okay. It says allegations surfaced in 2006 that Falun Gong practitioners were being forced to undergo live organ harvesting in China. Now hit play. Watch what he brings up to highlight.
University, a individual wrote an article that said that Falun Gong practitioners in 2006 were being forced to undergo live
That is not the start
organ.
of a sentence. Why is it capitalized? Why did you take out the beginning part of that sentence about how they were allegations? This is like Tim Pool shit.
Wrote an article that said that Falun Gong practitioners.
Are you talking? Because I can't hear you.
He showed the article, didn't he?
Yeah, just go back 2 seconds. Literally, just press boom right there. Allegations surfaced in 2006 that Falun Gong practitioners were being pressed.
So he's writing stuff and then highlighting it.
He just copy pasted it and then did it in like like this is just like a text tool. You can like do the highlighting animation within the text tool in the editor.
Practitioners in 2006 were being forced to undergo live organ harvesting in China, effectively being murdered in the process of organ procurement. David Matas and David Kilgore, both Canadian attorneys and human rights activists, led an investigation that uncovered 41,500 unaccounted for organ transplants from 2000 to 2005. 41,500 unaccounted for organ transplants.
Yes, absolutely.
Unaccounted organ transplants is fucking criminal market.
This is literally conspiracy brain thinking. Like, there's no actual connection.
But it's such a that's the thing, is it's a well-sourced conspiracy. It's one of those things where you need to have a vast amount of knowledge to realize. And this is what our episode with Drew is about, by the way. Which is another reason to go watch that episode with Drew is it's before he's being paid by Israel, and you can see the transformation between what he was like then and what he's like now.
It is pretty funny, actually. I might go back and watch it. It might actually be a funny thing. Maybe we can go back and watch some old LTEX on stream. And we can live analyze them. Maybe that could be an idea. What do you reckon, people watching? You reckon that would be an idea? You guys want to do that?
I'm
watch
5.
your own content. Can fucking...
Where's the Chinese viewer? We're over here defending the Chinese Communist Party this whole video.
I know. Where'd he go?
The only reason why we're so adamant on calling this out is literally because it's taking away from an actual genocide.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it literally... It's
defending the Chinese Communist Party to get their genocide exposed.
in 5 years. These transplants did not have identifiable donor sources, such as willing family members or brain-dead donors, suggesting that transplanted organs could have come from prisoners of conscience. So apparently he came from a rural village in Shandong province and was repeatedly...
That's elite.
What?
So they said that
yes.
because the organs aren't traceable, they could have come from prisoners of conscience.
Yeah, no,
which
that
they
is a
mean
leap in logic.
Falun Gong members.
Yes, they're implying that they're specifically coming from Falun Gong instead of coming from Uyghurs, which is the more likely scenario. Or
well, it's not.
I'm
It's
not
just
sure.
not even. It's not even that. It's just triads. They're gonna take them from whoever they can. Uyghurs just happen to be from a poor district, right? So you could see a lot of them disappearing and nobody caring.
Yes.
But anyone who's
yes.
poor is going to be a victim of this.
Yeah, it's just human trafficking. It's just another. It's basically just. It's essentially just human trafficking. They're just not trafficking humans. They're trafficking organs. But like this is. I didn't realize they were talking about so far, like so long ago. Yeah. So
I mean,
this
you
would
know
be
the fucking.
before...
You see it all the time. You wake up in a bathtub of ice.
Yes.
And your
it's like a
kidneys
meme
gone.
in,
You have 2 kidneys. Why wouldn't
Bangkok.
they? Right? Why wouldn't they go in and take your organs if you have 2 kidneys? They don't kill anyone. The organs are untraceable. It's a great criminal market.
Detained and tortured between 1999 and 2004 for practicing Falun Gong, which is a spiritual practice rooted in Buddhist traditions. The Chinese Communist Party, which views Falun Gong as a threat to its authoritarian rule, has branded...
This is literally a copy-paste line that they have. I've heard this so much. It's like a copy-pasta.
Falun Gong a dangerous cult and has systematically persecuted its adherents for decades. Apparently, when he was inside of a car in Washington, D.C., he said, "One day in 2002, I was told to pack up and was suddenly transferred to Harbin Prison and later to Daqing Prison. It was there that I was tortured even more severely. He was tortured to the point of losing consciousness." During his imprisonment, Cheng was subjected to forced blood tests, an ominous indicator of his organs' viability for transplantation. They did blood tests on me many times and subjected me to all kinds of inhumane torture, he noted. The torture in prison was very systematic. One was mental and the other was physical. Mentally, they put me and my family members under pressure as they wanted me to give up my faith in Falun Gong, and if I didn't, they would force my wife to divorce me when I was in prison. He was told that if his wife did not divorce him, she would face similar persecution as he was facing. That's crazy. This is like the kind of
How do you buy this shit though? Really?
Just give up. Just lie. I gave up the faith, but no, they're adherents. They're instructed to go through this. They could easily just fucking bend the knee.
Or lie.
That's what I mean. Lying. You submit to them, and then you get to fucking go free.
Then you can run away and say, "Oh, I was imprisoned for this. Give me asylum." That's how it works.
stuff that people are not talking about. After hours of excruciating torture known as the Big Stretch, during which his limbs were painfully stretched from all corners, Cheng swallowed a rusty nail and a blunt blade he had found in the torture room. Oh my god, dude. Despite not showing immediate signs of ill health, he was forcibly taken to the hospital on November 16th of 2004. His family was informed that there was an 80% chance of mortality associated with the operation, supposedly to remove the objects he had swallowed. They said that I had to undergo an operation, but I firmly refused. They held me down and gave me an injection. I quickly lost consciousness. When I woke up, I was in the hospital and I felt terrible pain in my side.
They're against any kind of medical treatment and stuff.
Yeah, that's another thing, yeah. It's a whole thing.
A bloody tube connected to me. I was shackled to my bed. Bro, this is what a horror story, dude. What an absolute horror story. So he was shackled to his bed with an IV tube taped to his foot, a drainage tube in his left chest, oxygen tubes in his nose, and a 35-centimeter incision on the left side of his chest. Typically, the removal of such objects would have been done via endoscopy, but Cheng had undergone open chest surgery. The doctors and several of the 610 office officials were there, he recalled. Now, the 610 office is notorious for secretive and powerful organizations within the CCP, and they're usually tasked with implementation of cracking down on the Falun Gong. Oh my god, dude.
Show me your bag of secrets.
Following the forced surgery, he was returned to detention at Daqing Prison, where he experienced severe shortness of breath and fatigue. Despite enduring ongoing torture by prison guards for his refusal to renounce
Oh my god, they literally took his lung.
Falun Gong, he stayed there and stayed true to his faith. In March of 2006, he began a hunger strike and was subsequently transferred to Daqing Longnang Hospital. After arrival, his sister was present and witnessed Cheng being shackled to a hospital bed. A prison guard informed his sister that Cheng had supposedly ingested a knife and that the surgery required to remove it had an 80% mortality rate. This is the second time the family had been given such information, but this time neither Cheng nor his family were asked to consent to the operation. Now, for this particular operation, Cheng maintained that he did not swallow any object and had no medical condition necessitating surgery before being forcibly taken to the hospital. He believed that the authorities were planning to take his life. That night before the scheduled surgery, Cheng requested to be unshackled to use the restroom across the hall. Upon his return, the guard forgot to reshackle him and fell asleep, inadvertently providing him with an opportunity to escape via the hospital's internal fire stairs. Bro, I can imagine most people...
Isn't it crazy? Like, I can't believe that people actually fall for this shit. Like, this is such a fantastical, like, L. Ron Hubbard,
like,
sci-fi
how do you
shit?
read this and go, this sounds a little too sensational and good to be true? It's just like fucking, this is why Yomi Park is able to say anything about North Korea, and people will be like, okay.
No way.
But Assad chemical attacks,
Oh,
no,
can't
those are
have
fake.
that. No evidence.
Like, it's crazy that they're
rebels
so
with the
focused on North Korea and China, which, North Korea, different story, but like, China reasonably, I would prefer to be in than like living in Syria, you know?
Yeah.
I would rather be in prison in China than Syria. I would
Try to
rather
escape
be
after this. He said, I noticed the fire
Uyghur
escape
in
on
China than Syria too.
my way on the restroom. I knew where it was, so I could use this to try to escape out of the hospital. I ran downstairs and called a cab in front of the hospital and quickly went out of the area into Tianjin City. After this, he escaped as a refugee to
You
Thailand,
hailed
where he
cab
stayed in
and
a
you were
United Nations.
medical gown? And the cab was just like, okay, medical gown. Did you have money to pay for the cab? How did you pay for the cab? Show me the scar from your surgery.
Refugee camp. After dramatic escape from China and a lengthy 9-year period of evading the authorities, Cheng made it to the United States in 2020. Once in the U.S., he underwent a series of medical tests that confirmed his worst fears. Segments of his liver and a portion of his left lung had been surgically removed. At that time, I didn't realize it was organ harvesting. After undergoing medical tests, I found out that my organ...
It was 2020. You have images of the X-rays. Show me the X-rays. Show me you holding the X-ray. Show me holding the picture of the X-ray. Cheng.
Also, you can take parts of the liver.
Yeah, because it heals.
But a portion of lung? Sounds more like he has schizophrenia. No. It's a cult. It's not mental illness. It's they're indoctrinated. They're subjected to this. They could be cured if they just stopped following and listening to the cult leader. And they would go on to live normal lives, as many have. It's just like Scientology. It's worse than Scientology, but he does have a scar.
There is a scar. I don't know if that is a surgical scar. Let's have a look at open chest surgery scars.
I mean, so if he did swallow objects, it depends on,
well, he said open chest surgery. Here's some pictures of some open chest surgery.
Yeah, because normally open chest surgery means from the front, like that.
So that's what it is. Great. That just looks like he's been injured, and a scar.
It's a pretty big fucking mark. Like, that's a pretty big incision.
Why would they cut that much? That's ridiculous.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It is like
this. Like it's. There's no way that's a surgical scar.
If something was needed to be removed from the lungs, I could see possibly like. You know, because like the lungs are, you have to like if you're getting behind the lung,
from the tip to the lat.
I don't know, Jack. It's a Chinese hospital.
From here,
like I said, it's a Chinese hospital. I don't know why they would do it like this.
Okay, but let me just put it to you like this: what the fuck can you get to through your rib cage?
Well, if they like they said lungs. Right?
Rib cage is in front of it. Why would you cut the middle of the rib cage when you can split the center? That's a much more
maybe the place
economical
that they needed
way.
To access. He said it's part of his left lung, right?
That's what he claims. Maybe he's just an idiot with a scar that is claiming
but
this and hoping
the scar
people
is
believe
really straight. Like, it's indicative that it's been done with a surgical tool.
No, it's not.
Yes, yes, it is. It's total. It's with the curvature of his body, but it's not. It's not like torn. How you would see something like a fucking like injury. Like this could like another thing that could cause something like that is like a machining accident because the machines go so quick.
That's what
right?
I'm thinking. That is not a clean mark.
Sure, it is. I mean, if I have scars from surgery on me.
That's not a clean scar.
That's very straight. I've seen a lot of scar tissue. That's indicative of a surgical scar.
Look how thick it is.
Yep. Well,
you know what this looks like?
Because if the incision is this huge, it's going to be opened up, and the fucking sutures that would be needed are going to be the heavy duty sutures.
You know what this looks like
and
to me?
Staples and shit. That's another thing. If the injury was this big, you would likely see the staple scars alongside it. That's another thing as well.
True.
True. You probably, but I don't know how China does wound closure. They might not do staples.
So this to me looks like a lot of injuries that kids near me that I knew growing up when they fall from trees and cop a branch up the leg. That's what that looks like. That's the kind of mark that looks like.
It just follows the curvature of the body, though.
It follows the rib, like a tree branch hooked into a rib as he was falling.
Is I can't dismiss that this is not a surgical mark.
Sure.
And also,
we are not surgeons.
I can call a surgeon.
So can I, actually. I could call a plastic surgeon. Well, he might be in Belgium. I'm not sure. I haven't spoken to him for a minute.
Organs had been harvested. Part of my liver and lungs had been removed. I didn't even know about it until I was examined in the U.S. Transplant specialists have confirmed through recent CT scans that Cheng was missing segment 2 and 3 of his left liver lobe, as well as the lower left lobe of his lungs. And these findings, along with a detailed report on his case, were presented to a panel in Washington, D.C. Now, I think the reason why they picked the liver is because apparently, according to numerous sources...
I don't know how to read CT scans or know if that's how they look. Let's see. How do CT scans look? That's not how a CT scan looks.
No, this is a specific. So this is it's been in a computer in digital imaging and shit.
Then it's not a CT scan.
Well, it's a CT machine that does it. It's probably a MRI.
Nope. That's how an MRI looks.
Well, that's at the brain, but you can see each section of the brain with it, and then you can reconstruct them with a model.
Like that?
No, like a 3D model that you can fully rotate and manipulate.
None of these look like that.
Yeah, because normally you don't need to make a 3D model.
You wouldn't
to
here
observe
either.
Something.
None of these look like that. I know that's weak argument, but I tell you,
I'm trying to tell you that these are the raw images. So they took all the raw images and composed them in a software. So it's a 3D model of an MRI. See, there's one. Right there. This is like The level of these scans would be like very, very serious stuff. Like there's one of the, if you go up, there was a green one. No, a little more. A little more. That one of the, right there. See, that's a 3D model right there of the spine.
Yeah.
And you can see they took it from, they're showing it in the scan and how they used patient imaging data. Also, that looks like a urinary tract below in the recommended things right there. There's a green one with 2 tubes right there. Like, what is that?
Kidneys.
Urinary tract. Those are your pee ducts.
I don't know.
Sources online, the liver can return to its...
Like horse shit.
But, like...
Need more evidence.
So, like, I could see maybe taking tissue samples because he's, like, been poisoned or something.
There have been consistent allegations that China is engaging in forced organ harvesting from prisoners of conscience, mostly members of Falun Gong, but also Uyghurs and Tibetans for decades. I'm glad that the Falun Gong people are the ones that get the main mention here.
Normal size within 8 to 12 weeks after surgery or partial removal, which leads me to believe that a lot of people that are being targeted by this probably get targeted for liver because you can remove a large portion of it and keep them alive and give them another year to recover, and then it'll grow back to normal size. That doesn't make it right. It's still disgusting, but that's probably one of their thought processes in the matter. Anyway, let's continue back with the Congressional Executive Commission on China and their discussion on organ harvesting.
I mean, you talk about they are just incredibly cruel in how they mistreat people. In the 1990s, Chinese doctors, nurses, security guards came forward again to describe all of this. Today I'm announcing an initiative to seek first-hand witnesses' information on forced organ harvesting in China. We hope that people will come forward and tell their stories. They will do it with anonymity to protect their identities and those of their loved ones, and we are absolutely committed to that. But we need that information to build this case further. When we passed the bill last March that went over to the Senate, the Chinese embassy here in Washington claimed it was all lies, completely repudiated it from their point of view. And they also said anybody who wants to come to Xinjiang, we have nothing to hide. This was said separately, but they said it there as well. This is an ongoing fight to demand transparency and justice and an end of this egregious...
What happens if I ask to go to specific places that I point out on a map? Something like Google Earth, for instance.
Human rights abuse. If we don't act now, many more lives
Notice
will
how this
be
is about
lost.
Uyghurs,
And thank you.
and
I
Ken
can't
has
thank our
made the
witnesses
video
enough for
about
being here.
Falun Gong. This is exactly
And
the issue
throughout
that
the
we're
year
talking
and
about.
years being the source of so much credible, actionable information that has enlightened what we do on this commission. I'd like to turn to my good friend and colleague.
I'll focus on recent developments today, specifically the CCP's systematic harvesting of Uyghurs and other Turkic groups. Just as the rise of China's transplant system was built on the persecution of Falun Gong, harvesting is now bound to the Xinjiang camp system constructed from 2016 to 2018. Also use this as an opportunity to respond to the CRS casting a little shade on witness statement. So Congressman Smith, please forgive the repetition with previous testimonies in this case. But I will go through estimates of annual camp disappearances, particularly taking into account the strengths and the weaknesses of refugee testimony. And I will move to a case study in Aksu, and I will conclude by describing a shift in Western transplant surgeons' attitudes over the last 2 years and the implications for U.S. policy. Now let's begin with a Kazakh doctor. The Kazakh doctor, Saragul Sautbay, I'm not good with the pronunciation.
No.
She was employed as a Chinese language teacher, and Saragul made herself useful throughout her camp. Following a camp-wide health check, that's what they called them, including comprehensive blood tests, Saragul was asked to sort out the camp's medical files. She noticed a colored check mark on certain files in the 23 to 35-year-old age range based on tissue typing. From Saragul's perspective, she only lacked the external list of individuals who would receive the organ. She was certain on this point. Now, several camp survivors noticed that following the blood test results, some prisoners were forced to wear colored bracelets or vests. There was no apparent logic to the color grouping, only that these people were in their late 20s and they were healthy. Witness testimony is far from perfect. Personal bias, trauma, and partisanship can influence the results, but I don't believe these elements are distorting the testimony here, and let me explain why. First, every refugee was from a different camp. There was no collusion. Second, outside of the rape room, all 20 camps had installed cameras and listening devices, and other than saying something like, pass the plunger, speech did not really exist. In an environment of suppressed social contact and omnipresent and arbitrary interrogation or sexual abuse, humans compensate. Like starving animals, hearing becomes acute. Vision sharpens. Minute changes in their environment are keenly observed. Third, Most camp refugees who I interviewed in Central Asia were Kazakh. With a relatively porous border and a nation state that occasionally lobbies China on their behalf, the Kazakhs view themselves as accidental prisoners. They don't like their Chinese overlord, but most Kazakhs are not loyal to the Uyghur cause. They had no motive to manipulate numbers, to reach a particular result, or to please me. Fourth, the interviews were purposely broad. Most witnesses had no idea that I was forming numerical estimates, and the majority were only dimly aware of organ harvesting in the first place. I wish to avoid false precision here. Even my most analytical witness, Ovalbek Turdakan, who recently escaped from Kyrgyzstan, could never determine the exact number of detainees in his camp. What emerged from their testimony is that there are two kinds of people who leave the camp early. The first group is about 18 years old on average. The announcement that they are going
Workers. His videos.
to work at a factory or perhaps in a big
Yeah, he's probably
Tuan,
got a
a
kid.
military-run cotton farm, is usually made
there's
Or,
like a
you know-
backing music.
Oh.
during lunch. Light applause is often encouraged.
Light applause is often encouraged. Like, that just sounds like the most nightmarish thing ever. Like, there's, you know, horrible atrocities happening to everybody. You're getting, like, given certain bracelets or marking or indicators to basically for the authorities to know where you're going to go and where you're going to end up, but it's not for you to know. The whole thing is like, there are just human atrocities happening over there in these prison camps that nobody's tracking on. Nobody's aware of. And I don't think that we'll ever find out, because short of people escaping those prisons that had spent some time there significantly and telling their, you know, their first person experiences of it, the U.S. is not going to end there with our military like clearing these prisons out.
There's I think 4 levels, right? And the final stage of black site in China, we know absolutely nothing about, other than satellite imaging and stuff like that. We have no idea who's in there or anything. We'll never know. The stuff we know about are like the lower level camps that China even allows reporters into when they clean it up a bit.
Yeah, and then it goes straight back to it once everybody's done.
Well, the lower camps are more of the general re-education camps. They're not like they're black sites.
No, they're in the mountains.
Like we did when we found the concentration camps after World War II. It's just not going to happen the same way. I just don't know how it could, you know. That prospect is extremely bleak in my mind. And that really sucks, because there are people out there that are suffering at the hands of people like these. They're suffering extreme levels of barbarism that, you know, people in the Western...
I say that it's taking away from the Uyghurs and shit. This takes away from the actual organ harvesting that exists from China and the Uyghur genocide. Great.
world couldn't possibly even begin to imagine. This stuff is happening in 2024.
This was very explicit from witness to witness. The age that the Chinese medical establishment prefers for organ sourcing. They are removed in the middle of the night. There is no applause. They are not to be mentioned again. There were a couple of outlier witnesses, but 90% of the witnesses were fairly consistent. 2.5% to 5% of the camp go missing exactly this way every year. Now, I don't have a plausible alternate explanation for this, and assuming there are 1 million in the camps, I estimate 25,000 to 50,000 Uyghurs are harvested annually. Let's go with a lower rate.
He said he estimates that 25,000 human beings are harvested for their organs.
It's much more likely that the majority of them are sold off as slaves.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also not out of the possibility that maybe half of them would be harvested, but that's still a lot. You know, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people to kill per month, right? What, I mean, what, 12 is what, 1,000 a month? Which would be 2 an hour. Yeah, I guess you could do that. All day, every day, something like that. What is it, 12?
The thing is, if there was a more generalized organ harvesting, we would see heart transplants and donations in the rate that we see kidneys.
Yeah.
It's the fact that it's kidneys that it's 3 times as high. If they were pulling all the organs out that were viable,
yes,
you would see inflated heart transplant numbers, and there's not.
True.
But also, like, taking surgical biopsies of, like, the liver and lung tissue and stuff, totally plausible.
Yeah.
And it's not an entire organ being harvested.
If you were killing them, you would have to kill them at 1.5 per day.
Well, starvation.
Sorry, 1.5 per hour.
You know,
1.5
that's another
per
thing.
hour.
Starvation. If somebody dies of starvation, do you even want those organs? Those organs would be failing.
True.
So that's you think about this as well. These people that they're saying, the people that disappear, they're young, like in their 20s, and healthy. Okay, what's worth more money?
A young body,
couple of organs, or forced labor? You know, it's like the golden goose. You kill the golden goose and no more golden egg.
They get shipped off to Oman to build the Olympic Stadium.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah. And then they die because there's no worker conditions there, and they just
and like
burn to
also
death.
like
Great.
could easily be these corrupt hospitals that have taken like that guy's liver samples and stuff like that, but it just doesn't make sense to have like a deliberate mass campaign of organ harvesting within prisons in China. And the thing is that it happened in the past, for sure, and even they will admit it.
Annually there. 25,000 human beings every year just harvested for organs. That's like the type of stuff you imagine hearing about in those movies like The War of the Worlds or something. That's not something you anticipate other humans doing to other humans, you know. This is why you have to have
like, hey, this sounds very like a fictional storybook thing. You should probably
look a bit more into it.
rules and laws to stop this type of thing from happening, because without rules and laws, you know, if people just are run rampant and there's real tyranny, this is what you get straight up organ harvesting, you get human atrocities beyond all comprehension, and nothing that anyone can do to stop it.
16, the Congressman Smith mentioned, estimated China's annual transplant volume at 60,000 to 100,000. Using the minimum estimate, let's assume that Uyghurs and Kazakhs can be harvested for at least 2 organs. That translates into a minimum of 50,000 organ transplants. That's the lion's share of China's annual transplant volume, and it's supplied by 25,000 dead people. Now, on the assumption that the Gulf states' organ tourists prefer Muslim donors who don't eat pork, the CCP has tried to capitalize on the switch from Falun Gong to Uyghur sources. At least one Chinese transplant hospital blatantly displays a Muslim prayer room and halal canteen on the web. Yet the logistical challenge of shifting away from the coastal area of China to Xinjiang, 4,000 kilometers away from the hospitals which foreign organ tourists prefer, required perfusion methods and Western technology. I'd welcome a question on that. It also required a streamlined infrastructure. And there's one example of that that's a very good one. Picture a re-education camp for 16,000 people. Picture a hospital, Aksu Infection Hospital, that performs organ transplants. Picture a second camp for 33,000 people constructed around that hospital. And picture a large crematorium. And now, the fact is, in Aksu, all these structures are less than a kilometer away from each other. RFA reporter Kulchera Hoja first noticed this anomaly, and witnesses can confirm it. A Uyghur conflict explained that the Aksu Infection Hospital was originally for SARS patients. In 2013, it was repurposed as a re-education hospital for extreme Muslim dissidents. The crematorium has a prominent Chinese sign. The air smells like burnt bone. A second Uyghur male confirmed that local workers constantly complained about the stench.
Bro, what? That is insane. People are constantly complaining about the stench. Yeah, no crap, because like everyone I know that's ever smelled that smell has said that you'll never forget it. I haven't personally. Everybody I know that has said that you'll never forget that smell. It's the worst smell you'll ever smell. I know a lot of people describe, a lot of like Civil War vets, you know, wrote down in their memoirs about the scent and the stench of that post-Civil War, because how else were they going to get rid of all of the, you know, thousands and thousands of corpses? They had to cremate them, and they just cremated them outside because that's the only way they could do it. And the residents of the area around this hospital were complaining about the awful stench. Well, that's probably because they were cremating an exorbitant amount of people after they
it was a few years ago, but it was like they literally were using his pictures for romance scams.
Seriously?
Yeah, like scammers stole a bunch of his pictures and were scamming people.
That's
using
fucking
his
hysterical.
face.
How would you feel?
I mean, he was interviewed about it. There's articles about it and stuff.
Interesting. Is that why he blew up?
No, he blew up because he's pretty and he capitalized on the TikTok market.
Fair enough.
had been harvested. That's insane.
Aksu Airport's human organ transport channel. That's an export-only fast lane to move human organs east. That's its only function. First hospital, Zhejiang Province, is near Shanghai, not too far from Shanghai, and it's a designated big brother to Aksu Infection Hospital, and they report that their liver transplants increased by 90% in 2017, while kidney transplants increased by 200%.
Wow, I wonder where they got all those organs from. Just like they had a windfall of organs all of a sudden. Just everybody decided they wanted to donate that year. You know, I don't see how you could possibly rationalize that in any other way. I just don't, you know?
On March 1st, 2020, First Hospital performed the world's first double lung transplant.
Falun Gong.
On a COVID patient. This was an advertisement to foreign organ tourists that China was still open for business. I'll conclude, I'm over time, and I'll conclude with policy. Beginning in 2012, the Western transplant consensus was not to investigate China, but to engage with and lead the Chinese transplant industry to a soft reform. This consensus, however ineffective, acted as a brake on unified congressional action. In 2022, the International Society of Heart and Lung Transplantation, ISHLT...
The kid is in the actual hearing.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Decided to impose an academic boycott of China. The next year, the ISHLT asked me to present my research and the research of Robertson, Levy, Matus, and Kilgore at their annual conference, and I did that. Now, no transplant group has followed the ISHLT's lead at this time. Congress has a responsibility, I believe, to act on an ongoing human rights catastrophe, but they must also respond to ISHLT.
Who is this guy? Ethan Goodman, a writer. Okay. He's an American writer, researcher, author, and senior fellow in China Studies at the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation.
Uh-oh. Not the best source.
God damn it. Fuck. Every time.
You see why... Like, chat, you understand why anytime we hear organ harvesting in regards to China, it's an immediate red flag for disinfo for us? And the best is, like, how well read and researched we are, so when the CCP shills will say things like Adrian Zenz, and we're like, who?
I legitimately only first heard about him from them.
Yeah, exactly. Because we weren't reading Falun Gong sources.
Yes, yeah. It was hilarious.
We weren't getting our info from NTD.
He wrote 6 articles about organ harvesting in 2006. In 2012, state organs, transplant abuse in China. Essays from 6 medical professionals.
There is
Matas.
Plenty to go on here, though. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff.
There's heaps. There's heaps
like,
to
he's
at
right
least
about
launch
the
an
donations being, like, and that's the thing is like if they were killing Uyghurs in these camps, and they took the organs from them,
yeah,
we'll never know.
Okay, he was one of the key.
The criminal
interviewees.
market just makes the most sense.
Yeah, so he's.
It doesn't mean that all of them come from a criminal market.
Interviewees from the Human Harvest documentary about Falun Gong. And also a PBS one called Hard to Believe.
He did them?
Yeah, he was the key interviewee for those documentaries. David Kilgore, why does that name sound familiar? Why does that name sound so familiar?
Kilgore is such a hard name. That's like a wrestler name. I'm Kilgore.
Okay, so he's the source. Oh my god. In 2006, allegations emerged of a large number of Falun Gong practitioners had been killed to supply the industry with David Matas. He released the Kilgore-Matas report. And the Kilgore-Matas report is... The report was requested by the coalition to investigate the persecution of Falun Gong. After allegations emerged that Falun Gong practitioners secretly having their organs harvested against their will at that hospital, the Sichuan Thrombosis Hospital. The report, based on circumstantial evidence, concluded that there had been, and continues today, large-scale organ seizures from unwilling Falun Gong practitioners. So these people are Falun Gong, I guarantee it.
This is
that they're
just a
actual
Falun Gong video.
practitioners. Yeah, they're these people. I'm trying to figure out whether these guys are actual practitioners or not. I feel like they might be.
Well, being in the victims of communism, like, he already is gonna have the mindset that's gonna believe their shit. This is the type of guy who's gonna believe Yomi Park.
Yes. Gutman interviewed dissidents, including Falun Gong Tibetans, Uyghurs, and House Christians.
I also, people should take note how much scrutiny we have over things like this when they want to call us out for criticizing China on other things. Like, the amount of research we do just in this one video to fact check things about China. To think that we don't do that for any information coming out of China. Like, we don't just say things, that we heard.
Yeah. Oh, look, in 2012, Gutman said there's a long-standing taboo in the journalism community about Falun Gong. Not for us, because guess why? Because they wouldn't be able to get access to Chinese leaders anymore. We don't give a fuck. Chinese leaders can go fuck themselves. I don't care. Well, I'm not sitting on anything because of access to leaders. If they want to answer the allegations, they'll fucking come to us. Honestly, if we publish shit and they don't want to talk because we spoke about something that they didn't like, that's their fucking problem. We gave you a chance. They'll come to us if they want to talk. It's
well,
that
I think
simple.
what they mean is, like, they won't listen to Falun Gong members in journalism.
No. Like, they don't touch the story because any touching of the Falun Gong story is instant blacklisting in China. If you want to get access,
that's what I'm
to
saying.
the
Is
leaders.
it's like, so, like, it's like, of course, if you're fucking using cultists as sources that are like, that's the least of your problems, is losing access to China. If you're a journalist using these people as sources,
no, but I think it's saying
why would anyone take you seriously?
No,
in the industry?
I'm saying talking about the organ harvesting and Falun Gong in general. Like, even mentioning Falun Gong would get you dismissed. Or
yes, but I'm saying
the organ harvesting.
Who cares about that aspect? You're using cultist information for your reporting.
Sure.
Like, who? Oh no, I lost access, but I printed cult propaganda, and that's like, of course there's bias in journalism against Falun Gong.
Yes.
Because at the bare minimum, you do one Google search on these people. This is why they had to create NTD and their entire media ecosphere, is because journalism tells them to get fucked.
Oh no, Falun Gong, they have a swastika. Dun dun dun. Look, ABC, Insight. Let's see how bad this article is, shall we? From the ABC. They are a familiar sight, exercising and meditating in suburban parks. A joint foreign correspondent background briefing investigation delves into Falun Gong and its mysterious leader. This might be an actual article. Let's have a look.
Yeah, look at there was the cult compound.
Yeah.
That's the cult compound.
It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I love their little tower.
It's in America, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in New York.
Yeah. Is it really?
It's close to the city. It's close to the city. It's
amazing.
That's why when I saw the Chinese ladies crying over the healthcare CEO, I immediately said Falun Gongers. The reason why I know about them is because you'll see them in New York City.
It's pretty funny. Is that New York?
Couldn't tell you. All cities look the same from the ground level inside them.
Ah, yeah, okay, so falling into Falun Gong. This is actually This might actually be a good article. I might have stumbled on the one good article that ABC.
Well, that's the
done.
thing is, if journalists are gonna do it, they're gonna. That's the thing
Go
is
hard.
like, it's writing anything on Falun Gong, pro or against them, might not be good for your career. For different reasons.
HLT's courageous act. Realistically, the infrastructure.
All right, we're done here.
James, bring us up to speed on this blacklisting. What does it actually mean to be on this list?
There isn't any actual immediate effects that being listed on this list from the Department of Defense will have. People can still do business with them. You can still contract with them. GM or other American car companies can still buy batteries from CATL. There is a provision in the future that the Department of Defense may not be able to contract or to sign contracts with these companies or to buy goods which contain goods from them. So maybe in the future, this would affect their sales in the U.S. But the biggest sign I think is the fact that these companies have now been targeted by the U.S. government, and this could lead to more strict sanctions like from the Department of Commerce or the State Department in the future. And even if that doesn't happen, there's still
Tencent is one of China's biggest soft power contributors.
Did you
Like,
see the
so much.
the China show with the Marvel Rivals thing?
Yes.
I was laughing at that.
I did not realize it was so compromised.
The U.S. government is signaling very strongly that they don't want U.S. nationals dealing with these companies. And you already saw last year,
you know what I liked about that?
CATL batteries being pulled out of a U.S. military base.
One of their own guys go in and test it. They didn't download the game themselves to test it, but at least they fucking sent somebody in there.
After Marco Rubio and other lawmakers complained that Chinese batteries were being used to power in an energy storage solution in a U.S. military base. So even before they were listed on this, even before CATL was listed on this list, you did already see them losing some business opportunities in America, and that may well continue once we get into the Trump administration, especially if Marco Rubio and other China hawks are populating senior positions in the administration.
So you've got Tencent saying they're not a military company, but how much scope is there for the companies on this list to challenge being on it?
Some companies have successfully challenged being listed on this specific list, the Department of Defense one. Hersey, for example, which makes LiDAR, which are used, basically it's kind of a laser that cars, EVs use to sort of, make a map of the world in front of them. They were listed and they were removed, and then they were listed again and then they may be removed. So there is some possibility that Tencent can basically sue to get off this list. But they could also be added back on if the Department of Defense then doesn't accept their explanations on why they shouldn't be on the list in the first place. But it also does set them up for future possible listings by the Department of Commerce, as I said, and it just makes them more of a target, and it makes them a little bit less attractive. If you want to make an investment which isn't going to attract any geopolitical risk, are you going to invest in a company or invest in a fund which is invested in this company, which may well have this risk attached to it now or in the future? It just makes them a little bit more unattractive. And I think you saw that price reaction today in the market, with those big stock price falls from Tencent, CATL, and other Chinese companies. Because it's not just those two firms. It's companies like SenseTime, it's Changxin, which is a huge Chinese semiconductor, shipbuilders, shipping companies are all on the list today, and they all saw these kind of price reactions.
We're starting to see some reaction, though, from the companies. Tencent intending to initiate a reconsideration process. How long does that take? What is the process? How quickly can it have an effect? Other companies have been successful in these efforts. What are the chances here?
What are the chances here?
It's time now for a look at the day's top business news with Brian Quinn. Hi, Brian.
I forgot I don't care.
So for investors looking at what's...
All right, I've stopped caring. Too many business words.
Investors,
well, Gaza's health ministry says the death toll from the Israel-Hamas war has climbed above 46,000. The ministry has said women and children make up more than half those fatalities, but does not say how many of the dead were fighters or civilians. The Israeli military says it tries to avoid harming civilians and blames Hamas for their deaths because the militants operate in residential areas. It also accuses Hamas fighters of hiding among civilians in shelters and hospitals.
I did an oopsie daisy.
Well, staying overseas, while the Assad regime has been toppled in Syria, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says it's vital that American troops remain stationed there. Syria has detention camps that hold thousands of former ISIS fighters and their families. And Austin says the American presence...
More than 64,000 deaths in the Gaza Strip caused by violence. A new study in the medical journal The Lancet says the Hamas-run Ministry of Health underreported
the
Very cool.
You're a monster.
Death toll by more than 40%. between October 7th, 2023 and June 30th, 2024. Report co-author Zaina Jamaluddin.
In reality, the number of mortality might be higher if we also include the issue of not accessing healthcare, heart attacks, and some of that aspect. Infectious diseases, maternal care, not pregnant women not being able to get access to proper delivery, and so on.
59% of the dead were women, children and older people, according to the peer-reviewed Lancet report, roughly in line with other estimates. It did not identify the number of Hamas fighters among the dead. In a statement, Israel's embassy in London told VOA, quote, any information that derives from Gaza cannot...
Oh no, we did an all not American news day. Oh no, whatever will we do? Oh no, no American
We
news.
did cover the fires.
The fires, because the fires are important, but we actually didn't cover any cancer American Trump politics. Is everybody much happier? I'm happy. I just realized we skipped it all.
Because there
or
was
didn't watch it,
there was
and
nothing
I'm
new to
very
report
happy.
on.
I know, it was
just
all dog
more
shit.
of the Greenland stuff.
Yeah. Bullshit.
...to be trusted, nor can you ignore the Lancet's history of
There's
anti-Israel
also the
bias.
Mexico response.
Yes, yes.
That was American-centric a little.
There were a couple things that I did want to touch on that are not American. Let me find it. This one.
Joining me now is University of Austin CBR Free Speech Chair and Public News Founder, Michael Schellenberger. Michael, great to see you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me, Maria.
And of course, you were integral in breaking the Twitter files in 2022. We all owe you a great debt to
we don't
have...
know if we assume.
I'm Michael Schellenberger.
We assume Trump would have won anyway, regardless of Elon's money, right?
Yeah.
But these European elections don't have the fucking problems of money corruption that ours do, with campaign financing and stuff. That doesn't exist, right? So Elon thinks if he literally can get who's president in America, then why isn't he doing that all over the world to benefit himself? We're the first people that are going to play ball. The fucking insane fascist who will immediately sell out to him. Right?
Yep.
So, like, he's literally dumping money. He dumped a shitload of money into AFD.
You know what I should do? Hold on. You know what I should do? I should start a political party. Prop myself up as some far-right populist. Get Elon to give me money. And then dissolve the party and take the money. And then invest it into
so like also with Starmer, he brought back into the zeitgeist the grooming gang thing.
God, what's it? No, he also what's his fucking face? The fucking old cunt that hasn't been in British politics for a couple of years. Nigel Farage. He was
he was like
too.
he doesn't like Farage or something. Him and
I'm
Farage
pretty sure he was
basically
behind him
had a
coming
spat.
back.
No, he wants the party to oust Farage. And it's very funny because it changed overnight. And then Vivek also agreed with him and followed suit. Very strange.
Very. It is very strange.
Exposed what was going on between government...
You know, they're gonna step in shit one day, and we're all gonna laugh.
...pressuring Meta and others, Twitter, to censor information. Your reaction to what you're hearing this morning from Meta?
You know, cautiously optimistic. I mean, I was personally censored by Facebook. They censored the article that was associated with my...
Shut the fuck up.
Britain's Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has condemned what he calls lies and misinformation following a number of attacks posted online by Elon Musk. This as several European leaders have expressed concerns about the billionaire and Trump's allies and his involvement in their domestic policies. CBS News reporter Lee Kinnery has more from London.
Elon Musk, the world's richest man, is making headlines worldwide after posting multiple statements on social platform X, criticizing British politicians and listing a poll asking if America should, quote, liberate the people of Britain from their tyrannical government. To clarify, the democratically...
Come to Twitch, please. We don't like YouTube. We want to exodus YouTube. Also, Osama bin Laden emotes. Imagine what you can use. Imagine.
democratically elected Labour Party is currently in power in the UK after a landslide election last summer. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer is a former lawyer, and some of Musk's criticism is aimed at his record when he was leader of Britain's prosecution service. Starmer defended that record earlier, but would not comment further on Musk. But European leaders like French President Emmanuel Macron are also condemning Musk's recent endorsement of Germany's leading far-right party, just 2 months before an election there.
All right, we're done. There it is. And it's not going to show up, but you get it.
Raid?
There's 2 people. There's no point.
Raid Shadow Legend? It says 5 on my screen.
There's 5 now. I don't know. I guess 5
Raid
just
Shadow Legend?
magically popped up. Sure. See what old mate's doing. Is he watching
Who?
One Piece again?
Squid?
Oh my god, he's watching the Iron Giant. Send him to him. Send it. Send it right now. Alright, goodbye guys. We'll see you later. Alright, ending.